making our City Council meetings even more accessible to our Spanish-speaking community members. Whether you prefer attending in person or tuning in virtually, we've made it easier than ever to participate. When attending virtually, you can watch or listen to
I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Isidro, would you please restate this in Spanish?
Sí, buenas tardes. La reunión de hoy tiene interpretación simultánea en español para que las personas del público o del personal que deseen escuchar en español lo hagan así. Para acceder al canal de español, ustedes pueden hacer clic en el icono del globo terráqueo que van a ver en la parte de abajo de su pantalla de Zoom. Después, elegir el idioma Spanish o español haciendo otro clic. Si están ustedes en un teléfono celular o en una tableta, localicen los tres puntitos que están en la parte superior o inferior derecha de su pantalla de Zoom por lo general. Hagan un clic, allí van a encontrar la opción de interpretación, otro clic y elegir el idioma de su preferencia. No se olviden de hacer clic en Done o Listo para empezar el canal de español. Les recomendamos que una vez estén en el canal de español, apaguen o bajen el audio principal para escuchar la reunión solamente en español. Muchas gracias. Back to you.
Hello, everyone. The time is 12:01, and we are at the start of our very long day. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember MacDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmembers Alvarez and Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you very much. We will go on to item 3, our announcement of closed session items. We have 2 closed session items today. Item 3.1, our conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and item 3.2, our conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. Are there any members of the public here who would like to make comment? I saw one gentleman earlier, but it looks like he's not here any longer. We will close public comment and we'll recess into closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. The time is 2 o'clock and we'll reconvene in open session. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Here.
Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. And Madam City Attorney, do we need to have any kind of disclosure regarding Ms. Rogers' remote participation?
Yes, that's correct. I will hand it over to the clerk and Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor and City Attorney Stricker. As Councilmember Rogers is participating under the Just Cause provisions of the Brown Act, she does need to make a statement regarding that participation, and I will let Councilmember Rogers make her statement.
Thank you. I will attend this meeting remotely under GC 54953, period 8, period 3, applying the Just Cause provision due to a contagious illness, and will participate with both audio and video turned on throughout the meeting in this room. I am accompanied by my husband, Andre Rogers, in the location for which I am participating.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for being here in spite of how you're feeling. We're glad to have a full council session today, and not surprised to see so many of our community members out to speak on this topic. Today, Santa Rosa joins so many cities across the United States to talk about what's going on at the federal level regarding immigration enforcement, what's happened in other cities. So we're glad to see so many of you make the time to come out this afternoon. With that, we'll go on to item 4.1, which is the item that most people in here have been waiting for. This is our study session regarding federal immigration enforcement practices and potential local public safety impacts. And I believe we have Chief Cregan and Assistant City Manager Nutt to lead our conversation or to kick off our conversation. Welcome to you both.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Happy to be here today talking about this important issue. I want to start by just reading a quick preamble from the staff report that I thought was poignant that describes exactly why we're here. Recent national events have underscored public concern about immigration enforcement activities conducted by federal immigration enforcement agents, resulting in increasing public debate and protests that have led to the tragic deaths of 2 individuals in Minneapolis due to the excessive use of force tactics. This has resulted in broad national attention, prompting local governments to evaluate the scope of local authority, public safety considerations, and community expectations relative to federal immigration enforcement actions. I just think that particular statement that was prepared by the team really establishes the reason why we're here today. And our goal from staff perspective is to have this study session to hear feedback from the community and the council associated with how we may want to respond, react, or position ourselves internally to provide the best public safety and support for our community moving forward. So I will be taking a little bit of time to go through a little bit of background, and that's really the focus of my conversation with you, is to provide that background to you and the public, describing what actions we've done to date. City Clerk, are we having, it's not, do I need to do that? There we go. Sorry for the the disruption. But I'm going to spend a little bit of time just kind of walking through activities and actions that the City Council has taken over the last several years to try to position ourselves in a way that respects our community and sets precedent on how our team and community function in a respectful way. That'll include conversation about the Indivisible City resolution, a resolution that we put forward relating to family separations and safeguards. There'll be a quick dialogue about SB 54 and what that means to our community and to the team that's out doing our local community-oriented enforcement. And then the challenges that we've had most recently relating to the President Trump's Executive Order 14-159, and then some ongoing litigation that we're involved in. Ultimately, what we'll end up doing is, at the end, we'll be providing that opportunity to hear the feedback that may roll into some directives by council, and I'll give you a little information on what kind of feedback staff will need in order to move to that next step. So back in 2017, the City Council adopted Resolution 2017-17, Indivisible City Resolution. That resolution was really to, in response to federal immigration policies that were occurring under the first Trump administration, and it was aimed at trying to protect civil rights of immigrant community within our population, but not just the immigrant community, it's the entire community here. It was trying to create that safe space by explaining that we are all part of one unified community. It was really focused on trying to reduce acts of bullying and violence and discrimination, and the hope was that we would be able to express that unity and keep some of these instances from occurring in our area. It also identified that Santa Rosa Police is going to conform with SB 54, and they're not going to work with federal immigration on any of their activities coming into our community. As a partner, about a year later, there was information coming forward about challenges we were seeing with families attempting to cross the border and seeing families separated at that border, and camps that were being formed, particularly with minors, and Council took a fairly strong position in a resolution explaining that we request that the federal government ensure that families remain as families and they are not separated, segregated for the benefit of the children, and that was met with a lot of positive feedback from the community here in Santa Rosa. A little bit of detail on Senate Bill 54. Chief Cregan can provide better answers along the way if you have additional questions on this. This does promote local community safety and ensuring that the immigrant community members are available or can approach city staff, city policing without fear or concern about their immigration status. It does create a place where local law enforcement does not collaborate or cooperate with federal immigration. What it does say is we don't get in the way. We allow them to do their job, but we're not required to participate. It also establishes some additional language relating to the detaining of individuals and the fact that local law enforcement would not, under the premise of immigration, would detain an individual based on their current status. And this has been upheld by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Executive Order 14-159 was intended by President Trump to reestablish his immigration policy from his first administration, and he added to it. The attempt for this particular executive order was to create a significant immigration approach that limits individuals from entering, but also works to significantly move individuals out of the country and back to country of origin. And it has a number of implications that have that have been areas that your team at the city has been working to address over the course of time. And some of those are listed up here on the policy impacts. In particular, one of the key pieces is the activities that are associated with this executive order have begun to erode some of that public trust between the local government and our constituency that we've worked so hard over the last decade to gain. And we had been making great strides, and I actually give Chief Cregan and his predecessors a lot of credit. They've worked really hard and actually seen significant success in creating public trust around our policing, our police force. And this particular executive order puts us in a position, and we'll talk more about some of the other activities that our federal enforcement agents are using that have started to chip away at all of the work that we've done. We have tried our best to take a stand against certain activities that are being brought forward by the federal government, and in that regard, we've joined 3 federal litigation actions, the County of Santa Clara versus Christine Nome, the City and County of San Francisco versus Donald Trump, and Martin Luther King Jr. County versus Scott Turner. These are all various matters that are specifically associated with either language that the federal administration is trying to incorporate that force local agencies to comply with certain activities on the premise of receiving funds, or it's in an attempt to try to coerce the city into accomplishing certain tactics and partnerships with the federal government, and they're establishing language in there that is inconsistent with things that we believe from a City of Santa Rosa perspective, and therefore in each of these 3 cases we've joined lawsuits that have attempted to reestablish a more consistent and more consistent relationship with the federal government as we've had in previous administrations. Some of the recent events that have come forward is the Trump administration's push toward bringing forward the One Big Beautiful Bill, which was enacted. And what it does is it incorporates increased funding for immigration services, and that is intended to increase their staffing as well as actions to push forward those policies that they've incorporated both through the executive order and through other directives that the administration has put in place. Some of the activities that you're starting to see are an increase in federal immigration enforcement officers. Somewhere on the order of about 12,000 officers and agents are in the process of being hired or already been hired. They're offering signing bonuses in an effort to expedite the bringing on of these individuals. And as we'll discuss at a later point in time, later this afternoon, part of that is an attempt to try to bring transfers and laterals over from other local or state enforcement agencies to try to make that quicker. But because they need so many individuals on such a short period of time, they are asking for or providing incentives in order to bring additional team members onto their into their ranks. Recently, in the last several months, there's been a very strong push by the administration with ICE and community or the Customs and Border Patrol to increase activities throughout the country. And their most recent operation is Operation Metro Surge, and that, as you can see, involves approximately 3,000 agents and officers working to carry out the directives of the Department of Homeland Security as directed by the federal government. And this unfortunately resulted in the tragic deaths of 2 individuals in Minnesota, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who were demonstrating as part of frustration with the current immigration enforcement activities, and unfortunately lost their lives as part of their presence in those demonstrations. There's a lot of community interest and a lot of council interest to start to better understand the situations that are happening nationally and to be able to start to formulate what our local response could be, or how we want to respond to our public and our community. And with that, there's opportunities that this council can take, which is the reason for this study session. Some of which could be in the form of a resolution to Congress, and you will see that listed on the agenda for later this afternoon. That intent is to urge Congress to make adjustments in their training and education and oversight of the federal immigration enforcement officers, and our ability to work with our federal lobbyists to ensure that we're actively trying to improve the situation with oversight of those teams. Additionally, there's other opportunities similar to what the city of San Jose has done to establish an ordinance or resolution relating to how we work with or manage our interactions with federal enforcement teams. There are examples that exist out there. We would like to better understand if this is a direction council would go, what council specifically is interested in having. These tools do create some challenges along the way, but some opportunities at the same time, and those will be part of our discussion, not only as you're giving us advice or direction right now, but if asked to return with a product, there'll be additional conversation along the way as we work with you to ensure that the product conforms with federal law, while at the same time establishing the communication that we want to make to the federal government, our partners, and our community members. And with that, I'm looking forward to understanding and hearing your thoughts, the community's thoughts, and how you'd like to see staff proceed moving forward.
Thank you, Assistant Manager Nutt, for highlighting all the ways that the city has already responded over the past 8 years, because this has been a long-term conversation at the city of Santa Rosa and in other cities in our county and across the country. Thank you for highlighting that, as well as some of the things that we might consider going forward. With that, I'm going to bring it to council for questions. Ms. Fleming, why don't you lead us off?
Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and read my statement from the get here, which is I want to acknowledge the work that staff has put into this and thank so many residents who've shown up, written in, and spoken out. The response reflects a community that understands what is at stake and is asking us to lead. It's a clear statement that the residents of the city of Santa Rosa will stand on the right side of history. Folks are here because across the country, we are seeing federal immigration enforcement take on an increasingly aggressive and militarized posture. Communities are afraid, families are anxious, and trust in public institutions is being strained. The question before us is simple. Will our city be complicit, or will we draw clear, lawful boundaries about how our resources are used? This is not an abstract policy question. It's about whether Santa Rosa will exercise leadership at a precarious moment in our national history, a moment where silence is consent. Cities have both the right and the responsibility to decide how their property, personnel, and communications are used. And as leaders, we have a responsibility to do everything in our power to protect civil rights, preserve public trust, and ensure that the people of the city of Santa Rosa feel safe here at home. Santa Rosa has always been strongest when we choose courage over caution and community over fear. I hope we meet this moment accordingly. To that end, I believe the council should, without delay, give direction to staff to develop an ordinance that keeps ICE off of city-owned property, restricts access to city resources without a judicial warrant, and ensures Santa Rosa will not be complicit in the sort of horrifying federal action we've seen in Minneapolis.
All right, hold on, everyone. Hold on. I know that emotions are running high, but we want to keep this meeting orderly and moving along. So if you can hold your applause, you can do the jazz fingers. Let's keep the applause to a minimum, though. Thank you very much. We appreciate the passion. Ms. Fleming, had you concluded?
Yeah, I'm not done. Thank you, Mayor. There has to be a line that our city will not cross. The Trump administration has crossed that line in Minneapolis, and it's on us to say clearly today that we will do everything in our power to ensure that it does not happen here in Santa Rosa. Now I'm done.
Thank you very much. Oh, there we go. Good work, everyone. Good work. Let's go over to Ms. Banuelos next, if you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a prepared statement today. I had one 2 weeks ago. I just want to say that first of all, I want to thank staff, the chief, and the assistant mayor, and our city, the assistant manager, city manager, and our interim city manager as well, and our city attorney, everyone, for listening to us. Because I've been talking about this for a while, actually since the Trump administration started last year, because we saw what direction this was going in, and I've been asking for something, and everyone was like, well, now we're finally stepping up, because as Councilmember Fleming stated, they've crossed the line, but many people have been killed, and I think you all know this, not just the 2 that were killed in Minnesota. There have been many people who have been, yes, in detainment and in their process of picking people up, especially in Southern California. So a lot of this has been happening in Southern California, and what my hope was that we need to be prepared in case it slips up here, that we want to be prepared, that we want to make sure that our community is safe, and that is everyone. And that is my position, and I too would like to see us put together an ordinance that's about the city of Santa Rosa. What you're going to hear later, if you stay or if you tune in later, is about the federal government. And yes, we're going to ask them to do a lot of things, and things that they're already talking about, and we want to reinforce that. But we also want to see what we can do to protect our community here, and for me, that's what it's all about. And I just want to thank you all for coming today. It really means a lot. I've seen many of you at the rallies and the No Kings and all of that, so you all look familiar, and I just want to thank you for what you're doing, because that is how we're going to take our country back. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banuelos, and thank you again for your cooperation. Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Assistant City Manager, there was a conversation that we had with you in regards to a meeting that was going to be held with our Congressman Mike Thompson. There were some asks that we formulated. Would you happen to have that list of asks that we...
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. I will defer to Interim City Manager Farrell or Chief Cregan. I believe they were involved in that meeting.
I can speak to it if you'd like. Yes, we did have a roundtable with Congressman Mike Thompson. He's been such an ally for our community here, and certainly reaches out to our public safety officials. It's many of the things that we're going to discuss on the resolution this afternoon. We talked about having a universal or national standard for body cams, with our body cams like I'm wearing here today, and all of our local officers have here, for not identifying with the word police. It's frustrating us so many times when federal Homeland Security agents are wearing blue jeans and these raid vests, as they call them, that say police, and they're misidentified as local police officers. We talked about standards and training. We talked about face masks with it. We talked about notice to our community and to certainly law enforcement and even the city if they come in. Those were some of the things. It was a collaborative effort from our chiefs across the county of Sonoma, our city managers as well, who were there. So it was a very robust discussion, and we're continuing that. Just on this week, we had another legislative summit with our Senator Mike McGuire, Assemblymember Chris Rogers, and Mayor Stapp on Saturday, which we had close to 100 community members, and some of the same issues came up at that discussion.
Thank you, sir. In regards to the question...
And Mr. Alvarez, if you'd like that complete list, I can give that to you. I happen to have that in front of me.
Please do. Please do.
All right. So the list that we presented as a city to Congressman Thompson included independent investigation for in-custody deaths, no police designation on uniforms. So there's no confusion between ICE enforcement agents or between ICE and police. training and performance requirements equivalent to other law enforcement agencies, no masks, body cam requirements, equivalent legal standards used for accountability with ICE, equivalent legal standard. Sorry, I already said that. Equivalent legal standards, reinforced focus on targeted enforcement. So as the Trump administration just discussed at the outset, a reinforced focus on going after felony convictions, that kind of thing, as opposed to the loss of focus on that in recent months. A duty to notify local law enforcement, including police departments and sheriff's offices, and then a prohibition on not allowing people to render aid to injured protesters. That was the list that we presented to Congressman Thompson, and as Chief Cregan mentioned, he had indicated that those were already under discussion at the federal level.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason I wanted to run through that list is for people to know that it's just not performative, that we're actions that we're doing here today. What I'm looking for is something that's going to hold up in court, whether it's policy change, whether it's amendments to the law. What I do not want to see is that we put targets on those that truly have the fear of immigration. It's none of us here on council. It's many of us who are allies to those undocumented, those that are underrepresented. What I do not want to see is targets placed on those who cannot defend themselves. So I don't want anybody walking away thinking that we're just being performative. Action must be done. Laws must be changed. I think it's happened throughout history that right isn't always legal, and legal isn't always right. But I want to thank each and every one of you for standing up for those that can't stand up for themselves. My community thanks you. My parents thank you. My cousins thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I am very proud of our council to bring this issue forward so quickly, and that has been spearheaded by you, Councilmember Benuelos, as well as the sentiments that Councilmember Fleming gave a couple of weeks ago. My background has been in education, and in 2018, we saw the separation of families and children in the detention facilities that you mentioned, Assistant City Manager Nutt. And so I did some research on this around Plyer versus Doe in Texas. And in the 80s, they said that no school or public school entity would work with ICE or give information of any sort to ICE at that time, and that public education entities were protected, that they wouldn't be able to go onto public school grounds to do sweeps at that time. And so, as Councilmember Fleming said, to allow them to come on to public property to do sweeps, to set up their tents, to be able to be on our properties, I think we need to implement that as part of our ordinance, that we will not allow that, such as we do not allow it into our school system because of the destructiveness that it causes for families and small children. So I have looked at that law a little bit, but I think what might be important is that any work that city attorney can look at in that specific law, because it was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court, that we can tie into our ordinance that gives us the teeth that we want to have in our ordinances to be upheld in a court of law, as opposed to being performative. We want to say everything because we are all passionate about protecting those who do not have a voice yet. So I am absolutely appalled that a child could be held hostage to be able to get a parent to come out. We are governed by the rule of law, and we should enforce that. SRPD is held to the highest of standards of how we treat our community members and how we work with our community members. Any entity coming into our city should be held to those same standards. So whatever we can put into the ordinance that requires that, and to urge Congress to follow those same lines, I think is appropriate. The additional ask that I would have on Congress, whether it's in this or the resolution, is the $75 billion being set aside for ICE over the next 4 years. we should be urging Congress to reappropriate that money for the programs that we know work for the community. Head Start programs, early childhood education, putting money into special education. The return on those investments are proven. For every dollar spent on a child, you get $17 in return. So if we want to talk about the economy in Santa Rosa, we should be talking about it with Congress about where we should be investing our dollars, our tax dollars as Californians, since we are a donor state and very little comes back to us. I can see at least 2 school districts that could use money for special education and for school funding right now for Title I. So anything that we can do to support the community, in that vein, I would like to see entered into our ordinances and our policies as well. It takes courage for immigrants to come here. As a mother of 3, I would have done anything to protect my children. I would have done anything to make sure they had a better life. There is no parent that wouldn't do that for their kids. As Eddie said, it is our job to protect the people that have come here, to make sure that they have a better life and a better standard of living, that their children have opportunities as we have all had. Most of my work was not for my children or people who looked like me. It is for people who don't. That is our job as elected officials, to protect those who don't have a voice yet. I am so proud of all of us to bring this forward, not me, but to Councilmember Fleming and Benuelos, because it could have gone off of our radar. I appreciate everybody being here and to stand with us as we put this policy forward. As Eddie said, I like to have policy put in place before we wave the flags and say, look at us, what we're doing. But in this case, it takes steps to get that in place. So I think that's about all I have for right now, but I appreciate the presentation. I am very passionate about this. If it had not been for a Brave family, my daughter-in-law would not be married to my son, and I would not have the most perfect granddaughter in my life. So I appreciate those immigrants who came here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot's already been said, and I agree with just about all of it. For me, it's a very simple concept that public safety and civil rights are not competing values in our society, especially in our city. That we need to have fairness and accountability, and that no one is above the law and no one's beneath its protection. And that the law is something that should be used as a shield for the most vulnerable, not as a weapon against them. And so I agree with my colleagues up here that the asks of Congress are absolutely necessary to protect our city and protect its residents. And I also agree with Councilmember Alvarez. I look in the mirror every morning. I'm not the target of ICE. I'm not the picture that ICE is going after, and it's not lost on me that I have a privilege in that. And so I think it's incumbent on us that try to be allies to do what we can to help those that have a hard time helping themselves.
Thank you. This is an interesting one for me. I grew up about an hour outside of the Twin Cities, and most of my family lives in Minneapolis or St. Paul. And my wife and I are back regularly. We were back again this Christmas. And the impact, we saw it pretty directly, the impact on the Somali community in particular in Minneapolis, St. Paul, just how they were not as visible. In fact, speaking of growing up in the Midwest, it occurs to me that my first internship, I was a college student, and I had an internship with the governor of Minnesota, the Republican governor of Minnesota, I should add, Arne Carlson, who sent me, a sleepy 21-year-old, out early one morning with two Department of Labor representatives to Willmar, Minnesota, to look at the large commercial agriculture operations there with the goal of passing out pamphlets to the migrant laborers who were in the fields picking I think it was green beans, it was lettuce, it was the classic Midwestern row crops. It was eye-opening for me. Even though I'd grown up in the Midwest, I grew up in a small dairy community and we didn't have a lot of migrant labor. And to see that kind of population, those people at that scale keep working in Minnesota fields, and to see the state investing resources to make sure that those individuals knew their rights and were being treated fairly by the employers, that experience has always stayed with me. So to be here at this dais now, years later, it's an interesting sensation of coming full circle, to be dealing with related issues again from a very different context. But it's worth noting that the issues that have to some extent been a catalyst for our discussion today, the images that we saw on the screen back in Minnesota, back in Minneapolis, those effects have not stayed there. And one of the questions, I am coming to a question here, Chief Cregan, and perhaps also to Ms. Banuelos, who is the chair of our Violence Prevention Partnership Policy Committee. It's true, is it not, that the impacts on public safety locally or there have already been impacts on public safety locally as a result of the images that we've seen on our screen elsewhere in the country. And I'm thinking in particular of the decrease in service calls, the decrease in, or the issues that we're having with some of our gang and violence prevention efforts. Could one of you, and we'll start with you, Chief Cregan, could you say something about that?
Yes, certainly. And for me, I'm approaching my 27th year in law enforcement. So I've seen highs and lows in that 24 or 27 years. And one of the core responsibilities that I've learned, like the core basic responsibility of law enforcement, is to protect the vulnerable members of our community from harm. That's the basics when it comes down to. And I tell that to young officers when they're doing the chief's interview with me. That's your core job, protect the vulnerable from harm. If you focus on that, we'll be successful as a police agency. And we're seeing that right now causing divide in our local community, that we don't see some of our most vulnerable members getting that protection. And it does pain me to see that people may fear calling local law enforcement with it. And we're seeing, and this was a year that we saw 12 homicides occur in the city of Santa Rosa, though 4 of those were victims of domestic violence. And I reached out to my crime analyst team saying, so are we seeing like an increase in domestic violence as well? And actually the numbers were down with it too. And one of my fears is that you have less victims who are calling the police department to report being a victim of domestic violence, report being a victim of sexual assault, or whatever the crime may be occurring. So that's something that certainly we're seeing in our community. And we want to work to be able to continue to build that trust in the community and make sure that we show the difference between our local law enforcement officers and our federal officers across the country with it. And that's something that we're really working to work with our community stakeholders in our community to make sure that our community understands the difference and that we continue to have all of our community members feel safe, comfortable, and have the trust of the local law enforcement to call us for help.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Banuelos or Ms. Rogers, who also sits on the VPP, anything to add? I understand there was a recent conversation with it was pretty robust with a lot of the nonprofit partners from the community in addition to public safety.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm the new chair of the Violence Prevention Program, and what we kept hearing from different partners, the school district representatives, the violence prevention team itself, probation, different areas and people that work in the community, is that they're seeing that folks are not coming forward, and that's how we're being, I felt as I kept hearing this, that's how we're being impacted, is if someone is not reporting something that is happening to them because they're afraid. And also, it seems, I think the assistant manager talked about trust and the breaking of trust, so that people do not feel comfortable sometimes talking to school district representatives, which, you know, that's usually their safe place, but it's having a fear and a mistrust of everyone now. I think there were members of probation that talked about having lunch in Montgomery Village, and people were calling and saying that ICE was at Montgomery Village, and probation said, well, we were having lunch there. And so it's this idea that anyone with a uniform is to be feared, because it could be ICE, because as the chief mentioned earlier, that they're wearing the police label, and so it's very confusing for the public. So it is impacting us already, even if we don't necessarily feel it personally. I think members of our community, families, parents, they're already feeling it, as well as people in law enforcement and public safety.
Thank you for that. And I'm glad we spent a little bit of time on this because I think it's important for our community to realize that while we can spend a lot of time talking at a federal level, because we all read the headlines in the paper, it's important to think very clearly about what's happening here and the impacts here and what we can do with the levers that we have as a city. So we're going to some extent, we're going to definitely keep trying to emphasize those as the conversation goes on. And to that point, Chief Cregan, back to you. You touched on this in your earlier remarks, but could you clarify for council and for residents again, some of the differences some of the current differences in terms of training, performance standards, and accountability between, for example, the Santa Rosa Police and current immigration enforcement officers?
Absolutely, and that's been an important community conversation with it. So for the Santa Rosa Police Department, our police officers go through the Police Officer Standards and Training, POST, is a statewide organization that has an oversight of law enforcement. We go through a 21-week police academy. The state mandate is a minimum of, they do it by hours, of 680 hours, which is the equivalent of 17 40-hour work weeks. That's the state minimum. Our local academy here adds 4 weeks of instruction with it, so we do 855 hours for 21 weeks. That's what we do here locally. Then once you graduate from the police academy, we do another additional 21 weeks here at the Santa Rosa Police Department of training with it too. So you're getting 42 hours of training before you're a solo police officer out there in the community. And you go through an evaluation process to make sure that you're safe and proficient before you're out there policing the streets of Santa Rosa. I've never been a federal police officer and never gone through their programs with it, but by talking to federal supervisors and learning more on this, our federal special agents go through a 13-week police academy for 520 hours that they go through it. And that's a basic like federal, so you're gonna have a mix of FBI, ATF, DEA, Homeland Security. They're all going to the same basic law enforcement academy together to get the concept. Then the federal agent sends another 8 weeks of a Homeland Security specific academy that they go through. One important distinction, and this is where I think it's causing some of the concerns across our community, is those are special agents. So like an FBI special agent, a Homeland Security special agent. What you're seeing most of the time out on the street enforcement are federal officers. Those are different than a special agent. The officers do have a lower level of training, and they have like the ERO on their back for enforcement removal operations with it. You'll see that on like their gear with it. You see it on CNN and the news all the time like that. The ERO officers are different than a special agent with it. Special agents are tasked with transnational crime. They've historically been more focused on human trafficking, things like that is what you see with it. So that is a different level, and that's where you're seeing some of the community concerns right now, where retired police officers from across the country are getting hired with these hiring bonuses and getting brought in with it and are going through a different level of training and are doing more of that street level enforcement. So there's a unique difference, and some of the big community conversations, and police chiefs across the state, we're part of the California Police Chiefs Association, are being allowed voice on what are some of the ways that we can see some of the conform to some of the standards that we have here in the state of California. And the list just goes on and on with the transparency laws that we have in California with Senate Bill 1421 and AB 748, which are both releasing police reports and body-worn camera for incidents with serious injury or certainly in custody deaths, with a host of other things. With it, Senate Bill 16 expanded that even further for more transparency about police reports and data that's getting released publicly to our community. With it, we have Senate Bill 2, which is the decertification. There's 9 different elements where you can decertify an officer who loses their ability to be a police officer in the state of California. With it, a new Assembly Bill 627, that's the no masking and police identification. Assembly Bill 1506, which is the independent DOJ investigation if a police officer shoots an unarmed community member with it. These are all like, and we could go on and on and on for the list of those that we have in California law, but how do we get those to see some of the same representation at the federal level, where we really proudly set ourselves apart with an independent police auditor. Here we have a Sonoma County employee involved critical incident protocol, meaning any in custody death that occurs in an independent agency and does that investigation. You're not seeing those parallels on the federal level. So those are some of the key differences with it. But ultimately, they're very different organizations with different missions, different trainings, and certainly different personnel.
Thank you for that. That was a lot of detail there. Could you highlight again a point that was woven through what you just said, where it is police chiefs from really not just California, but really from across the country. We're talking about law enforcement generally, red state, blue state. Underline how at a municipal level and from a municipal public safety level, this has broad support. It's not a partisan issue.
That's true for the most part across our country. And so locally here, I actually sit on the board of directors for the California Police Chiefs Association. It's something that we're having routine communication with and have issued a letter to our community on the issues with it and are working with our state and even federal resources, but also a member of the International Associations of Chiefs of Police. So this is predominantly chiefs in the United States, but we have representations from across the globe with that and are having the conversation. IACP, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, put out a call for President Trump and our federal electeds to be able to come together to be able to address that. Actually, just today, they sent out an email to all the chiefs talking about that we're going to do a roundtable bringing together, that we did get a response from the federal government on there about how we can work closely together. So chiefs certainly here in California, but across the country are really working of like, how can we address some of these issues? How can we rebuild the trust within our communities with it? And how can we get some of these changes that we so proudly lead the nation here in California with some of our training, our transparency, with our oversight? How can we get some of these same legislative actions to be shown across with our federal partners?
Thank you very much. And my final question, and this is going to be a little tricky, both for you, Chief Cregan, and also you, City Attorney. My hope is that you can touch on at a high level, because we're going to address this again when we come to the resolution issue later this afternoon. But could you talk at a fairly high level about some of the complexities about local jurisdictions enacting, whether it's resolutions, whether it's ordinances, that constrain federal behavior, federal law enforcement behavior, some of the complexities around jurisdiction, around enforcement. Again, I suspect we're going to get more into the weeds on this later this afternoon, but right now, as a context for this conversation, I think it's important for both council and residents to have some sense of the nuances and difficulties around local jurisdictions pulling levers in this area. And I'll defer to either one of you, whoever would like to begin.
I'll start off operationally and turn over to the City Attorney for more on the legal side of it. Operationally, there are some strong concerns that we need to be able to address with this. And my job as chief is to be able to hear the needs of our community, certainly from our elected officials and the city manager, and find a path forward with it. And that's what I'm working through as a chief. I do want council to go in, though, very clear and eyes wide open on some of the concerns of our Santa Rosa police officers confronting armed federal agents with it over our local city ordinance. And you saw just this week, the Los Angeles chief of police put out a thing saying that the Los Angeles police officers will not go to reports of federal agents violating the no masking rule because, and his quote was something similar to, it's a lose-lose situation when you're sending armed local officers versus armed federal officers. We all lose in that scenario with it. What I'm concerned is, as we've seen today, we clearly are on uncharted territory, something I've never seen in my 27 years as a police officer. And some of the things that I want to work through is the complexities of having our police officers confronting armed federal agents and seeing a local police officer federally indicted for federal law on impeding a federal officer with it, opening ourselves up to civil. So those are some of the things that we're really going to have to work closely with the city attorney's office on and look, are there ways that you do this, but we seek federal judicial injunctions, and those are things that certainly the city attorney is a master at, and versus sending armed officers versus armed federal agents. And that's something that I really want us to carefully weigh the risks and consider. And my job as the chief of police is also to shepherd the men and women of the Santa Rosa Police Department of not putting them in further risk, and there's certainly been some red flags raised with that area.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Chief. And I'm going to just follow up on what the Chief has said. We talked about earlier in this presentation that there is no requirement that the federal immigration officers cannot force the city to help them, so to sort of to help them with enforcement. And that's a clear principle, and that's something that here in California that has been adopted statewide. We've also adopted it here locally. And so that piece of it is quite clear. Is also quite clear, on the other hand, is that we cannot impede or interfere with ICE agents doing their job. And so, and it is a federal crime for which one can be indicted if someone does impede a federal ICE agent from doing the job. So what does that look like? If ICE shows up and our local police happen to be in the area, certainly they can't force our local police to help them with enforcement, but our local police can't stop them from doing the enforcement. And that's an important principle. And there have been folks who have had there are actions pending against them that are federal criminal actions for doing just that. The other piece is that we cannot preclude ICE from coming into places that are open to the public for them to do federal enforcement. So if we have parks that are open to the government, certainly ICE can come there and they can do their enforcement efforts, and we can't stop them from doing that. They do need a judicial warrant to come into a place that's not open to the government. And I know there's been a lot of talk about, well, what is a judicial warrant and how does that differ from another kind of warrant? A judicial warrant is really something that a judge signs. A judge has found that there's probable cause. It's a tool our police department uses all the time. It's a tool that law enforcement on every agency uses quite a bit. And so if there's a place that's not open to the public, the ICE does need to have a judicial warrant, but at the same time, city employees can't be put in the position of, blocking ICE from coming in. Really using our words and explaining this is not open to the government, open to the public. So unless you have a judicial warrant, you can't come here, is about as far as we can go. If ICE were to come into a place and force themselves into a place that's not open to the public, there's a recourse that my office would have for the city if they did that in the city, and that individuals would certainly have. But that recourse is to go to court. It isn't to sort of fight back. And so I think as we're crafting a policy, whether that policy is a policy adopted by council, a resolution, or whether it's an ordinance, we need to make sure that we are really looking at these nuances to make sure that whatever policy we have, we are complying with federal law. The consequences of not doing so could very well be a criminal action that could proceed against an individual. And it's a hard no. We cannot instruct our employees to violate federal law, federal criminal law. And so that is sort of some of the nuances that we're talking about, and how do we navigate that reality and that very complex legal framework that we have.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I think Chief Cregan said it best. We are in uncharted waters. I think everyone can sense that we're all feeling our way through this legally and ethically. Any further questions from council? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you. City Attorney, just to follow up on that, I understand about not impeding somebody coming into a public space, but is there anything that prohibits us from not sharing information that we collect, say in any of our departments, not specifically just to our police department, but in our, any of our departments? Can we insert any language that does not allow that information to be shared?
We already have that policy in place through our indivisible city resolution, and in fact, there is a SB 54 precludes the sharing of information except in very limited circumstances. So, and maybe the chief can talk about what those limited circumstances are where local governments are not precluded from sharing, and it's probably the situation where we would want to be sharing. And so let's talk a little bit with the chief about what those situations are.
Yeah, so very clearly, never will you see a Santa Rosa officer involved in any type of immigration enforcement assistance. What Senate Bill 54 does put the narrow parameters of what it calls serious or violent arrests or felonies with it, and it lists those out specifically by code with it. So there's several dozen with it. Probably, and very similar to what our city attorney said, of ones that most community members would want, and rape, homicide, child sexual exploitation. That goes through a list of those with it, and it's an arrest or conviction for those information. Now, we don't proactively reach out to them. What does happen, though, is the Homeland Security will send across the nation, will send, when they get a notification of arrest, will request a copy of their police report, and then they're no longer in our custody with it, and then we'll coordinate with the jail with it, with the sheriff, if they're in custody. And the sheriff has made some restrictions on that, of only releasing information who people have been convicted of a serious or violent felony with it. So we just have to fall within the parameters of the law that we get, just like we would do for any other organization, that if we get a court order for information, we're required to release, but it's limited to serious or violent felonies that are spelled out in Senate Bill 54 in California law.
I appreciate that, and that's my understanding of what the indivisible city said. What I'm actually thinking more about is any information we collect, like with housing or Section 8, or if there's any other department that could collect sensitive information or be used for the benefit of ICE to be able to go after, a resident in our city. So that was more, in response. Is there HIPAA laws? Are there other things that protect anyone using any city services, not just primarily working with our police department, but that's what I don't know is in the indivisible city resolution. And I think if we're looking at the city as a whole is what I would be looking at to make sure no information would be shared.
I think when we can come back with that information. I know there are some long-term Section 8 requirements, but I don't think that they cross over into this area. So we can come back with that information. I don't have it currently.
Thank you.
Final follow-up question for me, Chief Cregan. I'm going to put you on the spot. You might not have the exact statistics, but it's important for residents to have a sense of the point you made regarding the sheriff's office and the jail and their the very limited extent to which they are collaborating with ICE. I recall that Sheriff Engram has released statistics comparing the number of requests that ICE has made for people within our jail or within the Sonoma County Jail versus the number of times that the sheriff's office has actually cooperated with ICE. It was not very many, as I recall. Do you have, off the top of your head, do you have a general sense of what those numbers are for the public?
Yeah, I want to be careful not to speak on behalf of the sheriff, but I did see a news bulletin on this that was put out by the sheriff talking about that. It was in the 800s of roughly 885 requests that received in, and it was around 64 that were actually released. And those were, the sheriff has made the conscious decision to restrict that to only convictions with it. When the law does allow him to do arrests, obviously there's much fewer convictions and there are arrests on that, so it's taken steps to eliminate that. But no custodial requests come into the Santa Rosa Police Department because we have no custodial facility with it, and any arrests that we make are either released on a citation or booked into the Sonoma County Jail.
So no custodial requests from SRPD because we don't have those facilities, and the sheriff's office is currently has stricter standards than the state, than even SB 54 requires.
Correct.
All right, important facts for the public to know. With that, Ms. Fleming.
Yeah, thank you. I had one question going back to some of the city attorney's remarks about public spaces. It's pretty obvious, I think, to most of us that we could prevent ICE from coming into our private spaces on public property. But I'm curious to know about where we would condition public uses of public spaces. For example, in our parks, you can't take over the park all day long to stage whatever you want. Could we, where you would otherwise have to get a permit, could we condition such that we don't allow ICE to get permits to use our spaces, our public spaces that are accessible to the public?
We would need to make sure that we could do that in a way that complies with federal law, but certainly at minimum, there would, anybody needs to come through and get a permit. And so that permitting process requires disclosure of certain kinds of information, including how long you're going to be there, and you have to go through the permitting process. And so I don't know how much going through a permitting process would really be conducive for ICE to do its operations. But certainly we can require them to go through the permitting process. I think your question is, can we say you can't even go through the permitting process?
Correct.
And that's the piece of it we would need to drill down on to what extent does federal law allow for that, but there may be a path forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any final questions? Going once, going twice? All right, many of you have been waiting patiently. So, as a reminder, it's helpful if you fill out a yellow sheet in the back, because I can already see a list. We have quite a few folks who want to speak. We are gonna limit public comment to 2 minutes, given the number of speakers and given the fact that we want to hear everyone's voice. A reminder also that we want to keep this polite. We can't answer questions. This can't be a back and forth. So any public comment you make has to really be just that. It has to be a statement of information for council to consider. And then finally, just a reminder, you are not required to use your entire 2 minutes. If somebody before you has really given the essence of what you intended to say, you are more than welcome to go up and say, I agree with that individual, I concur, something like that. But if you want to use your entire 2 minutes, that is your right. And let's keep it going. I'm going to call off a few names here. Please use both podiums, and we'll go back and forth as efficiently as possible so that everyone gets a chance to speak. So we're going to start off. With Kanini. That's what I'm reading on my screen here. Kanini, then Peter Alexander, and then Talmadge Wright. And please again use both podiums. Kanini, are you at the podium right now? Please begin.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen, especially politically active students. The following is offered for your consideration. The people have peaceably assembled to petition the government for redress of grievances, including ICE. ICE is out of control. ICE kills. Please do not interfere with, confront, nor even speak to ICE agents. Don't give them an excuse to harm you. Being present, bearing witness, and video recording ICE agents can be good. Maybe a establishment of an alert system could help people know when ICE is in the area and where, and they can assemble there. The chant, "No justice, no peace," is a threat. People do not like to be threatened. Black Lives Matter's use of "no justice, no peace" alienated the middle class. Without the middle class, it is nearly impossible for the people to effect change. What did Black Lives Matter? The civil rights movement of the 60s effected important and lasting change, nonviolently. Got to cut this thing down because you took so much time. The Voting Rights Act skip that. The 1960s civil rights movement, Dr. King and Gandhi are good examples for learning how people can effect change. Two things are needed for the people to effect change. One is widespread discontent. The other is a organized opposition. We do not have an organized opposition. And Trump will pardon all federal agents no matter what they do. He stated that.
Thank you, Kanini. All right, we're going to go to Peter Alexander, Talmadge Wright, and then Linda Evans. Peter, I hope I haven't affected your poem. You have the floor.
Let me hear what you say. Thank you, Mayor. Powerful statement by Alexander the Great. Without knowledge, skill cannot be focused. Without skill, strength cannot be brought to bear. And without strength, knowledge may not be applied. I can tell you in this room, the strength is here, the skill is not focused, and you are not anywhere near the bottom line truth of the knowledge. Here's my message to the likes of you. We've long since been occupied via a coup, occupied by AIPAC that controls the House and the Senate with unlawful, unconstitutional 13th Amendment bar lawyers that do not serve you or me. They serve the bankers and AIPAC and all wars. The war that we're in right now. They're the ones that arranged for $49 billion of our tax money to go to Israel. AIPAC lobby is a Khazarian cabal. It proceeded full throttle after the terminations of John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X. AIPAC orchestrated the millions that have flooded into this country who had somewhere else to live once before. They were forced here. Otherwise, they would have been terminated also. So this effort to turn America into a third world nation, as long was stated by Congressman Cynthia McKinney, who I contend was one of the most powerful women ever in D.C. and ran for president in 2008, and she also refused AIPAC membership. The true issue at hand before us is whether you acknowledge their nefarious intentions and roust them out of our governmental institutions once and for all with a 40-day freedom strike, or continue sinking in the AIPAC fabricated Caco del Toro Grande designed to divide and destroy us. And I'll finish with this. The second coming, the power of Christ unleashed, will not come from the Vatican or organized religions.
Thank you, Peter. Talmadge Wright, and then Linda Evans, and then Diane Baines. Thank you, Peter. Talmadge, you're up.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me all right?
Peter, we got to move on. Thank you, Peter. Talmadge, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm bringing a proposal. The council has thought of a lot of this, I can tell already from the discussions we've had, and I have 8 points I just want to go over really quickly. I will email this to the members later. First is ICE cannot enter city property without judicial warrants. No administrative warrants will be honored. The second point, all ICE personnel must be clearly identified by organization, uniform, and name, including not driving unmarked vehicles. No masks will be allowed for any ICE agents conducting searches per California state law SB 627. Fourth, no federal detentions or arrests of immigrants should be allowed without a judicial warrant. 5, guidelines must be issued by the City of Santa Rosa to our city residents and community organizations on how to deal with ICE legally and clarify the relationship of our local police to ICE agents. 6, measures should be enacted which directs city resources to assist in bringing community organizations together to resist the illegal actions of ICE and other federal officials practicing judicial overreach. 7, a model is now here. Mayor Mamdani in New York City has accomplished the task of defending city residents from federal overreach. The City of Santa Rosa should do the same thing. Lastly, a City of Santa Rosa staff person should be appointed as the liaison between our city and those cities practicing resistance against ICE and federal overreach. Year-end reports will be required to help educate the community as well as other city staff members. Thank you.
Thank you, Talmadge. And we're moving on. I lost my place here. Linda Evans, Diane Baines, and Renee Cicito. Is Linda here? Thank you, Linda. I think we can lower that podium a bit. If we've got someone back there to help.
Anybody know how to do it?
Thank you, Rhonda. There we go. So it'll be Linda, and then Diane, and then Renee. Linda, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Linda Evans. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa and a member of the Sonoma County Sanctuary Coalition and of Migrant Justice in Action, an initiative of North Bay Organizing Project. I'm grateful to Councilmember Victoria Fleming for your strong leadership in actively opposing ICE operations and in calling ICE what it has become, a racist domestic paramilitary force that conducts illegal racial profiling and language and accent profiling against people of color from our community and anyone speaking another language other than English. We are here today to ask that you adopt a non-collaboration ordinance that will prohibit any use of city property and resources by federal immigration enforcement, and that will prohibit any city employee from sharing information with ICE. We ask that you empower city staff to use the city alert system when ICE shows up, to allow city employees to call the North Bay Rapid Response Network, and to inform individuals of their constitutional rights, including the right to remain silent and not to sign documents. Chief Cregan and the city attorney have endorsed the resolution that you will consider later today, prohibiting broad warrantless immigration raids, which authorizes independent investigations into in-custody injuries or deaths and shooting incidents by ICE agents. We support that resolution. ICE agents must be held accountable when they commit crimes like kidnapping people without judicial warrants. Our elected leaders have an
Thank you, Linda. We'll go on to Diane, Renee, and I think it's Gree V. Diane, go ahead.
Diane Baines. I'm a retired elementary public music teacher. I have taught hundreds, if not thousands, of immigrant children throughout the years and found delight and magnificence in my students and in their parents and their earnest attempts to excel and heartwarming excellence. I am a first-generation American. My grandmother was had to hide during pogroms in the basement in a big tub of beer in their family's pub in order to escape being raped or worse from the Cossacks. She came to Canada at 19. My grandfather escaped from the anti-Semitism and the pogroms and came to Canada because of the limitations of the U.S. not accepting Jews. My parents came here for a better life, and I am first generation. I thank you for the planning that you are doing, but it's not enough. I totally concur with Linda and the Sanctuary Coalition. We need more. We need to look to what is happening in Minneapolis and Maine and all throughout the country. This is giving us a warning. We need to be ready because the surge will be here. I am holding up a photo of one part of my family, 3 generations that were all murdered by the Nazis. This is our beginning time. We are living in 1930s Germany. They are building huge prisons, warehouses all over the country. We need to be prepared so our citizens don't get sent there because they came from them, nobody spoke. They came from them, nobody spoke. What happens when they come for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Renee, and then Gree or Grizz, and then Linda Hemingway. Renee, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the expressions of solidarity to all of you. I'd like to make a few points on behalf of the Sonoma County Sanctuary Coalition. I'm also an immigrant rights organizer with Raíces Collective and Almas Libres. I have the privilege of working with undocumented migrants every day. First, resolutions are good, but during these times they aren't enough. So thank you for considering passing an ordinance or several ordinances. Families in Santa Rosa and in Sonoma County are terrified right now of being forcibly separated from their loved ones and also being thrown into the Trump deportation machine, which includes incarceration, torture, lack of medical care, and abuse. There is little trust between local communities and local law enforcement, and this causes people to not report crimes. Please pass a non-collaboration ordinance, no use of city property or resources by ICE, no sharing of information. At this point, all jurisdictions are a target. This ordinance would not make us more of a target than we already are. We cannot trust the Trump administration to not attack us simply because we are afraid to pass enforceable laws. Moreover, many surrounding counties are passing these same ordinances. They may do so legally. Under California's SB 54, Santa Rosa may and Sonoma County may report people who have certain criminal convictions, but they don't have to. You don't have to. You can have an overarching prohibition. Finally, please urge the County Board of Supervisors to do the same thing that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. All right, jazz fingers. Thank you, everyone. All right, is it Gris? G-R-I-S? We'll move on then to Linda Hemingway. Oh, is Gris? Oh, apologies, I couldn't see you from this. If we could lower that podium a bit, then you'll have a chance to speak.
¿Ya luego? Sí. Mi nombre es Griselda Gris. Así, Almas Libres, y estoy aquí representando toda mi comunidad del City de Santa Rosa y todas mis personas que están conmigo, los estudiantes, los jóvenes, porque no queremos ICE en la ciudad. Queremos que sea una ciudad santuario libre de ICE para que los niños y los jóvenes estén fuertes y libres y no tengan depresión, porque están pensando mucho en el suicidio, porque ya no soportan tanta presión de ICE.
My name is Gris. I'm a member of Raíces Collective and Almas Libres, and I'm here to represent my community, those of us who live in Santa Rosa. Please pass a sanctuary ordinance. I am here because many of our youth are afraid and suffer from depression. They are emotionally distressed and are even threatening to commit suicide. We deserve our young people to feel safe. We deserve our families to feel safe.
Y también queremos mucha seguridad de parte de la policía y pues que no haya maltrato con el sheriff, con los estudiantes, los jóvenes, que los traten con respeto. Queremos respeto para todos y seguridad para cada uno de los que estamos aquí. Yo estoy aquí viviendo por 45 años, siento que es mi país, soy una persona ciudadana desde hace muchísimos años, he trabajado para la comunidad y para el distrito escolar de Rincon Valley por muchos años como asistente de maestra. Mi inglés no es perfecto, por eso es que no lo hablo aquí, pero estoy aportando con mis taxes y todos trabajamos para aportar los taxes. Nos quitan taxes en el trabajo cuando compramos. Tenemos derecho a que nos escuchen y nos hagan caso. Gracias.
We deserve safety and respect, especially our young people. We deserve to feel safe from local police and federal law enforcement. I used to be a teacher's aide. I've lived here almost my whole life. I'm a U.S. citizen. I've paid taxes for years. We deserve this kind of respect.
Muchas gracias. Queremos que pase la ciudad santuario, que sea santuario Santa Rosa y el condado de Sonoma, para que nos sintamos fuertes y libres.
Thank you very much. I request that Santa Rosa be a sanctuary city, that Sonoma County be a sanctuary county. Thank you.
Gracias, Griselda. Gracias por hablar. We'll move on to Linda Hemingway and Wayne Clark, and then Diana Paulson. Linda, Wayne, and Diana. Linda, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda. I'm a retired teacher from SRJC, where we train the police, and I've always had a great deal of respect for that program. My comments are addressed primarily to the Chief of Police and the Attorney. Please do not refuse to answer calls with ICE. If I am at an event where there is ICE and I am filming and I am pushed to the ground, will you defend me? Will you protect me? If my granddaughter, who goes to Roseland Creek, has her school surrounded by the ICE and uses the children as bait, will you stand with all of the other people, the other white women like me in Santa Rosa protecting them? Will you at least stand with us? Will you be there? When people are pulled out of their cars and doors are knocked down at their homes, which I believe those are both private spaces, will you do all you can to protect us? These are not hypothetical situations. They have happened, and they will happen here if the tech bros are not successful, as they were a while ago, in making ICE go away. I would ask that you please look for pathways that allow the police, the lawyers, to do the most to protect the regular people, the gray-haired people who are here today, who are at all the protests, who will be filming, and who would like to be protected by their city government and their police department. That's it.
Linda, thank you. Wayne Clark, Diana Paulson, and then David Hoffman. Wayne.
Yes.
There you are. Go ahead.
Okay. I've got my ice whistle, everybody. I got it right here. Basically, it's sad because Black History Month is this month. Donald Trump is basically purging it and whitewashing it, and we should be celebrating Martin Luther King. And unfortunately, we're having to deal with it. I want to commend the police department and fire departments, at least in Petaluma and Santa Rosa, have done a phenomenal job of letting us protest and keeping us safe. And we're trying to follow the rules. I really appreciate it. I wanted to let you know that the Oath Keepers, and we all know this, they're made up of Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, white supremacists, and MAGA, for sure, racist. Pam Bondi has also stated that protesters are domestic terrorists. I didn't know that, did you? Well, it's true. She made that formal statement. Let's move along. Oh, we are so fortunate to have Gavin Newsom, Mike Thompson, and Mike McGuire, very vocal regarding the ICE out situation. The blue states are under attack, if you haven't noticed. Trump is going after all the blue states, taking away benefits and whatnot. The poor Somali community in Minneapolis and Minnesota are being ruthlessly attacked by Donald Trump. And I'm telling you, it's just unbelievable. I think that's all I've got to say, which is unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Diana Paulson, David Hoffman, and Jim Avera. Diana, you're up.
Not be able to see me because I'm so short.
You can lower, there's a button there. You should be able to lower that down.
Is that good? So most everything that, oh, there you go. Thank you. There, hi. Most everything that people have said, I totally support, and I strongly support an ordinance policy against ICE here in our city. And I get it. This is a tough decision, and I know the county's been grappling with this a lot. It feels like a no-win situation. We're damned if we do or damned if we don't. But if we don't, then we're surrendering in advance to the fascist takeover. If they're going to come, they're going to come, and eventually, regardless of what we do. So we have to fight. So I really appreciate you taking this up. I've learned a lot. I can take this information back to the people that I work with, and in solidarity. Thank you.
Diana, thank you. David Hoffman, Jim Avera, and Susan Lamont. David, go ahead.
My name is David Hoffman.
I'm the founding chair of the Interfaith Council of Sonoma County. We've been in place for about 20 years here. And I want to quote from our statement of purpose: "We will defend religious rights and human rights. We will serve as an ally to and actively support persecuted and at-risk groups." And we know right now who's being persecuted, who's being scapegoated, and who's being set up to be victims of what is the equivalent of a fascist putsch in this country. There's no ambiguity about this. It's self-evident and transparent. And yes, when the surge comes, we have a moral obligation, all of us do, to be prepared and to resist courageously and creatively. So I hope that we will move beyond just the minimum or what we think is safe. I don't think that the term performative quite rightly explains what's needed. What we need is people to think beyond the immediate and be prepared to do whatever it takes to defend the human rights, civil liberties that are under attack right now. And so I wholly support a strong non-collaboration ordinance and the other propositions and proposals which have been offered by the Sanctuary Coalition of Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Jim, Susan, and then Denise Fleming. Jim Avera?
Thank you. I'm Jim Avera. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. The political and policy and federal level lobbying things that I've heard here sound great. And the resolution that's coming up, and which I hope is approved, this is on the mark. That's one thing. The other thing is what can be done to provide practical protection of people here in Santa Rosa if major ICE activities come here. That is not worked out yet, clearly. As the chief and the city attorney have told us, not much practical can be done to objectively interfere with them without risking prosecution by the feds. So I asked the city to take as their task number one offline to continue to investigate what actions could be effectively done that could effectively restrain ICE. What are the possibilities? And that's a hard problem, to really work hard on that, not in public perhaps, and be ready and train the appropriate people so that if and when it occurs, they will know how to respond. This may require all of us to give up some of our freedoms in city services. For example, one idea might be to close all city parks to everyone during a time. And that closure is enforced uniformly for everyone, us and ICE. It means we give something up in exchange for helping people who are at risk. There may be a time when breaking federal law is the only choice left. We aren't there yet. But that time may come. And so we should be thinking about how that can be done and how volunteers who are willing to put themselves at personal risk can stand up for that.
Thank you, Jim. Susan, Denise, and Cameron Miller. Susan, you're up.
Susan Lamont, District 2. My 10th great-grandparents, that's 10 greats in front of great-grandparents, came to this continent on the ship the George from England in 1619. They came to Jamestown. I'm sure the Powhatans who lived there didn't call it that. They lived on stolen land. They killed Powhatans. The gun still exists in a museum. They bought enslaved people off the very first ship to come to continental North America in 1619. And with that history, no one questions my right to be here. I didn't have to declare myself a citizen. I didn't have to apply. The notion that there is some kind of legal way to be here is an absurdity in itself, because the vast majority of people are here before there was such a thing as legal or illegal. And therefore, when I look at the situation, I believe, as has just been stated, that we aren't going to get what we need without illegal means. Almost no freedoms have been achieved through totally legal means. And the longer you hide behind that and don't acknowledge the fact that something stronger is going to have to happen, the worse things will get. And I can guarantee you that. So the notion of rights being legal or illegal, what we need to be concerned is what is moral, what is right, and not what is legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Denise, Cameron, and then Jane Lawhan, excuse me. Denise. Is Denise here? There we go.
I'm not Denise.
Denise, you have the floor. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Denise Fleming, Professor Emerita from California State University System, where I've worked with immigrant students and their families for more than 25 years. And I've also been on the Academic Senate and State Senate. And so we've dealt with many a problem, and this is certainly one that is complex, but not impossible, because you will be doing the right thing. Those of us with privilege have the luxury of weighing costs and worrying over the what-ifs if you take action. While there are thousands, tens of thousands of people who have been denied their habeas corpus rights and are being torpedoed through the system of getting them out with no legal representation and help. I didn't know if I'd be coming here today to see older folks or younger folks, and I'm seeing a bunch. I asked those of you who are my age, did you, when you were in school, wonder how did they let the Nazis happen? Boy, if I were there, I would have done something. And then we've been watching things for years now. The way we do it is through all of you representing us and taking action. Inaction is compliance and validation. How many of you with small children haven't known a time when there haven't been these sorts of rights denied?
Thank you, Professor Fleming. We'll move on to Cameron, Jane, and then Dwayne DeWitt. So Cameron, please go ahead.
All right. So yes, cities and local police departments all over the country now have been, withholding info, not assisting ICE, but doesn't seem to be slowing them down as far as targeting and still being able to capture people. And a lot of this is from like flock cameras. They're collecting data, using cell phone stingrays. So there's all this data being collected by just third-party companies and then being purchased by ICE to very accurately locate and track targets, track people assisting immigrants, and they're doing this all outside the law just because it's through third-party surveillance and it's a purchase, so they don't have to go through normal legal channels. So I'm just worried because I didn't see a ton of mention about that today. So just something I want to bring attention to that we should start talking about is how do we protect locals from that type of targeting and data collection to make sure people are still safe, because they get more and more clever every day about how they're tracking us and people helping and immigrants. So that's just, yeah, something I wanted to bring to attention. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. It's Jane, and then Dwayne, and then Michael. Jane, you have the floor. I think we can move that, we can bring that podium up a bit.
On the right-hand side.
Cher, thank you very much.
I am a retired union attorney and a resident of Sonoma County. I think what's happening today, it's like the specifics that the council people spoke of were very moving, and your concern is so important, and yet we are in an era of rising fascism. And so the kind of focus on legality, as other speakers have said, is a little bit missing the mark. This ICE is not a neutral federal law enforcement agency. It's the private army of our president who is running amok. They operate under quotas, they terrorize, abduct, and physically assault people. They deliberately lie. They're only caught in these lies because we, the people, are opposing them in the streets of Minneapolis. It's the videos that have shown, in cases even as serious as homicide, who are the terrorists and who are not. And so it's hard to put that system into the perspective of what we can do here, but I do think, I should have said I'm speaking also as a member of the Sanctuary Coalition. We urge that you pass an ordinance, the strongest ordinance you can figure out how to do for no collaboration with ICE. Alerting the community to the presence of ICE is a very important thing that has been crucial in the resistance in Minneapolis, and also making law enforcement accountable. It occurs to me that if a person is standing on the doorstep of someone who refuses them entry because they don't have a judicial warrant, at a certain point that's trespass. I don't see why local law enforcement couldn't get them out of there. Otherwise, they just stay there and terrorize people for hours. This is what they have actually done. So I thank you very much for your concern, urge you to take action, and these are times.
Thank you, Jane. Dwayne, Michael Maxon, and then Michael Torre.
Are you ready?
Dwayne, you're up. Yeah, it's 2 minutes today, Dwayne. I'm not sure you're here when we made the announcement.
I'll be on time, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I am from Roseland. I am a citizen, and I have sworn to uphold the Constitution. So we're here today to hear your options for actions. Unmask ICE. That's the number one thing. We don't need any masked bandits coming in to our town and violating the Bill of Rights, violating the amendments that you know you could use your city attorney to make sure that they abide by the Fourth Amendment. No unreasonable searches. This is really important right now. It's the time where you can actually advise your police department to be as peaceful as possible, working with protesters, whatever they may be doing, in a peaceful manner. In the past, we've had protests here in Santa Rosa where violence has come, and people feel a lot of it came from law enforcement. I support law enforcement, but not when they have a heavy hand. It appears that this organization, ICE, which only came about in this century due to the heavy-handedness of Homeland Security after the 9/11 responses, that they could be reined in with you folks utilizing our taxpayer-supported efforts for constitutionality, making sure that our First Amendment is protected, and that people who want to make sure the Second Amendment protects them first and foremost. The man that was killed in Minnesota had legal rights for the weapon and still was essentially executed in public. We need to stand up for our Constitution. I've sworn to uphold it with my life, but I won't do anything stupid. It's really important for you folks to make sure none of our law enforcement.
Thank you, Dwayne. Michael Maxon, Michael Totore, and then Laura Dottie. Michael, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can. Just stay close to the mic. It's not that sensitive.
Is this better? Okay. So there has been a lot of talk today about complying with the law, but honestly, ICE is lawless. And we are bringing a butter knife to a gunfight. I really urge that the city gives very strong consideration to the recommendations here today to make Santa Rosa a sanctuary city. We can follow the law, but we could also slow things down and disrupt in non-obvious ways. A great model for this is what's happening right now with the Epstein files. Anyway, I will conclude just by saying that I strongly support that Santa Rosa become a sanctuary city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Michael Totore? Michael, you're up. Yeah, if you could be ready at the podium. And then it'll be Laura Dottie and Jenny Gilpin.
Hi there, this is Michael Tatone. I am in your district, Mark Stapp, and I am here to advocate that you all pass an ordinance for a sanctuary city. I think it is extremely important that you protect the people of this city, and I resonate with the previous speakers who want to know, are you going to protect us if we're kidnapped, assaulted, or killed by an agency that doesn't have any impunity? We all need to take a stand, including the city, including those with the most responsibility to take a stand. When we're dealing with ICE being lawless, it's really important that we not think about what it means so much to impede them, because at some point, they're gonna be on the wrong side of the law. And it's what's happening right now is going to be judged. It's going to be judged very harshly, and there's going to be justice. We will get justice. And when that happens, we're going to want to remember, did the city stand up for justice, or did the city stand up for the ICE agents' right to kill, to murder, to assault? And there's definitely ways in which our ability to operate in public spaces has been impeded. I think about the Black Lives Matter protests when there was a curfew set up. And many of us, myself included, were arrested just for sitting on the grass. We weren't allowed to be at Courthouse Square. And often the justifications come around this are health and safety. What does the health and safety look like when there's tear gas and rubber bullets flying? I think when ICE gets here, you're gonna have a very different feeling that we need to do something. This is just not okay.
Thank you, Michael. Laura, and then Jenny.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Laura Doty. I'm a retired psychologist, and I've lived here in Sonoma County for over 50 years. I'd like to set the record straight. Assistant City Manager's statement that Renee Good and Alex Preddy were attending protests is actually inaccurate. Ms. Good was a legal observer who was stopped observing an ICE action. Mr. Preddy was directing traffic that was stopped because there was an ICE action in a block down and then was killed. I want to point out that right now in Minnesota, legal observers are being harassed by ICE. People who are community members who are bringing food to people who are trapped in their homes are being threatened with arrest. Some of them have been detained. So it isn't that there is anyone, any select group that is at risk for harm from ICE. All of us are, and I think it's really important that we recognize that no one is safe in our community. The question has been raised, what would you have done? That's a question I asked myself as a kid, and I ask myself that every day. I am myself prepared to make every sacrifice to keep the more at-risk people in my community safe. And I know other people are here as well that are willing to do that. And I ask that the police department specifically do everything that they can to think about ways that they can protect every member of our community. I understand they too are at risk, and that's important to me that they are safe as well. But we really have to look at all the kinds of ways that we can keep every community member safe. Thank you for everything, council members, that you're doing, and city staff as well.
Thank you, Laura. Jenny Gilpin, and then John Bechtel. Jenny, if you're ready.
Hi, I'm a Santa Rosa resident, and I love living in Santa Rosa, and I'm grateful to the council members and to Chief Cregan for doing good work to keep us safe. I will say, though, that over the past few months, I've felt more and more unsafe living in Santa Rosa as I watch the license plate readers get switched out for flock cameras. We now have over 100 flock cameras here in Santa Rosa, and I know that on the Santa Rosa City website, it says that that information is not shared. It's only kept for 30 days. I don't believe that that is true. I don't believe that the flock company and all the hundreds and hundreds of other organizations that have access to that information will keep us safe. Unfortunately, listening to the council members today, I am feeling somewhat disheartened and hopeless about our safety if the federal government were to overreach as it is doing in Minneapolis, that we would be able to defend ourselves. And right now, we are leaving the door open with these flock cameras for ICE to come in and to do even more damage. And they'll come in and we won't have any way to stop them if we leave these cameras up and on. I don't believe that there is any threat happening in Santa Rosa that constitutes us leaving such a wide vulnerability to these greater threats that are real and not just perceived. I would urge you to rethink using the flock company or to leave these cameras active until we can find a better way to secure the data and the identities of Santa Rosa citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. John, and then Chris Fortin and Elena Lambertson. John, go ahead.
Thank you. I propose that any action taken be named a Freedom City action versus a Sanctuary City action. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Chris, and then Elena. Is Chris Fortin available? Okay, Chris, go ahead, and then Elena, if you could be ready. And actually, Chris, before you begin, if you are intending to speak, if you could be waiting up top so that we can keep this moving. So if you think you're going to make a comment, please be waiting somewhere near one of the podiums. Chris, apologies. Please go ahead.
Yeah. It's actually Reverend Chris Fortin. I'm a Buddhist priest. I think you've probably all seen that there have been people of faith and religious leaders in Minnesota and other places. And I feel like I want to echo their voices. And I want to do that by just talking personally to each one of you, sitting down what looks really far away down there. But you're human beings and you're good people, or you wouldn't be sitting there. And the police chief and the people over the others wearing uniforms, you're here because you have a sense of service. I deeply believe in basic goodness. Something's happening now that's erupted, and it's up to each one of us. And I think you each know, actually, if you listen really deeply, it's risky, but what's the right thing to do? Sanctuary ordinance, no collaboration. It takes courage. And I think there's a lot of people here who are standing firm and strong and deeply and with broken hearts and with wide open arms to embrace you doing the right thing. So thank you. And if you don't, you'll do it the next time, but you got a chance right now. So please, just go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Elena.
Hello. I'd like to address the council in regards to the Santa Rosa Police Department's contract with Flock Surveillance. There are at least 200 Flock cameras that have been installed in Sonoma County. 130 of them are in Santa Rosa. The SRPD's contract with Flock totals in $1,319,649. Excuse me. Flock is backed and funded by Peter Thiel, CEO of Palantir. Flock is quietly creating the most extreme AI mass surveillance network across the nation and handing this data to ICE on a silver platter to assist on their mission to hunt down, assault, and threaten U.S. citizens and immigrants. There have been numerous reports of Flock illegally allowing ICE to use its searchable database reported by 404 Media, Press Democrat, ACLU. This is warrantless federal surveillance. Flock and Amazon Ring, the doorbell cameras, have also entered a partnership. Ring has a direct contract with ICE. Together, they are allowing ICE access to an unprecedented amount of surveillance power, regardless of what privacy settings cities opt for when using Flock. If a surveillance system like this existed throughout history, the Underground Railroad, the Civil War, and probably any milestone, historical revolution, or political movement would have been squashed immediately. I believe Councilmember Alvarez made a comment about how throughout history, what is right is not always legal, and what is legal is not always right. I can't overemphasize how dangerous it is to allow a surveillance system with such unchecked, centralized power to dominate our community, a surveillance system whose techno-fascist backers who have bought our government would use to squash any future political movements that seek to change what is legal but not right and what is right but not yet legal. Flock might pose the single biggest threat to our civil liberties at present. Please take note that the last time this was discussed in Santa Rosa City Council was December 10th, 2024. Seeing with all the new information has come to light, it is time for Santa Rosa to reconsider and reopen the conversation with Flock.
Thank you, Elena.
Thanks.
I don't have other names listed, but are there other members of the public who would like to speak who are here in council chambers? All right, again, if you are intending to speak, please be waiting up top so that we can keep this going, and we're going to use both podiums. We'll go to this podium here. Please go introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elena. As we have all seen with our own eyes across the country and the news on social media from people who have experienced firsthand, immigration enforcement is not being done safely, humanely, or operating within the framework of our constitutional laws. For example, the Fourth Amendment, which protects against unreasonable searches and seizure of persons or property. We've seen immigration agents breaking into people's cars and houses without a signed judicial warrant or consent, damaging property, assaulting people, and terrorizing families in the process. This administration, as recently as a week ago, has stated on our government website that an administrative warrant issued by the agent themselves is sufficient. This is a top-down order to violate constitutional law. Better training will not fix this. First Amendment, which is freedom of speech, gives individuals the right to film and photograph ICE agents in public. We've seen immigration agents damage phones, confiscate phones, assault people, tell people it's against the law to record them, and unlawfully detain them. Fifth Amendment, which assures that all people, regardless of immigration status, are treated fairly and have a right to due process. We've seen citizen veterans be detained in camps and deported to other countries without due process. A reminder, this amendment covers all individuals, regardless of immigration status, to a right to due process. Better training for agents that have showed a flagrant and intentional disregard for constitutional law will not improve our circumstances. The City of Santa Rosa must protect everyone's constitutional rights, and I call upon the City Council to make a firm stance to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred?
Hi, good afternoon, members of the City Council. I never imagined that I would see McCarthyism, and I always wondered what I would do if it happened. And then here I am, you know, and so I'm white, I'm privileged. Will I go out on the streets when they're here or not? You know, you'll have to wait and see. And I also would like to agree with David Hoffman's comments before. The city attorney mentioned that the city can't go against federal law. But how do we comply with federal law when such law is being wielded by a convicted felon president who's abusing the justice system by targeting political opponents and by pardoning convicted criminals by the thousands? It seems to me that playing by the rules in terms of federal law in this case here amounts to appeasement like it did pre-World War II. So this is kind of a serious situation, and people are calling for the city council to make a stand, and I don't see packing the stands here of people who are undocumented immigrants saying, let's take a stand. So this is by someone who has privilege, myself and other folks who said, let's take a stand. You know, I had imagined when Trump first became president that I'd like to see, you know, the local police fight ICE, you know, but I'm seeing that that's probably not, you know, I wouldn't want to see that. You know, that's just violence run amok. So, you know, now it's the undocumented. Next, it will be us. So right now we're legitimately thinking to protect the helpless people, but it will be us through facial recognition, through other data collection. So privilege won't matter, and there isn't going to be any rights in a justice system that's stacked by loyalty. So we need to develop a collective resistance here.
Thank you, Fred. Next podium.
Hello, everyone. I'm Isabel Lopez, Executive Director of the Raíces Collective and a member of the Sanctuary Coalition here in Sonoma County. I'm here to demand that y'all take action in passing a sanctuary ordinance in the city. I know that it's been mentioned that the sheriff has only been reporting serious and violent crimes. However, I'm looking at the reportable or the immigration notification matrix that they use. And under that, under Government Code 7282.5A3, I shall only be notified about an inmate's release from custody. And under that, it says vandalism with prior convictions, gang-related offenses. And I think about all the young people of color who have been criminalized by the system, and that literally can be anyone. And so I encourage you all to really look at that and pass a sanctuary ordinance to protect everyone currently in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next podium.
Yeah, my name is Tom Hayashi. I wasn't really thinking about speaking, but I have some information that I thought might be of interest to you if anybody runs into ICE or CBP. I've heard a lot of talk on news lately talking about the Fourth Amendment protections, protections from illegal search and seizure. But nobody's really mentioned the Supreme Court case from, I think, 2019 called Carpenter versus the United States. And I happened to be listening to Rachel Maddow's show yesterday, and she had a guest on from Baltimore. They have an organization called Saltbox, and they're tracking all these detention facilities that ICE is setting up around the United States. But anyhow, he was mentioning that the guy from Saltbox was saying he was surprised at the amount of funding they were getting, but what they're doing is they're sending out trucks to that are monitoring cell tower locations. That's a way that they can track database. And anyhow, it just got my attention because cell tower locations is the basis of the Carpenter versus United States case. The ACLU brought the case to the Supreme Court and they won. But what the Fourth Amendment, the Carpenter versus United States case was supposed to really reinforce the protections of the Fourth Amendment. But the DEA and now ICE and CBP have all found a loophole to get through that. And what they've done is they're buying into like massive database stuff. And so like the way people people's information is shared. Like, you know, when you go online, they find out what movies you like or what music you like or whatever. But DEA is using that kind of rationale and ICE and CBP to get into people's private medical records. Private medical records is one way in which ICE and CBP are tracking the targets that they want to deport. So,
Thank you very much. Next podium.
Yes, it's John Bechtel again. I'm just reading.
I'm sorry, sir. You've already spoken once. You can only speak once during public comment.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public here in council chamber that wish to speak? I'm seeing none. We're going to close public comment in the chamber, but we do have some folks online. I'm going to turn it over to our city clerk to facilitate that.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councilmember Rogers is participating remotely under the Just Cause provisions of the Brown Act, we will be taking public comments via Zoom. I'm going to turn it over to our Zoom host, Lauren, to facilitate public comments. If you wish to provide public comment and you are participating in Zoom, please raise your hand now.
Thank you, Dina. So we are now taking public comment via Zoom. Please raise your hand, or if you've dialed in by telephone, please press 9. When I enable your permissions, you will have 2 minutes. We're going to start with Alan Wolves, moving on to Margaret. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is Alan Wolves. I'm with Sonoma County for Palestine and JVP Sonoma County. I want to urge the City Council to pass an actual ordinance, not the resolution you have before you, an enforceable ordinance that has no use of city property or resources by ICE, no sharing of information with ICE by any city employee, no access to city property without a judicial warrant. It should have Santa Rosa alert residents if ICE is active, and especially alert the Rapid Response Network. And Santa Rosa police should stop ICE arrests without a warrant. Police should provide evidence in any cases of crimes by ICE agents, and ICE agents should not be allowed to wear masks, and they need to have identification and badges visible. Now, earlier, Chief Cregan said that nothing good could come of having his officers fighting ICE agents. I have to disagree with that. I think that if they are not going to protect us against an occupying force, which is how ICE is exactly acting in Minnesota. They are an occupying army. If we're not going to be protected against that, what is the purpose of us having police at all? Another commenter stated that in the future it may be time for us to break federal law to protect our community. That time is now. That time is months ago. We're having our communities occupied and torn apart by an invading army that we created. And we need to do whatever we possibly can to protect our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Margaret, go ahead. Margaret, you have to accept to unmute yourself. Are you there, Margaret? Okay, Margaret, we'll come back to you. Omar, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Omar Lopez. I've lived in Santa Rosa for over a decade now. I want to echo all the thoughts and concerns that other people have said. I am very worried about the path that this country is on. And I understand that you feel like your hands are tied in many ways, and I want to encourage you to really think outside of the box. But in regards to 2 things that I really want to encourage you to do, I'm very much against the flock camera system. I understand that's a bigger discussion, but within this specific scope, there are cities that you are sharing data with that have been caught sharing information with ICE. Specifically, the city of El Cajon is being sued by the Attorney General for sharing data outside agencies, and they are very much doubling down on what they've been doing. So you guys share data with them. I would encourage you to reconsider that and to create some sort of policy that keeps track of that and enforces or ensures that jurisdictions you share data with are following the same laws and have the same sort of sentiments about the issue. I also want to encourage you, you have a great app, the Santa Rosa app. It allows you to report a bunch of stuff, and I want to encourage you to consider allowing people to report ICE through that and sharing that information with the North Bay Rapid Response Network. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. TJ, go ahead. TJ, you're going to have to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll try going back to Margaret. We'll come back to you, TJ. Margaret, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, thank you for coming back to me.
You're welcome. Go right ahead.
I don't need to repeat the overwhelming majority of the sentiment shared here. Sorry, my name is Margaret DiMatteo. I'm a Sonoma County resident, and I am just hopeful that we can use this opportunity to get ahead of what's coming, to meaningfully get ahead of it. I think everybody has made all the points that I would make today, but I just urge you to look at all of the other jurisdictions that are tackling this issue already. We're behind the times in Sonoma County, and it's easy to find that information. It's easy to look at other ordinances and other non-cooperation agreements, and I urge you to do something with teeth, something that's enforceable and something that makes our communities feel safe, like actually safe. And, people who are raising flock, all of these issues are interconnected. The issues with surveillance at our schools. Just a recent news article today shows that local police aid ICE by tapping school cameras. There was an audit that showed hundreds of thousands of audit logs spanning a month show police are searching a national database of automated license plate reader data, including from school cameras for immigration-related investigations. I don't know how else to spell it out. Like all these issues are connected, and the things that are happening in Palestine are going to be happening here. We need to get ahead of this, and I urge you to take a meaningful action and a meaningful approach today. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. TJ, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tammy Joe. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. A few things to consider when federal officers do break the law, since y'all are behind the law so much and believe in the law. When they do break the law, when they show up, they illegally terrorize, kidnap people with their face covered. They don't identify themselves. They smash windows. They don't have judicial warrants signed by a judge. They are harassing, terrorizing, abusing people. What are you going to be doing? What protections are you putting in place for the people who are actually going to be showing up and protecting their neighbors, protecting their family? If your granddaughter were to try to be kidnapped, what protections would you like in place for yourself, for your husband, for your son? What protections? They don't care if you're a city council member. They don't care about any of that stuff. We are human beings, and that is the bottom line here. So what protections are going to be put in place? You know, since the law is, you're behind it, what laws are you putting in place to protect this community from people who are breaking the law? And Chief Officer, what are you going to be doing when they are breaking the law? I better be seeing you fight back for the people of this community. I better be seeing that. And I also want to point out that IDF, the Israeli soldiers, are training ICE. All of the surveillance, all of the tactics, all of the technology is being tested on Palestinians. That is being sold back to us, and you are buying it. You are buying it through Flock. You need to be warning residents that Ring cameras are facially identifying them. Not just their puppies, but them. You need to actually be showing up for the community. Stand behind your words. We're tired of words. We want to see action.
Thank you, TJ. Madam City Clerk, it looks like we have no other hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Lauren. To you, Mayor.
All right, we will close public comment, but thank you for everyone here and online for participating. I think we have underlined exactly how passionate this community is around this issue. We're going to bring it back for final comments and for direction to council. Oops, I dropped my pencil. But before we do that, Chief Cregan, there were a number of the commentators asked questions around issues of sort of violent intervention by ICE and how our public safety teams would respond, and then also around camera systems, information sharing, et cetera. Maybe we kick off our final session with you addressing both of those issues.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. The first one, I want to be very clear. If a Santa Rosa police officer observes a crime being committed in our community.
And if you could pull the mic a little bit closer, that'd be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I want to be very clear. If a Santa Rosa police officer sees a crime being committed in our community, we will take action. We actually have Assembly Bill 26 in California, and it applies to local officers, would apply to federal officers as well, like a duty to intercede. And so what the law says in AB 26, if you see clearly excessive or unlawful uses of force, that's what the law says. So if we see clearly excessive or unlawful use of force, it's a two-pronged. Not only do you have a duty to immediately intercede, but you have a secondary duty to report that unlawful or excessive force. Our officers are trained to that. We have that in our department policy, and we will act. There's just a clear distinction between clearly excessive or unlawful behavior and federal agents carrying out their duties as there's a very big distinction with those two. Want to make that clear with it, but we'll continue to work. And like I said, our core mission is to protect the vulnerable from harm. That's what the Santa Rosa police officers are going to continue to do, but staying within the confines of our oath of local, state, and federal law with it. Those are the confines that we must stay in. As far as the flock cameras, that's certainly a robust community discussion that I hear from frequently from our community. Unfortunately, what we see oftentimes is examples from states outside of the California that are used that don't have the same laws, policies, leadership as we have here in the state of California. With it, we have, we went through a lot of bills today. Assembly Bill 34 is another one that really restricts and talks about state law in sharing ALPR data with anyone outside of the state of California. We're prohibited by state law of sharing with any agency outside the perimeter of the jurisdiction of the state of California, and specifically with federal law enforcement. Now, there's still a lot of concern, and the things that is really important for us to understand, we have in our contract with Flock with it, and you've seen a lot of changes with even Flocks over the last couple of years with it, that it's our data. So like by our contract, Flock cannot access, they cannot use, they cannot share our data with it. You see examples perhaps from Texas or Kentucky or from Louisiana where there's different things because there's different guidelines in the state of Texas than there are in the state of California. There's different policies or different state laws, so we can't, it's not apples and oranges to compare with it. But still, what I'm really doing as chief is really understanding what are some of the community concerns. How can we learn from this? How can I make sure that we're meeting the expectations of our community? Our data is only held for 30 days. One thing that's very important to understand is our police officers cannot access flock data unless there's some type of criminal investigations. There has to be a right to know and a need to know with a criminal investigation. You can't just randomly look up community members. It has to be part of that criminal investigation. We have to put the case number or the call for service incident number in there, the reason why we're doing that, and under no circumstances can it be shared with ICE, with any federal resources with it. You've seen agencies across California where there's been incidents. There was one recently with a community here in the Bay Area. From all of those have been user errors. Those are agencies who have data. That's something that I take very seriously, that we've had many times of checking the fail-safes to make sure under no circumstances is there any type of permissions that it would allow for it to share out of the state of California. But I've had conversations even recently with council members on this and the concerns. I'm working with my team to create a community meeting on this issue with it. We've had a community meeting over our drone as first responder ideas and things like that, but we're going to be creating coming up soon a community meeting, and I want to go through and outline some of the safety precautions we're taking as a Santa Rosa Police Department, but more importantly hear from our community about what are things that you have concerns, what are things that you want to make sure the police department is doing. But I can say without a doubt that our data is not being shared outside of the state of California and certainly with any federal immigration resources, but I still want to continue to hear from our elected officials and our community about ways that we can make sure this program meets their needs.
Thank you. All right, opening it up to council for comments or thoughts. Ms. Benuelos, kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. First of all, I want to thank the community for coming out and giving us their feedback. In thinking about this for a long time, but I think it was really important for us to hear from all of you and make sure that we incorporate as many things as we're able to do. So of course, I took some notes while you all were speaking. One of the things I guess I will ask Assistant City Manager to, in terms of feedback, I wonder if you all could bring, and this is a big one, right? Could bring us back a kind of a compare, I guess. Right now we are an indivisible city, and that was passed in 2017. And at that time, that was during the first term of this administration. And while things were bad, they weren't as bad as they are. Well, I don't know if you even can even compare it, but as they are now. And so it was probably, I wasn't on the council at the time, but it seemed appropriate to be an indivisible city. But I'm thinking things are really bad right now, even if we're not feeling all of those effects here in Santa Rosa, we could. And so I would really like to see a sanctuary city ordinance so that we can compare it. And you know, because I'm thinking, number one, things are much worse, but also I think the administrations were on their bad list anyway, being in the 3 lawsuits. And so, you know, when I think about that, I'm not so worried about the repercussions, but I know there will be repercussions, and we know how vindictive this administration is. So I would like to see that, if at all possible, what that would look like, what that would mean if the city of Santa Rosa were to adopt such an ordinance. Something else that I heard as we were talking about an ordinance, things that we should include, and I can't even believe I forgot this because I'm a legal observer as well, and that is the right to videotape ICE agents. One of the things that we've seen over and over again are people who are attacked while they're videotaping, which is a legal thing for them to do, and yet they're being attacked over and over again because the administration doesn't want the American public to see what they're doing. So that seems to me to be something that we can add to our ordinance, is that the public has a right to videotape. They know they can't interfere, but they can videotape, and they should not be, you know, attacked for that. And while we're thinking about the issue of it being attacked, one of the things that somebody mentioned New York, and Mayor Mondani, who is my hero right now, he talked about something that they just passed, and I know that's New York City, it's different, but that he said something about not allowing the public, his community, his city, to be abused. And that is something that, you know, we're talking about the use of force and all that, but to me, abusing people, because they're asking you why you're doing this to them, and then you abuse them, you beat them up, and that's, to me, is abuse. So I think that's something that we should look at, on top of the use of force, which, because I think it's been pointed out, the thing is, they're breaking the law every day. And, to the extent that, we can have a strong ordinance, and I realize that they'll still continue to break the law as long as they're allowed to. That's why it is very important what the resolution that we're going to do later for the federal government. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, doesn't mean everything in our resolution is going to happen, but we're trying to do everything that we can to help Congress have the teeth to fight back, because they're the only ones that actually have jurisdiction over ICE. And I recognize that. I mean, I think we've all been doing our research. It's an uphill battle for us, but I really think that to think about those things, and then I know, Chief Cregan, you've gotten a lot of feedback, so have we, about the flock cameras. I wonder, I noticed that the city of Rohnert Park just revisited their contract, and I just wonder if maybe it's time for us to relook at our contract. And I realize we can do that separately from this, not that they won't overlap, but I think we should relook at it since it was passed. I think it was before I came to this council. So right before, I think. Let's see. Just want to make sure I didn't leave anything out that I heard. I think for me, those are the main things. I think I think Santa Rosa is a big enough city that we can think about actually becoming a sanctuary city. I think that's really important thing for us to consider. And some of the other things that we've talked about, of course, not to allow the use of city properties and all of that for their staging, that needs to be incorporated, of course. But I think for now, those are the things that I would like to see when you all come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banuelos. We're going to go now online to Ms. Rogers, who I believe has her hand raised.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. So first, I want to express my firm stance against the activities of ICE and the use or any use that they may have of city-owned property for their operations. I do believe it's crucial to be transparent about my views, and providing a false sense of security is something that I do not endorse. And I do not think that the city council nor any other local governmental agency should provide that false sense of security. I do understand that silence in this matter is complicity, and we cannot afford to remain silent, but telling our constituents and our residents that they are safe when ICE is clearly operating outside of the boundaries of the law where I am concerned is not something that I am willing to do. While I recognize that this administration has shown divisiveness in its actions, I do not wish to take away the chief's ability to communicate with ICE agents. This allows us to have a pulse of what they're doing, what they're thinking, if they're coming into our community. So I think that communication needs to stay open. But I do think, and I believe that this far it aligns with our community's value of love, security, and safety. Our community deserves to thrive in an environment where everyone feels valued and protected. Achieving this requires collaborative effort from all of us, including the city council, but also our community organizations and our community members. And let's commit to fostering a community that prioritizes compassion and support for all of our members, because we all do belong. This is our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. We'll go to Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. So
like Councilmember Renuelo said, what I'd like to do is a crosswalk between our indivisible city resolution and what a sanctuary city would be. So sometimes it's easier to amend a current policy and add language than it is to bring something completely new back to us because of the time it takes us for our own transparency. So I think my concern is the timeliness of getting some language inserted quickly to protect our community members. As far as the ordinance versus a resolution, my understanding of a resolution is it's a statement of what we want. An ordinance is actually how we do business. And I think that's what we need to make sure that we're putting in place is how do we want to do business in the city of Santa Rosa? And so if it takes us a bit longer to ensure that that is drafted properly, to me, that's the thing that is the difference between performative and something that has teeth, as I said earlier today. So anything we can do with that, again, going back to legislation that's passed, specifically the Plyer versus Doe in Texas, that crosswalk between public spaces and education and how we can prevent that from happening on our public spaces, there's got to be some way that you can connect those two. Why is one public space protected but not ours? I understand what city attorney said as far as if they pull a permit and they want to use, say, a park, fine, pull a permit. We can make them go through all that. There's nothing that prevents us from announcing it on our social media and in our news where ICE agents are planning to be. So from my perspective, that goes back to an ordinance. If we know that they're coming in to do things, there's nothing that prevents us from telling community members that this is what we know. We know it might not result in the best relationship with ICE, but at this point, I don't think they're interested in having a good relationship with community members. I think they're just interested in doing what they're being directed to do by this specific president. I see that we have some different resolutions. Racism is a public health issue. We stood in solidarity with the Asian Pacific Islanders during COVID. But I think using language that we have already adopted in an ordinance is also a good way to do business because it's something we've already committed to do long ago. So it doesn't take as long to draft an ordinance if there's things that we can use. As far as our advocacy on this issue, we know that we're working with Cal Cities for us to work in the state of California. But I can tell you that it's going to take us working with national cities to create the movement that we want to have in Santa Rosa. The advocacy has to come from doing the right thing. It's not about a red or blue state. This is about humanity. This is about taking care of people in the community. Immigrant populations, specifically in California, feed the world. And that's the thing that we have to get across. We have to make sure that those community members do feel safe in Sonoma County. So that's where I'm coming from. As far as policy goes, that's what I'd like to see come back. I know it's a lot of work to get an ordinance in place. I just want to urge our staff as much as I can to prioritize this so that our community members know that we're hearing them and that we'll do everything we can to protect them. My last comment is to go to Chief Cregan. Thank you for the explanation of how we're using flock cameras. I think it would be great if you could just review the contract, make sure there's no fine print that shows that they could potentially be sharing data and bring that back to council. I do not want to tie the hands of our own officers to not be able to perform their job safely. But I agree with you, if we see that anyone is committing a crime, it is our duty to step in, and it's good. I'm glad to hear that you restated that today, so I appreciate that. And for all of our law enforcement in Santa Rosa for what they do to protect our community every single day. So I think that pretty much covers my notes on what I'd like to see us work on and what I'd like to see brought back as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, and thank you to staff for all of the work that you put into this, as well as, again, the community for taking the time to come out today and share with us your concerns and where you stand on this. I'm going to go ahead and talk about some of the policy points that I'd like to see and then respond to some of the arguments that I've heard tonight. One thing that I find heartening is that a lot of other jurisdictions have taken action or are in the process of taking action. So there's not a great need to reinvent the wheel here. So I was just going to go over some of the things that I've seen that I like. The 3 jurisdictions that come to mind are San Jose, Santa Clara County, and Alameda County. And notably, of course, Santa Clara County had an ordinance and then hosted the Super Bowl last weekend and really dealt with these things or these concerns ahead of it. So kudos to them for getting out ahead of it. Santa Clara has an ordinance rather than a resolution. I'd like to see us do an ordinance in addition to the resolution that I hope we pass later tonight. All of these jurisdictions address city or county properties to one extent or another, and I think that they do so, some of them do broadly and some of them specifically. I know that it becomes an administrative concern around the breadth of this, but I would just offer that, we're dealing with fascism here, and I'm personally comfortable defending whatever we put forward in a court of law. I'd rather go on the side of aggressively defending the residents of the city of Santa Rosa rather than trying to hit the legal nail on the head. That's what judges are for. It's not what I'm here for. I make a law and a judge can figure it out, whether or not they think it's legal. In terms of the definition and detail, Alameda County's ordinance is their resolution and policy is really detailed. I think as much detailing as possible is good, but again, I don't think we should get caught up on this. I think we should really focus on staging and operations as our point of entry. And then one of the things that I like that Alameda County has done is they not only have signage and barriers like the other jurisdictions, but they have a formal reporting system as well as an implementation mandate, which if we do an ordinance, it won't be necessary because that comes with an ordinance. And then Alameda County also has an existing non-cooperation policy, which I think could be potentially useful. And all this information, if the city attorney doesn't already have it, is pretty easy to access. But I wanted to speak to a couple of ideas. One is that, why do it if it's not going to be enforceable? As far as I know, there's no case law showing that this is unenforceable. There's dozens of jurisdictions taking similar action. Cities have municipal authority over our own property and so forth. It's not that complex of a concept, but happy to see that get tried in a court of law. The other is, are we asking our police department to get between ICE and potentially break the law by defending the actions of ICE? And I just want to say, the officers of the staff of the city of Santa Rosa, particularly our sworn men and women of the police department, do difficult and sometimes dangerous jobs every day. And under no circumstances are we asking our police officers or city staff to break the law or obstruct federal law enforcement. But it is not their job to facilitate paramilitary operations of the scale we're seeing in Minnesota. And so in my mind, it's simple. In a moment where federal enforcement is a fig leaf for terrorizing immigrant communities, our local resources should not be used to support these enforcement actions that fall outside of the boundaries of local responsibilities. And then another concept that I've heard that I take issue with is the idea that this is only happening in big cities and we're drawing attention to ourselves. And I just would say to that, our immigrant neighbors deserve to know that their leaders stand with them regardless of the city size, not because of politics, not because of public safety. Is strongest when people feel safe to participate in civic life. I mean, look at this room. We have folks who are like my parents and a few young people, a few people of color, but really when this generation, as this generation ages, this younger folks have to come in and join across our generations to put ourselves between fascism and learn from the folks who fought this, whether it's in farm communities or in the cities in the 60s. We have to take action, and we can't think that appeasing fascism is going to be something that gets us the good favor of this administration. It's just not going to happen. So standing up for that principle strengthens our community. I couldn't be prouder of the city of Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Assistant Manager, a little bit ago you read a list of all the demands that we've asked, and I heard a new one that I don't think we included in there, and that was unmarked cars. Was that included in the list?
That's not been included at this point in time, but we did, as the chief mentioned, we are still looking at how do we enhance and improve the identification of ICE so that they don't conflict or are viewed as local police or municipal police officers.
Yeah, because from watching news reports, we see that they're using the word police very freely, and I know that's not the proper way that, or the way that they've done in the past, but apparently it's a new practice to really inflict terror and really misconstrue the two different agencies. So I'm wondering if we can actually also continue that research of how to divide their vehicles from those that are here to serve and protect.
Happy to include that. Thank you.
I know it's one of the goals of the administration to use fear and to instill fear in our communities. And sadly enough, also by well-intentioned folks within our community, especially through social media, it's being used as a platform to educate or inform others of possible ICE presence. And sadly, it's been one that has only instilled fear, as there has been the ICE presence that they seem to report. And I'm wondering if we, as a city of Santa Rosa, have any resources or can create a method that was spoke about from one of our speakers to inform and alarm citizens when actual police presence is actually here, whether it's the website or our emergency systems. Is that a possibility to use those in this case in this incident?
I can answer for the emergency management. We actually just met with Sonoma County's Department of Emergency Management. Their director came and met with the chiefs of police just last week. We discussed that issue, and there are some limitations with that. And the county expressed concerns about emergency alerts being used, and that was a pledge to the community. They're only going to be using for wildfires, for more significant events. But we had conversations about some feeling this is an emergency in our community with it. So the county's directive this time right now, they're not going to use those emergency alerts for this. And I think that we could look as a city for like what are other more viable paths to be able to alert our community in, and we'll continue to look at that, but that's an ongoing conversation.
I would love to see for the city of Santa Rosa to work with a lot of the nonprofits to maybe develop a system that could be customized to the needs of that specific group that does want to know. And I know a lot of the allies in this room would also love to be able to step in and really advocate on those that can't speak up for themselves. So definitely I can see a lot of us signing up for that program. And another comment that was made from one of our guests tonight is a letter urging the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors to also step up, to also advocate on behalf of those. And I hope that the city of Santa Rosa, and with the support of council, can create a letter and send it to our colleagues at the Board of Supervisors, really just motivating them to also speak up.
Thank you. Was that it, Mr. Alvarez? Perfect. Well, I'll add a few thoughts. I think the organizing principle for me is what actions can we take that have real impact versus rhetorical declarations of one kind or another. And I want to applaud the city staff for already taking a few actions that had real impact. As uninteresting as it may be to talk about lawsuits, the 3 lawsuits that this city, that Santa Rosa participated in, along with other cities across the U.S., including Minneapolis and St. Paul, we were all early signers on to lawsuits that protected cities like ours and like Minneapolis and St. Paul from being negatively impacted by Trump administration efforts to cut off funding to cities for a variety of critical programs. The fact that we went in early and filed suits along with cities across the U.S., that has kept tens of millions of dollars flowing into the city and allowed us to apply for grants in the future. Those legal efforts, as unsexy as they may be, had real world impact. I would like to focus on efforts like that can move the needle. With respect to some of the resolution and ordinance ideas that have been brought up, the city attorney touched on it earlier, and there are real constitutional questions out there right now around how cities can add teeth to whatever measures they put into place. And again, the city attorney touched on these. I would be interested to know what the existing case law shows and what we can reasonably assume would allow the city to control, especially to control its own property. And to have a very clear discussion around what we could do in terms of, as the city mentioned, filing injunctions in particular cases or taking other kinds of legal action that would give the city control over property and allow us to constrain ICE and force it to comply with the kinds of policing procedures that we expect out of SRPD, we expect out of the sheriff's office and other police forces. A background question, Madam City Attorney, if I could, and just Ms. Fleming touched on it earlier. Many cities are having the same conversation that we're having tonight across the state and across the country. In California, at least of the cities we've looked at, the majority of them are looking at resolutions, if I'm not mistaken, in part because they're having the same questions that we're having internally around what will the federal government actually respect and what can we enforce? Is that an accurate statement?
I think it's inaccurate. I don't know the whys behind it, but I think it is accurate that the sort of first bunch that came out are resolutions. It is true that, as I'm understanding it, that Santa Clara's is an ordinance. And I do believe that San Francisco is working on an ordinance as well.
San Jose is a resolution, correct?
San Jose is a resolution.
Okay.
County of Alameda is a resolution.
Okay. And again, as you're reading the news, this is important for residents to recognize. As you see that difference, as nuanced as it might be, it's a signal that cities are trying to figure out what can they actually enforce. Ms. Rogers made an excellent point. The last thing that we want to do is give our residents false hope and make grandiose claims about what we're going to be able to do in order to constrain ICE, when in fact, as a federal law enforcement agency, ICE will likely have different ideas about what its jurisdiction is and what the ability of the city to constrain its actions might be. And that's a very bright line that we need to keep clear in the minds of residents, even as we're pushing back in every area that we can. Again, in terms of things that are actually moving the needle, it sounds like words, but it's actually the case that the fact that Santa Rosa, along with all the other cities in Sonoma County, are working with our federal electeds, and I'll call out Congressman Huffman and Congressman Thompson in particular, they have been in close communication with us and vice versa in terms of what they're pushing forward at the federal level. What's the word I'm looking for? I'll call it an initiative. The initiative that they're working with at the federal level, which is to some extent bipartisan, as you've read, includes most of the ideas that Mr. Alvarez mentioned earlier in terms of the changes to policing, the changes to uniforms. We went through a list of those earlier. That's all percolating at the federal level to some degree with bipartisan support. And in part, that's due because they're hearing from cities across the U.S. like Santa Rosa. So I wanted to make it clear for this audience that Santa Rosa is in regular discussion with our federal elected representatives. They are fully on board. They like that we're having this discussion tonight, and they are appreciative of the support as they push things forward at the federal level. Again, there is some reason to hope that we'll be successful there to some degree. And it's important to keep in mind that this is a federal problem that needs a federal solution. And so Santa Rosa is part of our remit today is to try to figure out how we can help push along that federal solution, which is ultimately what we need, because we're not going to solve it with local resolutions and local ordinances. That might be, I'll just reinforce that I am interested in looking at a potential next step in addition to the resolution that we're going to discuss today. And that resolution I want to emphasize because of its impact at the federal level, that's an important one. But Madam City Attorney and Chief Cregan, when we bring that back, I'd like it to be very clear what our enforcement options are going to be there. When we decide to limit any kind of immigration enforcement action in the city, what can we reasonably, what can we do that will actually have teeth? Knowing that there's a lot of ambiguity around that right now. I think that's it from me. I'm going to look to my colleagues for any additional, Ms. Fleming?
Yeah, thank you. One thing I want to clarify is that we're not talking about limiting enforcement action. We're talking about access to our private parts of our municipal spaces. To my mind, the only question on the table, I heard you had at least four in support of that, but the only question in my mind is, can they use the public spaces that are open to the public, like parks and parking lots for staging? But I don't feel any need to come back with that sort of legal analysis. I'm fine to implement what we've seen in Santa Clara, and if they want to challenge it, we can join with all these other jurisdictions that have taken bold action to stand with our immigrant communities.
Mr. Alvarez?
A little bit of off topic. A little bit ago, I referenced a comment from a guest. I had to correct myself. You are not guest. The reality is this is your house, and I had to correct myself on that. Thank you.
My apologies, Mr. Alvarez. I was distracted for a moment. Was that it?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Very important correction that I had to make. It was weighing heavy on the heart.
Apologies. All right, looking down the row here, final thoughts? Then I will look to Chief Cregan and Assistant City Manager Nutt. There's been a lot of discussion this evening. A lot of information has been thrown your way. Again, this is a study session, and so we're not taking any action tonight. But it does sound like there's a consensus from the council that we want to look at what other actions might be feasible in the future, including some of the specific points that Ms. Fleming and others have referenced. Do you have enough clarity to potentially bring something back in the future, or what questions can we answer?
No, thank you very much, Mayor. I actually think that we received enough information from the council that we can start to develop a conversation and potential action options for the council in an upcoming meeting. Perfect.
All right. Then we will close this item. Thank you very much, Chief Cregan and Assistant City Manager Nutt, and to all the staff, Madam City Attorney, Madam City Manager. This was a robust session. All right, we're going to move on. We are going to go to item 6, a report, if any, on study and closed sessions. Madam City Attorney.
In terms of the closed session, there was no reportable action taken this afternoon in closed session, and we just held the study session that you all just heard.
Thank you very much. And to the community members who came tonight, both in person and online, thank you again. Thank you for sitting through this session. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a breather here, and we're going to go on to our item 7.1, our proclamation for the evening in honor of American Heart Month. And I'm pleased to turn it over to Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I'm honored to do this proclamation. Whereas cardiac arrest is the leading cause of death worldwide, and each year more than 350,000 cardiac arrests occur outside of hospitals in the United States, with approximately 10% of people surviving. And whereas about 70% of those out-of-hospital cardiac arrests occur at home, meaning that people nearby, often family members, are the first most critical link in the chain of survival. And whereas immediate cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, can double or even triple a person's chance of survival, yet only 41% of people who experience cardiac arrest receive immediate CPR from someone nearby, and fewer than 12% receive aid from an automated external defibrillator, AED, before advanced help arrives. And whereas the American Heart Association has set a bold goal to double survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest by 2030 through its Nation of Lifesavers initiative, empowering people everywhere to confidently perform CPR and use AEDs. And whereas straightforward community-based solutions such as CPR and AED education, public access to defibrillators, and cardiac emergency response plans, CERPS, in schools, workplaces, and public spaces can save lives and strengthen community readiness. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that our mayor, Mark Stapp, of the city of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire city council, in recognition of our community, do hereby proclaim to be February's 2026 as American Heart Month, and encourage all residents to learn CPR, promote awareness in cardiac arrest and emergency response, and join the efforts to build a nation of lifesavers, and ensuring that every person everywhere is prepared to act in a cardiac emergency. And I would like to just take one moment to say, my father died of heart disease, and my mother died of a heart attack at home. And if it was not for our emergency responders, I would not have been able to be there in time to tell her goodbye. So this is very important to me. Thank you for the honor of doing this.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald, and thank you very much. We'll do a quick round of applause first. Thank you very much. Is it Mary Prisco? Mary, come on down. Grab a microphone in front. Thank you so much for being here and helping us. Absolutely, come down and pull up a chair next to a mic. Thank you very much for being here this evening and celebrating American Heart Association Month.
Hi. Well, thank you for sharing your story. That's quite touching. Yes, I'm Mary Prisco, and I am the Development Director for the American Heart Association for the North Bay. And we really want to thank you for recognizing the American Heart Month this year and for supporting the mission of saving lives from heart disease and stroke. This year, once again, we're building a nation of lifesavers, which you talked about. And we're spreading a powerful message that you are a first responder till help arrives, so that everyone is prepared to react in a cardiac emergency, calling 911 and knowing how to perform CPR. Over 350,000 people will experience out of the hospital cardiac arrest every single year in the United States, and 90% are fatal. So we have a goal, and we're starting to see the numbers change a little bit, to increase that survival rate by 50% by the year 2030. And as a member of the American Heart Association's Bay Area team, I urge the people of Santa Rosa to learn hands-only CPR. I did, and so can you. We are also proud and honored to have served the city of Santa Rosa through our support of your tobacco retail license ordinance in 2024 and hosting the annual Heart Walk in Santa Rosa in 2025. And on behalf of the American Heart Association here in the Bay Area, thank you for this proclamation, and we hope we see you all at Heart Walk next September. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And we want to celebrate with a photo here in just a moment.
I'd love that.
But first, we're going to throw it open to public comment. Are there any members of the public here today who would like to make a comment on American Heart Month? Dwayne, do I see you moving to the podium? All right, Dwayne, you're up.
Hello, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I also happen to be a medic, and I actually want to thank the woman that's there speaking now, and the young members of Troop 34 from the Boys and Girl Scouts of America, some of whom are earning their first aid merit badge. I think it's really good that they get it, and I think that we should do as much as we can to make sure that our youth learn CPR as young as possible so that they can be helpful. Some youth die of sudden death from cardiac arrest. It's a really good thing that we have this type of training available, but you have to pay for it. We have to figure out a way to work with the American Heart Association to make sure that all the kids can get CPR and first aid response trainings for free, and that we should also find ways for adults to be able to get that CPR card, which is required in many jobs, especially anybody that works with healthcare. So, thank you so much for honoring these folks. Thank you for paying attention to the fact that we need to deal with an epidemic of cardiac arrest deaths in our country and get more people trained to avoid having that happen. If anybody can save you down the road, somebody that knows CPR could be the person, and that is so much important. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Dwayne. Are there any other members of the public here in council chambers who would like to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will throw it over to our city clerk to do, I'm stumbling over my words. I'll throw it to our city clerk to check to see if there are any online public comments.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comments via Zoom. To raise your hand, or if you'd like to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. This is for the proclamation on American Heart Month. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands being raised.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We will close public comment, and I'll invite Mary to come up and take a photo. All right, that was the fun portion of the evening. Thank you again for coming out, Mary. Now it's back to work. We'll go to item 8.1, our community empowerment plan. Ms. Horta, is this your item?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Ana Horta, Community Engagement Manager with the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office, and I will be presenting the Community Empowerment Plan update for the month of February and the beginning of March. On February 14, Valentine's Day, Recreation and Parks will host its monthly Park a Month volunteer program at Coffee Community Park, 1524 Amanda Place, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Show your love for our parks by joining this family-friendly volunteer workday. Hand tools and gloves will be provided. On February 21st, the City of Santa Rosa will be hosting the Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park opening celebration at Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park, 1160 Exeter Drive, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. The newly renovated park reflects extensive community input and includes engaging and new features for all ages. Games and fun activities are planned for the celebration. Santa Rosa Water hosts bi-monthly volunteer creek cleanups on the first and third Saturday of each month at Prince Memorial Greenway. The next cleanup is scheduled for February 21st. All ages are welcome to participate. Volunteers meet at Olive Park Footbridge near 1698 Hazel Street at 10 in the morning. To sign up for this event, please visit santarosacity.org/calendar. Also on February 21st, the Rural Cemetery Preservation Committee will host their monthly volunteer workday from 9 in the morning to 12 p.m. Projects include the cemetery beautification efforts such as landscaping projects, painting, and various maintenance work. On March 4th, the Santa Rosa Fire Department will be hosting informational workshops to go over the proposed changes for the wildland urban interface map. The first meeting is going to be at Finley Community Center, 2060 West College Avenue, in the Cypress Room from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Feedback, suggestions, and comments can be emailed to wildfireready@srcity.org. On March 5th, the Santa Rosa Police Department, the Violence Prevention Partnership, and the Community Engagement Team will attend the Apple Valley Neighborhood Meeting at the Pauling Creek Apartments. This meeting is part of an ongoing neighborhood engagement and educational efforts focused on responding to recent community violence and providing resources for impacted individuals and families. Attendees will hear about local programs, youth and gang prevention services, graffiti-related support, and ways to report concerns and get involved in creating a safer neighborhood. Finally, the Santa Rosa Police Department and the Santa Rosa Fire Department are proud to announce the second annual Women Leaders in Public Safety Symposium, a one-day professional development event designed to strengthen relationships across the public safety profession and build a more connected, inclusive regional network. The symposium will be held on March 6th at Finley Community Center, 2060 West College Avenue from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. This event requires registration. To register, please visit the Santa Rosa Police Department Facebook posting for the event. And that concludes this month's Community Empowerment Plan update. Thank you.
As busy as ever, Ms. Horta. Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council for questions. Ms. Benuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a really quick question, Anna. What was the date for Floor Park?
For the
floor, is
the
it
park
called
month?
I guess the Floor Park?
Oh, that is February 21st, the Dutch floor? Yes, February 21st from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Were you intending to use that as a way of underlining how many parks projects we have underway right now, Ms. Banuelos? That opening, the Southwest Greenway. There's a lot of parks works in the parks work in the city right now, folks. Anything else? Any other questions from council? All right. Well, Anna, thank you for that. And also, just to highlight, not just the parks, but you had some notes in there about youth violence, and the city is spending a lot of time on that right now, including your office, including the Violence Prevention Partnership. Thank you very much for that work. With that, we'll open this up to public comment. Dwayne, would you like to speak? All right.
Horta for all the activity that's occurring, and I do believe it's a good thing to have as much community empowerment as possible. I volunteer for the city over in Roseland, doing some things, keeps me busy. With that in mind, on Saturday, April 18th, from 10 in the morning till 12, we'll be at the Roseland Creek. We'll be doing our own Roseland Earth Day. And our outlook on it is like, hey, just come on out there. In the past, we were able to have Alistair Blyfus from the City Creeks to help us with some equipment. We'd like to get tuned in with Ms. Horta better and get some announcements out and really make this happen starting tomorrow. Perhaps I can catch up and she and I can find a way to get it up onto the city's website. We've never had that in the past. We'd really like to start having as much empowerment as possible over in Roseland, especially where we have volunteers working on not just Roseland Creek Park, where they like to call it Pomo Park now, and the Roseland Creek Stewardship. So thank you for your time. I appreciate all that she does and all that you folks do as volunteers also.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Are there any other people in council chambers that wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to our city clerk to facilitate online public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Now is the time for the public commenters on Zoom wishing to speak and provide comment on the Community Empowerment Plan item to raise your hand. If you are dialing in by telephone, you dial *9 to raise your hand. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands being raised.
All right, thank you very much. We'll close public comment. Looking for any final comments from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Horta, for all the work you're doing. We'll move on to item 9, our city manager and city attorney's reports. Madam City Manager, any reports this evening?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. This evening, I just have a few updates. One is that the Violence Prevention Partnership, in response to some recent incidents, has implemented several critical support and engagement efforts to assist our youth, families, and affected neighborhoods. So I just wanted to go over a few of those. Victim supportive services for youth impacted by gang violence, including engagement in case management services and referrals to outside services offered by community partners. Another initiative that they're enhancing or undertaking is outreach and engagement to youth impacted by incidents of violence in the community, including support groups and individual check-ins with impacted youth. Neighborhood engagement and education will also be happening. In addition to that, the Santa Rosa Police Department and the community engagement team met with the South Park Coalition to share information about the city's response to these recent incidents, as well as available programs and services addressing youth and gang violence. And VPP will continue to coordinate with community partners to ensure that our youth, families, and neighborhoods that are impacted by gang violence are getting the support and services needed to reduce the likelihood of retaliation and to prevent any future violence in the community. So that's my first update, and thank you to the VPP for that. The second update is on the Rincon Valley Community Park Project. You heard about some of the park projects underway earlier. This is yet another initiative. Our Transportation and Public Works Planning Division, the Parks Planning Division staff will be hosting a community meeting on Saturday, February 28th, and that's to review 3 exciting new playground design concepts developed from the public survey that we conducted last fall. So on February 28th, staff will walk residents through each design option and gather their feedback to help shape the final park playground designs. This is everyone's chance to weigh in on the 3 exciting new park playground designs and choose the one that they think is the most fun for our kids. And the meeting will be held from 10:30 a.m. to 1 o'clock at Maria Carrillo High School and in the small gym, and more information is available on our website. And then last but not least, registration is now open for spring and summer activities with our rec and parks. So visit santarosarec.com to sign up for swim lessons, day camps, fitness classes, top programs, senior activities, sports leagues, tours, community events, and much more. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no report this evening.
All right, thank you both. We'll open it up to public comment. Would any members of the public like to make comment on either of those reports? Janice, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to see that there's the park attention for Rincon Valley, but I came 3 times over the last 6 months or so about the roads from Calistoga and Highway 12, and it's supposed to be being worked on all the way to Maria Carrillo. And I think that there is something really lacking in the mentality of the people here who are inspiring the projects, because we need to have the roads. The roads need to get done. And I was told, I don't know, November, when I went to the bike and pedestrian meeting, that it was on the agenda to do the road. It still hasn't been done, and now we're talking about a park and a big deal for the park. Let's do the road first and get the roads done. Please do the roads.
Thank you, Janice. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? I'm looking at this podium off to my right. Ma'am, are you looking to speak? Are you? All right, then we will move on then to our online public comment. Madam City Clerk, anybody online wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Now is the time for the public commenters on Zoom to raise your hand for item 9, the City Manager and City Attorney's report. Please raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment. Dial *9 if you are communicating via telephone. Mayor, no hands are being raised.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to item 10, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Are there any statements of abstention or recusal this evening? Seeing none, we will move on to item 11, our mayor and council members' reports. Are there any mayor or council members' reports this evening? Mr. Alvarez, lead us off.
Appreciate it. I want to tell you about this beautiful walk that I took in Roseland with our city manager. On a beautiful sunny day. It actually permitted the walk perfectly, and I was very happy to see how engaged she is with the community, and really happy to have you here. And I'm hoping that Roseland treated you well, that District 1 treated you well, and that you got to see the beauty that makes us who we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quickly, I just wanted to share that a few things that I did. I attended, along with other council members, the Ceres Community Project ribbon cutting a couple of weeks ago, and that was really special for me because I used to work for them. And just to see this, them expanding into Roseland, that's where their new building is, which I think is really exciting. So I really wish all of them well, and especially, of course, their founder, Catherine Couch. And then I went over to the Children's Museum, and some council members were there also. They had an unveiling of a partnership that they are doing with Recology to teach children how to sort recycling. And it was, if you've ever been to the Children's Museum, I mean, it's amazing. And I just was like, where was this when I was a kid? And I was wanting to play with everything. So, but they had a little truck that looked just like a recycling truck, and it taught kids how to sort. So it was really amazing. So if you ever get a chance to go out there, they're really, as I told them, they're really a gem of Santa Rosa as well as Sonoma County. And lastly, and I don't even think I had a chance to mention this to any of my council colleagues, I became the vice chair of the Sonoma County Homeless Coalition. So that's it. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you for that service. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I just attended a couple things for District 3, and I'd like to say thank you to Mid-Penn for the opening of Mahonia. Say it for me. Mahonia. I'm always, sorry, dyslexia gets me all the time. Mahonia Glen. It's exciting that they have 99 apartments there, and 44 of those have been set aside for our farm workers. And so I could not be more proud to welcome them to the community. It's so smart where they've built it. It's right across from our grocery stores and banks and places that they can eat, as well as near an elementary school that folks can walk to. So that was very exciting for me. And congratulations to the boosters of Maria Carrillo High School. They had a very successful crab feed that I was able to attend this weekend. And so if you see schools or people trying to raise money to do good things for kids, I always just want to encourage the community to go to those.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. This past couple of weeks, we had a couple of great events in the city of Santa Rosa. One, as Councilmember McDonald mentioned, the opening of Mahonia Glen. And one of the reasons why I'm highlighting that here today is because a few years ago, when the city of Santa Rosa did our general plan update, we elected to have a neighborhood type of development across the city. And Mahonia Glen is a great example of a development that puts housing where there's community services and people can get around quite easily. It's really a great example of saying we're going to do something and then it happening. And I think that in government, we need to always be reminded when things do work. And so it was just lovely to see all the families and children occupying this beautiful new multifamily residence out in District 3. And then we celebrated Transit Equity Day last week, and it was wonderful to see so many folks get on a Santa Rosa City bus. Just want to remind folks that the buses are free for youth and I believe seniors in the city of Santa Rosa, as well as the SMART train is also free for youth and seniors. And we just urge you to teach your kids to ride the bus. I'll be teaching my daughter to ride this summer. It's a great resource we have in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick things. Let's see. Last week, the Public Safety Subcommittee met. The main discussion point on that was a discussion on the benefits of a regional training center for the police department and how that would not only save us some money from traveling, sending our officers on a almost minimum basis to get training, but how it would better their training if it was here, as well as could be better than revenue neutral and actually bring some income into the city if we were able to get something like that started. Then on Saturday, I had the benefit of attending, along with some of my colleagues, the Sonoma County Farm Bureau Wine and Crab Fest, which is always a great event. It's a great event because you can see people like 3 days later and ask them if they went, and they said yes, and it's so huge. You can spend hours there and never see them. Always a good time. And then yesterday, our Economic Development Subcommittee met, which just gave they just did kind of an overview on the things that they're working on, which is a lot and more to come on those. And then finally, I would like to appoint Zach Massell to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board, and that's it for me.
Thank you. And Madam City Clerk, did you catch that last appointment?
I did. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right. Well, just 2 items from me. On the 29th, we had the meeting of the Long-Term Finance Subcommittee, and we had our HR department and our legal department on the hot seat at that subcommittee meeting. For those of you who are skeptical about how cities work and what goes on inside a city department budget, then the Long-Term Finance Committee or subcommittee is the meeting for you. Next week, I think we've got fire up and one other department. I'm forgetting which. So tune in for that, but it was a good discussion. And then on the 7th, on Saturday the 7th, we had a great town hall here at our central branch of the library downtown. We had Assembly Member Chris Rogers, our former colleague, as well as Senator Mike McGuire, and then I participated as well. We had about 100, it was live streamed, and we had about 100 people in attendance talking about all the issues locally and federally, including ICE enforcement. It was a 2-hour discussion, well attended, and thank you to Assemblymember Rogers and to Senator McGuire for bringing that to Santa Rosa. And that concludes my report. Let's open it up to public comment. Is there anybody in council chambers that wishes to comment on mayors and council members' reports this evening? Ms. Flores?
Thank you, Mayor Stapp. I just wanted to echo your comments. I appreciated the town hall that was held on Saturday. I emailed the city ahead of time to let you know that if I did not have the chance to speak to Senator McGuire, since he's not answered emails for the last 6 years, that I would be exercising my First Amendment rights outside the transparent window. So I let Chief Cragen know, I let all the politicians know, and you respected that request, and I was allowed to do exactly what I requested. So thank you. I was glad to keep it cordial. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Are there any other members of the public in council chambers that wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to the city clerk to facilitate online public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Now's the time for public comments on item 11, the mayor and council members' reports. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand if you wish to provide a public comment. That is a *9 execution if you are participating via telephone. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands being raised.
Thank you very much. And actually, I realized I had a big oversight. We have our online colleague this evening, who I did not give a chance to do or to share her report. Ms. Rogers, with apologies, can we go to you and give us an update from the past couple of weeks?
Well, a lot has been going on, but I just wanted to point out that we were able to do the Transit Equity Day.
Thank you for mentioning that. So Ms. Fleming made note of that, and we had a few of us in attendance, as well as a great community participation. That's turned out to be a really great annual event for the city. I think it's our 4th year doing it. And so thank you to so many of you for coming out, both on council and in the city. Any other reports from your end, Ms. Rogers?
No.
All right, thank you very much. And Madam City Clerk, anything else online?
We do need to circle back and take public comment again after Councilmember Rogers' report out.
Of course, that was my mistake, everyone. All right, back to council chambers. Anybody in here wish to comment after Ms. Rogers made her report? Ms. Rogers mentioned again that the city celebrated Transit Equity Day. Anything online, Madam City Clerk?
I am not seeing any hands be raised, but let me call quickly. This is for public comment on the final Mayor's and Councilmember report from Councilmember Rogers. Please raise your hand if you'd like to provide public comment via Zoom. I'm seeing no hands be raised, Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right, we will conclude public comment. Apologies again, Ms. Rogers. Let's move on to item 11.2, our board, commission, and committee appointments. So we had, this is a bit of a pro forma item this evening. We had actually fewer applicants than positions open for a number of our board positions. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. McDonald to facilitate this, if you don't mind.
I'll go ahead and put the motion on the floor, and then if there's any discussion.
And call for public comment. Oh, actually, let's call for public comment first then.
Sure.
I think that, to make sure we do this correctly. So this is for board and commission and committee appointments to 3 of our city boards. And it's the Water Advisory Committee, it's the Design Review, and it's the Design Review Board. And then remind me what the BOBRA acronym stands for in total. Madam City Clerk?
Board of Building Regulation Appeals.
I was going to get close, but I wasn't going to be able to do it exactly. So these are for, we have applicants to each of these positions. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on the applicants or the open seats for any of these 3 boards? Seeing none in council chambers, Madam City Clerk, anything online?
If you would wish to provide public comment on these appointments, please raise your hand via Zoom. *9 if you are participating via telephone. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands being raised.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll close public comment, and I'll turn it over to Ms. McDonald to make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's no objection to the council, I'd like to make a motion in gross. Thank you. I'd like to move to appoint John Gordon, Eric Miller, Janine K. Sabir, and Tamara DeCenso to the Board of Building Regulation and Appeals. Appoint Ingrid Anderson and Nathan Bisbee to the architect positions, and Catherine Dowdall to the archaeologist position on the Design Review and Preservation Board. And Art Dykey, Steve Rabanovich, Kevin C., and Victoria Limptak to the Waterways Advisory Committee, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Oh, almost a tie. We'll get that one to Mr. Alvarez, though, for the second. So, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion and a second, and you can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item 11.3.1. This is pertaining to the mayor's appointments to regional positions. This is a bit of housekeeping here. Ms. Benuelos and I, we have served as the alternate and primary, respectively, for the past couple of years. And Ms. Benuelos has taken on some new responsibilities, and so we thought we might switch that around just to save her some time. But we'll both be still serving the Russian River Watershed Association, and so that's the item. I'll call for public comment first. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this change in appointment to the Russian River Watershed? So the Russian River Watershed Association is a regional group that deals with obviously the health of our waterways. And as I mentioned, Ms. Benuelos and I have served on that committee for the last couple of years, and now we're just changing roles between primary and alternate. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak? Seeing none in council chamber, Madam City Clerk, anybody online?
If you'd like to provide public comment on the Russian River Watershed appointment, please raise your hand via Zoom. Dial *9 if participating via telephone. Mayor, there are no public comments or hands being raised via Zoom.
We'll close public comment then, and I'll ask for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Okrepke and a second by Ms. McDonald. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
May I just clarify, the motion is, Mr. Mayor, you would be the primary and Councilmember Benuelos would then be the alternate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to item 12, our approval of minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes with the January 13th minutes, or no, I'm sorry, we do have 3 sets of minutes, January 13th, 2025, 2026 rather, January 27th, 2026, and January 28th, 2026. Any amendments to any of these sets of minutes from council? Seeing none, any members of the public wish to comment on any of these 3 sets of minutes? No, seeing no one in council chambers, Madam City Clerk, anybody online?
If you'd like to provide comment on the minutes as presented, please raise your hand via Zoom. *9 if you are participating via telephone. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands being raised.
Thank you very much. All right, we will close public comment and we can adopt all 3 of those sets of minutes as submitted. Which brings us to consent and our new streamlined consent format. Are there any questions regarding the consent calendar today? Any questions, any items to be pulled? Down the row, seeing none. And for the public's information, items 3.1 and 13.1 and 13.7 are being continued to the February 27th, 2026 regular meeting. We'll open this up for public comment on the minutes, or on consent items rather. Mr. DeWitt?
13.5, I want to thank, well, first, congratulations to Ms. Banuelos being the vice chair of that homeless committee. I wanted to thank Catholic Charities and Caritas for what they've been doing. With the rain here right now, though, we need to do something more. Not just have folks under the underpasses trying to find rest on the concrete, which is happening, and you can drive out from here tonight and see that. I do believe that the vacant lot at the corner of the Caritas site also should be used for some sort of shelter approaches so that these homeless people who do not have cars will be able to have a dry, warm spot in from the rain. You might think, well, that's a little bit too much to ask, but there's a fence up around it now. The Catholic Charities folks control the land. Let's just ask them to put in a gate and open it up on rainy nights to tents. This is something that's done in many other places, and it helps them. It's the kind of thing that when the rain comes, the homeless people know they'll have a dry spot to be, and they can be safe also. This is really important. I mean, at the turn of the century, it was pointed out that if the homeless people don't have a place to be sheltered, they risk perishing, dying. And it happens far too often. And we have it happen here in our town. We have people die along the creeks. People live along the creeks right now. And the rain comes, their stuff washes away, or it sits there, and then their sleeping bags are wet, and they're trying to find a way to survive in this type of wet weather. So this is just this is humane. This is a basic request for some more humanity from Catholic Charities. They're doing what they can. They could do a bit more, and there's a way that you folks could ask them to do a bit more. So please, do that for them and those homeless out there tonight in the rain.
Thank you, Dwayne. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Janice, the floor is yours.
Janice Carmen. I want to comment on 13.4, approval of grant of easement to PG&E over a portion of the city-owned property located at Harville Road. And I've gone 3 times to the Public Utilities Commission. I believe I came here at least once. I've complained about EMFs. My house is like really affected. This has happened since the illegal action that was taken with cooperation of the city across the street from me of the clear cutting. It was responsible for me running for city council originally against Diana McDonald. And I have called PG&E. They came out. They said what they were going to do was there was a surge of solar that was coming to my property, and that they were going to have somebody come and evaluate it, take care of it. And what they did is they also retaliated, like the city did, by sending me a violation for the curb when I've lived in my house for 40 years, and it doesn't appear that it affects me, but I have been retaliated against by the city. Now I'm being retaliated against by PG&E, and what they did is they came out and sneakily changed my meter to a smart meter. So now I've got a bigger problem than ever, and I can hardly control my heat. So I don't think you should do anything for PG&E till they do what they say they're going to do when they're going to take care of properties, people, and pay the lawsuit that was previous when they haven't even greeted the old people with paying up on the lawsuits.
Thank you, Janice. Anybody else in council chamber wish to speak? All right, we'll move to online. Madam City Clerk, anybody online or on the phone?
It is now time for public comment via Zoom for the consent calendar. If you would like to provide a comment, please raise your hand. Dial *9 if you are participating via telephone to provide public comment. No hands are being raised, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the Vice Mayor for a motion.
Make a motion to adopt consent items 13.2 through 13.6.
Second.
We have a motion, and that one I'll give to Ms. Rogers for the second. And Madam City Clerk, you can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember MacDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes affirmatively, or unanimously with 7 affirmative votes.
All right. With apologies to those of you who've come out tonight, I know you've been waiting. We've been at it for 5.5 hours straight. We are going to recess, and I promise you this, for 15 minutes. We have a 15-minute recess for us to eat a little bit of dinner, and then we will be back. So we'll see you at 5:45. Thank you, everyone. Back. Time is 5:45, and we will reconvene in open session. Thank you all for your patience. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember McDonald? Here. Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Here.
Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show all council members are present.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to start off with our first public comment on non-agenda matters, and then we're going to go to the MLK Park discussion. I know we've got folks who are here from the bicycle, pedestrian, and overcrossing as well. But right now, let's go to item 14, our first public comment on non-agenda matters. Are there any members of the public, and I should actually mention, we've obviously got Zoom comments as well and phone comments as well, because we have Ms. Rogers participating online, and we're doing 2-minute public comments tonight for all of our public comment sessions, including this one. So is there anybody in chamber that would like to make comment on items not listed on the agenda? We will start off. All right, Janice, I see you there, but then we're going to go Robert Guilford and Dwayne DeWitt. Please use both lecterns so we can keep this moving. Janice, go ahead. 2 minutes.
I also went to the crab feed on Saturday night at for Maria Carrillo High School. I was there for previous events going back to when my son was in school, beginning of the 2000s or so. But anyway, it was a great organized event for the people, and they really catered to a lot, and it was just perfect. The table settings were beautiful. The way they did the food was amazing. I've been to a lot of crab feeds in my life. My father was a Kiwanis worker, and he used to cook 350 pounds of corned beef on the Irish Day, St. Patrick's Day. But anyway, I just want to say that when you see these community events and they're in your area, you don't have to be shy about going. Just go, and you see a lot of people and a lot of activity, and you kind of get the word of what's going on, and it was good to see so many kids that volunteered and participated, and it was just a fabulous event. I just wanted to say that. It was nice.
Thank you, Janice. All right, Dwayne and then Adina.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I wanted to thank all of you for the time you put in on trying to understand all the difficult issues. And I also wanted to ask you to look deeper into the institutional history of the city. Some of you might not know we had an open government task force years ago after Andy Lopez was brutally killed. There was a lot of people who were quite concerned about that death, and it led to a protest in which people came here to City Hall, and one of the council members raised his voice to the city attorney, and one of the city staff turned it into a mountain instead of a molehill. And that city councilman then went through a process, and there was a censure, which I believe was unneeded and definitely overbearing. And I bring this up right now because I really feel that we're missing what the recommendations of the Open Government Task Force were about, and we're not really abiding what the Open Government Task Force recommended that the City of Santa Rosa's elected officials and higher staff members do, especially for public notification on meetings, especially for letting people have a better understanding about an issue that's going to be brought up by having it actually explored in the agenda. What we've been doing is minimizing what information comes out. We've been basically deliberately keeping folks still in the dark on important issues that their taxpayer money goes forward to be used for. A lot of taxpayer money gets spent on things that the taxpayers would like to have more information about, but you folks hold it close to the vest. And in my volunteer position, I'm kept from information. Please don't do that. Abide by the Open Government Task Force.
Thank you, Dwayne. Ms. Flores.
Good evening, Council. Recently, I inquired about the Santa Rosa Police Foundation because their website and their Facebook page says they're a 501c3. I audit nonprofits constantly, but according to the Attorney General's office and the IRS, there's no record of them at all. So I've asked for their Form 990s now for almost a week and a half. They're paralegal to Laura Rosenthal, who was the legal advisor for the foundation. She subscribed to my Substack publication, but they've still not been able to provide those documents. So this is concerning because they were operating the gun buyback in 2022. And as a Christian, I know that if we're not telling the truth in one area, we're probably doing it in another. So right now, it looks like there's no record of where the money or the guns went. So that's a lawsuit against you guys immediately. And I did let Chief Cragen know. And I'm further concerned because I am the former executive assistant to the board and superintendent of Santa Rosa Schools. I've been reporting for the last several years, and I'm actively in court because there is an active child trafficking ring that is running here rampantly, and you guys target whistleblowers. So my co-defendant, Ms. Laura Ainsworth, and I are advocating for over 40 Latino children that were raped at Boys and Girls Club. Although the predator's doing 150 years and our oldest victim was deported, they're refusing to pay them restitution. So 8 officers were sent to arrest Ms. Ainsworth at Santa Rosa Junior College, where she teaches, for reporting that her husband, who is a teacher at Luther Burbank Elementary School, which is within the Santa Rosa School District, that he potentially had possession of child pornography and also severely injured her. Her hand was broken. She's been in a coma for a while, I think it was a week, and so it's just weird that you guys are targeting whistleblowers. So God bless you, a lawsuit's coming, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Is there anybody else in council chamber that wishes to make a comment on an item not listed on the agenda? I don't see anyone in here. Let's move on to online and phone then. Madam City Clerk, is there anybody online who wishes to make comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Now is the time for members of the public via Zoom to provide public comment on item 14, public comments on non-agenda matters. If you'd like to provide comment, please raise your hand. If you're participating via telephone, please dial *9 if you wish to provide a public comment. I'm seeing no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will close public comment and we will move on to our public hearing for the evening, item 16.1. This is our public hearing focused on the adoption of a master plan amendment for Martin Luther King Jr. Park and Trail. I think we have, is it Ms. Ander, Ms. Tibbet, or Mr. Ander and Mr. Zajac? Mr. Rubin, apologies. I had 2 names listed here. My apologies for the wrong name. Welcome to you both.
Good evening, Mayor Stapp, Council. My name's Emily Ander, Assistant Parks Planner, and tonight I have with me Dave Rubin, Principal with Calendar Associates. We're so very happy to finally be in front of you to present the Master Plan Amendment for Martin Luther King Jr. Park and the adjacent trail that it connects it to Petaluma Hill Road. I want to begin by giving appreciation to the South Park neighborhood, as well as the larger community who cherish, use, and care for this park, and who engaged in the city's planning process. I especially want to raise up the South Park Coalition, the South Park Football and Futsal Clubs, the Sonoma County branch of the NAACP, and Sonoma Can. These community groups literally brought their networks of supporters to the meetings to engage in the planning process. And without them, the master plan and the future implementation will not be successful. The purpose of any park planning process is to determine the park amenities and improvements needed and desired by the community, and to translate and represent those needs and desires into a plan. And that's what you'll see this evening. That plan then guides the future design and development process. Going into the master plan, we knew we'd be planning for both the trail and the park. And we knew these public spaces have been part of the community in some form since 1887, meaning they have a long history and they should be integrated into the planning and implementation process. We also knew that we had grant funding to help with the revitalization. As for the goals of this project, we knew the amenities and improvements in the master plan must meet the daily recreational needs of the neighborhood while also providing flexible gathering space for community events like Vince Harper's Day and Night Festival and Juneteenth, as well as community activities like youth soccer. We needed to incorporate the existing Head Start preschool campus run by Sonoma Can. And most importantly, the plan must improve the safety of the park. It must be a place where families, youth, and neighbors feel welcome and comfortable. I am heartened to know that most of you already know where this park is, as I've had the pleasure of seeing you at the MLK Day of Service. For those of you who don't know, MLK Park is located in Southeast Santa Rosa in the historic South Park neighborhood across Henley Street from the horse track at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds. MLK Park is classified as a neighborhood park, and neighborhood parks support the daily recreational needs of residents who live within a half mile of the park. This is more easily understood as it should take you 10 minutes to walk from your house to the park. And the pink dashed line on this map shows the park service area. This slide shows the existing condition of the park amenities and the existing layout. Based on the 2022 Santa Rosa Parks Condition Assessment, MLK Junior Park ranks as the third highest priority for improvement of the 49 neighborhood parks that were assessed. The importance of this slide is for you to see and to understand the current layout of the park amenities so that you can compare it with the layout in the new park master plan. Community engagement for this project began in January of 2024. We held 8 stakeholder meetings, meetings, and 3 community meetings, and we're part of 7 community events. For a park planning process to be successful, the community members who are participating in the planning process must also be regular park users. We're pleased to find out the majority of meeting attendees and survey respondents were residents of Southeast Santa Rosa, that they use the park at least monthly. Almost half use the trail regularly in spite of its condition and the illegal dumping and gang activity that often occur there. All ages were well represented with the exception of 15 to 25-year-olds. The community's top 3 goals for improving the park and trail were providing play opportunities for all, increasing the safety of the park, and providing gathering spaces to socialize and celebrate. The top requested park amenities at the beginning of the project and really throughout the project were shade structures, shade trees, additional drinking fountains, dedicated space for an event stage, public art rooted in history, fitness equipment, and an enhanced soccer field. These goals and amenities led to the creation of 3 plan alternatives, which you see here, and which were presented to the community at the second community meeting. All 3 generally include the same amenities and improvements. However, they are arranged in divergent layouts in order to elicit strong feelings from the community regarding what they liked and what they disliked. We learned that additional parking, as shown in Alternative 1, was not considered a good use of the precious park space. There is wide support for maintaining the soccer field, but not allowing it to dominate the park as shown in Alternative 2. Alternatives 2 and 3 received nearly equal support from the community, so Callender Associates took these 2 plans and combined them into one preferred draft master plan. This slide shows the park master plan that we're presenting to you this evening for your consideration. We went through multiple iterations of the preferred master plan to arrive at this version. It maintains the central promenade with an enhanced soccer field in the southern half of the park and the other major park amenities in the northern half of the park. The master plan is overlaid with the community's prioritization for the major park amenities in case the city is unable to include everything shown in the preferred master plan. You see that the enhanced soccer field was the highest priority and additional parking was the lowest priority. More shade, safety, play opportunities for all, and gathering spaces remain the top priorities throughout the planning process, and those are reflected in the master plan. With that, I'll hand it over to Dave to walk you through the Park and Trail Master Plan.
Thank you, Emily. The next series of slides is really meant to be a virtual walkthrough of the master plan, showing more of the details, starting with the central walkway. For anyone that's been to the park, you know this central walkway is a strong defining feature of the park today, lined with beautiful, mature London plane trees, as you see an example of that on the photo on the right. The design preserves these trees in order to take advantage of the wonderful shade that they provide. We envision that this central walkway will serve as the community's front porch and further celebrate it by providing a variety of seating options, including porch swings and picnic tables. These additions are intended to facilitate more community interactions and allow parents to watch their children playing on the playground or on the soccer field. Next slide. Here's a photo of the central walkway as it currently exists, looking west towards Temple Avenue. Here you can see the character of the space and all of the shade that those London planes provide. This next slide shows how the design would incorporate porch swings and picnic tables tucked in between the existing trees to take full advantage of the shade. You can also see the playground in the background to the right, and also the relationship of the central walkway to the soccer field to the left. Note that we're proposing goal netting directly behind the soccer goal to help prevent soccer balls from getting into the walkway and points beyond. Next area I wanted to discuss is what we're calling the heart of the park. This area includes a large central lawn space, a tree-shaded group picnic area, a new restroom building, and a large picnic shelter that would function both as a covered stage and reservable picnic shelter. This structure would span across the large picnic area and into the open lawn. On this slide, you can see what the picnic shelter might look like in terms of size and scale in the upper right corner, as well as the shaded picnic areas and group barbecues that could go in that space. And here's a photo. So this is looking towards Henley Street and the fairgrounds beyond of this area. And then here's what it could look like. The heart of the park could look like with the large central lawn anchored by the picnic shelter / performance stage. This structure would be designed to accommodate concerts and other community gatherings at the park. Shaded picnic tables under the trees are shown on both sides of the main shelter, allowing groups of different sizes to come together. You can also see the restroom building far in the background, close to the central walkway. The play zone is located between the heart of the park, the preschool, and the central walkway. The design proposes age-separated play areas, so that's 2 to 5 and 5 to 12 as two separate play areas, but in the same vicinity, with shade and seating for parents and kids alike. As we go through the construction document phase, we will be finalizing the design of the play areas, and we'll be taking into account all of the great input that we got from the community during the outreach phase. The court zone is located on the north end of the park or to the left of that open lawn. The design for this area provides separate dedicated basketball and futsal courts. The basketball court can also be utilized as overflow space or as a flexible gathering area for larger park events. Between the courts, we've located a cluster of fitness equipment as well as a small picnic area. And lastly, the design proposes a small spectator seating area next to the futsal court that's integrated into the slope. And so here's a photo of the existing play area where the court zone is proposed, looking south towards the preschool and Temple Avenue beyond. And then here is what the court zone could look like. So you've got the basketball court in the foreground with the fitness cluster, picnic area, and futsal court beyond. A history walk is also proposed between the court zone and the central walkway as an idea to honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. This could be expressed in a number of different ways, including through pavement treatments, interpretive signage, and art features. The south half of the park would remain dedicated to soccer, but would be converted to synthetic turf and served by new sports field lighting. The synthetic turf system selected will utilize PFAS-free turf and a natural infill material. Surrounding the field would be a low perimeter fence, enclosing the field and providing space for small bleachers and player seating. Goal netting is proposed behind the goals at each end of the field, and storage for field equipment and soccer goals is located on the Hendley side of the field in the upper right corner. So other amenities that I haven't talked about yet, there is a 0.4 mile walking loop indicated on the plan by that light red dashed line around the park, so that allows people to do a lap. There's also a Class 1 path that runs along Henley and extends down the trail. This path along Henley is a broad sidewalk that accommodates pedestrians and bicyclists alike. The plan also includes raised crosswalks at both Milton Street and Fraser Avenue, which were requested by the community to help mitigate speeding along Temple Avenue next to the park. We've also got lighting proposed for the court zone at the north end of the park, as well as for the soccer field, as previously mentioned. And the plan includes shade trees throughout the park to supplement the existing trees to remain. We've also included drinking fountains at the restroom and between the courts. The plan also proposes to fence the preschool area to provide improved access control. And lastly, the plan provides space along Temple for a drop-off area. It should be noted that street parking would still remain in that drop-off area along Temple. Okay, so shifting now to the trail. So we are proposing a significantly enhanced trail connecting the park to Petaluma Hill Road. And just to orient you on what you're seeing here on the slide, the trail begins at the park in the upper left corner of the slide. And because of its length, we're showing it shown into 3 segments as it extends west. The trail terminates at Petaluma Hill Road, shown in the lower center of the slide at the location labeled Trail Entry. The entire trail is proposed to be lighted, paved, and designed with sufficient width to accommodate police vehicles. Planned enhancements also include improved connections at DeTurk, Grand, and Rutledge, where those terminate at the trail. At Petaluma Hill Road, a formalized trailhead is proposed to clearly announce and celebrate the presence of a public trail, which you can see an enlarged view of in the upper right corner of the slide. Overall, the goal of the trail improvements is to activate the corridor, make it comfortable, safe, and intuitive for public use. Here's a photo of the existing trail from the south end of the park looking west towards Petaluma Hill Road. And here is what the trail could look like being fully paved with open sight lines and enhanced connections. Also note the continuous security lighting down the length of the trail. So at this point, I'll hand it back to Emily to talk about the environmental review.
Thanks, Dave. Through environmental review, it was determined the master plan amendment meets the requirements of the 5 categorical exemptions shown. This means that the project would not have a significant effect on the environment and is exempt from the provisions of CEQA. So now that you've seen the master plan and visualizations of what it could look like on the ground, and keeping in mind that it's our goal to build the entire park at once, we do want to share some very preliminary cost information with you. The early overall construction cost estimate to build all amenities and improvements shown in the master plan, and also including anticipated administrative and permitting costs, is approximately $12 million. Current available funding includes approximately $8 million in park development impact fees, as well as grant funding. Additional allocations are anticipated in the fiscal year 26-27 budget. So another approach to construct the park improvements is to do it in 2 phases, using that central promenade as a natural breaking point. The northern half of the park, which is shown in the red dotted line, could be a phase, and it would be estimated to cost about $6.6 million. The southern half of the park and trail would be another phase and is estimated to cost about $5.4 million. Again, it is our hope to construct the entire master plan at one time, and we will continue to work in that direction. This item did go before the Board of Parks and Recreation in August of '25. The board unanimously approved the master plan amendment, and if the construction must be phased, they recommended prioritization of the improvements on the north side as the first phase of construction. With that, I'll read our recommendation. It is recommended by the Board of Parks and Recreation and the Transportation and Public Works Department that council conduct a public hearing and thereafter, by resolution, adopt the master plan amendment for Martin Luther King Jr. Park and the multi-use trail connecting Henley Street to Petaluma Hill Road. That concludes our presentation, and we'd love to answer any questions that council has.
Outstanding. Thank you both. The community's been excited about this for a long time. With that, I'll bring it back to council for questions. Mr. Alvarez.
First of all, thank you. This has been a long time coming. I mean, how many years have we been asking for this park, and for it to finally move ahead or at least get to this stage is absolutely phenomenal. I know that the main concern of the community beyond the amenities is security. And with that, seeing that we're investing in a piecemealing of the park or into a piecemealing phase of the park, what security measures are being introduced immediately?
We have not discussed that. We have not discussed that yet.
I'm hoping that could be a conversation that's had with the community itself, as I'm sure you'll probably be hearing about the concerns, and to the community that's going to be speaking on MLK Park tonight, that you bring up your concerns regarding security so that we as council and those that support as staff can hear those concerns from you directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming?
Yeah, this is great. I'm really excited. The overall concept is beautiful. I just have questions about the synthetic turf. In particular, last year the climate subcommittee took up the question of synthetic turf, and we referred it to the full council for discussion. If we've had that discussion here as a matter of policy, we have not had that discussion here. So I'm just curious, one, to know why staff is making a recommendation ahead of slated policy discussion for the council.
Last year, we received a memo from the city manager saying that because the plan had, not the plan, but the planning process had already been moving forward, that we should progress with moving forward with the synthetic turf, or exploring the synthetic turf. When we applied for grant funding, all of our applications referred specifically to using synthetic turf for the field. And during the community engagement process, the soccer community it's interested in seeing synthetic turf in the park. But I did hear your question. Yeah.
The other thing is that it's my understanding that the Board of Community Services also didn't address the issue of synthetic turf. And the reason why that's so important is because, there's environmental concerns, but also there's just health and safety around this. So I want to make sure that, that if, at the very least, if we program this today, that we program it with natural turf, and that we don't do any further programming of anything with synthetic turf until the city council's had a chance to address this policy issue.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, through the city manager, if we could have Assistant City Manager Nutt, I believe we had those discussions in 2x2s, so obviously he's going to have more information on that.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. At the direction of the city manager, we did incorporate a series of 2x2 meetings just to get a better understanding and an idea about how we would follow through on the conversation that occurred at the Climate Action Subcommittee. Following some of those discussions, the city manager did direct that we put together, prepare a memo to council that described what we'd be taking at that particular point in time. And that memo did outline that this and at least one other park project that currently had grant funding specifically oriented toward the construction of soccer fields utilizing synthetic turf would continue to proceed, and that we would bring additional park projects that contemplated the use of synthetic turf one at a time, and we'd have council discussion on those items, but that we would utilize both MLK Park and the Place to Play applications as continuing to move forward with the synthetic turf product.
Yeah, I think then my question is this: what, and this is probably a question for the city manager, and is maybe more rhetorical in nature, so you don't have to answer this, but I just don't know then what the purpose of bringing it to the subcommittee was if we weren't going to follow through. Is it just to opine? It just seems to me that staff brought us a laundry list of health and environmental risks associated with synthetic turf. And now staff is making a counter recommendation to all those concerns. So I just think that for today, we ought to hold off on this particular piece of it, or at least direct that we go forward with natural turf, which is well known and loved by the community, and then we can deal with this as a policy question. And more broadly, if we're going to bring things to subcommittees and not at least hear them in front of the council, if that's their recommendation, I think we ought to reconsider what we're doing with some of our subcommittee meetings.
So at this point, I'll just respond and say that I certainly understand the concern and question that you have. I think staff was given specific direction, and so that's the product that you've received today. If as a part of this master planning process, if council agrees and or directs staff to change that particular product or other products within the master plan, that's part of what staff's here to listen to and respond to.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had some questions around synthetic turf. My understanding is there's different synthetic turf that may not be as harmful to the environment, that has maybe a bamboo underlying, and I haven't done enough work in this, but my understanding is there's different turf now than the original synthetic turf that we know had rubber in it and got very hot with children playing on it. So could you give me any more information on those different types of turf?
Yeah, there has been, I would say in the past 10 years, a pretty big move to alternative and natural infills. One you've probably seen a lot of is a cork kind of an infill has been pretty common. And in the actual construction of the turf fibers, they now can make it as PFAS free, and they'll certify that. But it's not to say that the concerns brought by the subcommittee aren't warranted. I wasn't privy to those discussions, but just to answer your question, those are some, I guess, some developments in the synthetic turf manufacturing in terms of infill and turf type.
Thank you. And then would the purpose of the all-weather turf be that we could use it all year long versus just some of the season that current regular grass allows? Is that kind of what the community is wanting in that specific area, or what the goal was of this plan?
That is the benefit of all-weather turf, is that it can be used all year round, and it can be used later into the day because it's lit, not because it's synthetic turf, but because it's lit. But we also wouldn't put lights on a natural turf field because we don't want the community to be playing on it even more, because it is harder to maintain.
I cleaned many muddy cleats and clothes after games on regular turf. So the other question I had around that is, if we do have an all-weather field for a community, does that particular field then go to Rec and Parks to be used, or will that community have priority on how to use that park, like a local community park like we normally have?
We would work with the Recreation Division on that, but the field would then go forward as requiring a permit, and any of the soccer leagues or clubs could apply to use it.
Okay. And then as far as the storage equipment box, can I ask about how that works for people to store equipment in a city box, or how that process works? I don't know that I've heard of that in other open spaces that we have.
I don't know if I can speak to how Santa Rosa is currently doing it, but typically there would be a lock and there would be a key that's provided to the various leagues so that they can open it and access it and get their equipment out.
I'm assuming we have some liability with that, so that would come back to council on how that would work. I'm just not sure how if I've heard that. So I'm just curious if we have 5 or 6 leagues using the same equipment box, if all of them had keys, who would be responsible if something went missing by accident?
Let me
And
check in
then-
with recreations, excuse me, and see if they already have policies and procedures around that.
That's very
I'll get back in
helpful.
touch
Thank
with
you so much. And I'm with you that if we have to do it in different groups, to start with the one side that takes care of the playground area and the 2 courts and puts that different walkway in place before you have to move forward on the synthetic turf side of the field. As far as the community feedback, I like that you were able to incorporate both plans to listen to the community needs, and I think this is a great thing for MLK Park to have. So thank you for bringing it forward tonight.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. We'll go to Ms. Rogers next.
Councilmember McDonald brought up a lot of my concerns. I think one of them was the concern about who gets to utilize the field, and then the other was about the not moving forward with the synthetic turf. I think that we do need to move forward. I think that the community has been waiting for a long time, and the input that I receive from the community that actually lives there is that they would like the turf because they would like their children to have somewhere to play all year long, and they can't do that on a natural field. No questions. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. All right, Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. I love it. I think it's beautiful. I just did a tour with my appointee to the Park and Rec board, and she went through, she was very thorough, and it was good for me because, I mean, I've been to the park a million times, but it was good because she really pointed out some really specific things that I think maybe I did miss. One of the things she mentioned was the fact that the bathrooms will now face the play structure or the door, so that when parents are, their kids are on the play structure, and then maybe 2 or 3 of them, and then one of them has to go to the restroom, they can actually see them visually, but right now they cannot. The door is on the other side. So things like that. She was real specific about going, and I think that's a great, really, that defensible, being able to see, and that's a safety issue, as Councilmember Alvarez brought up, just one safety issue. And then, of course, the path or the trail, whatever. I can't wait for the lights and everything. I think that's going to be, I think it's going to be beautiful. But, while we were there, there was all this trash dumped there, and it's just really sad right now. So I'm really happy that this is going to be happening. The one question I had was also about the synthetic grass. So I do recall, and this is not, I know you all were not privy to any of this or any of it. We did do the two on two. But my impression when we finished those little meetings was that that issue was going to come back to council, that they were trying to get a feel for what we thought. And for me, it was more listening to the pros and cons and then going back and doing my own research, which I did, but it never came back to the Climate Action Committee or council. And then I just sort of forgot about it. But seeing it here, that was the first thing that caught my eye, because that's one thing my appointee didn't mention. Because right now there's a lot of natural hills, and I understand that it's not even at all, but I think that's also the beauty of the park. So I'm really concerned about it, because when I did my research, I found that there were lots of injuries that were happening. And full disclosure, my father was a landscaper. He would die if I voted for something like this. I mean, truly, he would say, "What are you doing?" Because he was so against AstroTurf. So that's my personal feeling about it. But also, I'm just really concerned about environmental issues as well. So I am all for doing it in two pieces. I think that'll be good for the community, and I'm not surprised that they weren't concerned about parking because most of them can walk right over. But I am really concerned about the synthetic grass. I think that's something that we should, as a council, really address first. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think we all hear very clearly that concerns about the trade-offs between synthetic and natural grass. If only it were the case that in this area in the valley, that if you had natural grass, one, it was cheap to maintain, and two, that it was usable year-round. But anybody who uses the parks in any of the flat areas of the city, and I'm thinking even of Galvin Park, Strawberry Park, you know that for 5 months of the year, those parks, I mean, it's difficult to use those areas. And so in this particular park is so crucial to that part of our city. You mentioned that we've already signed agreements stipulating that we would use synthetic turf. What would be the ramifications of making a switch?
We haven't signed agreements saying that we would use synthetic turf, but when we applied for the various grant funding, we said that we would build a synthetic turf field. We can reach back out to them to see if we can use natural turf instead.
All right, and do we have the cost estimates handy in terms of the difference in long-term maintenance of natural grass fields? Some of the stats around the amount of time that those fields would not be playable, et cetera?
I don't have that readily available, but could get it. Dave, you have?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak in general terms about that. To answer the question about how much time the field would be down, I think 3 to 4 months, depending on the winter, is probably pretty common. We're about to go into a week and a half of rain, and so that's going to put the fields out for a while. In terms of the maintenance effort, it is certainly more maintenance effort to keep a natural grass field. It is a living thing. We got to mow it and water it and so forth. But in terms of what the cost differential is, I couldn't tell you right now. I guess that's all I've got right now.
All right, thank you. That information might be useful in the future. But no, Ms. Fleming?
I have a couple more questions. If we are going to come back to that information, I think also the cost of, I know that you're recommending something that doesn't have PFAS in it, but there are all kinds of other particulate matter and toxins. I think the cost to our waterways and our water systems is really important. And additionally, the environmental cost of essentially killing everything that's under this thing that may not be all that breathable, I think is really relevant. The mayor brings up a number of really good points about the cost savings around turf, and this is the purpose of why we should have a study session or make a council policy. We should not be making it in a one-off in this setting. We should move forward with this policy or with this beautiful park with direction to either stay the course with our natural turf or to have a policy discussion about this in the near future. I don't believe we should delay for the community. The community's waited long enough for this, and we should give them a safe playing surface, not one that's cheap just because we have struggles with our budget and our structural deficit.
Vice Mayor?
Are we currently able to maintain upkeep of all of our fields, especially the ones that we use for soccer?
Nope. Sorry, I forgot I was unmuted.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Emily, would you like to comment?
That is my understanding as well. I mean, you can look at aerial photos of the parks over the course of the year, and you can see the brown spots that are in all of our fields, as well as...
And Director Hennessy, if you'd like to come down and participate in this discussion, that would be great too. Our largest soccer asset that is all grass is a place to play. Do we receive consistent complaints about the playability of it and the condition of it?
When we did, back in 2020, when we did Measure M outreach, before we put together the parks condition assessment, we did one meeting with all the all the athletic groups that use our fields, and the information that they gave us is they have to put a lot of time and energy into, filling the gopher holes, killing the yellow jackets, maintaining, they have to put a lot of maintenance into all of
So
our
we
fields.
have
and
we have volunteers taking care of our parks because we can't take care of them,
we do our best, and then the volunteers come in and make it better.
to make them as playable as possible.
I'll be more blunt about it. Yes, we have volunteers because our parks need help. And among a number of different things that the parks maintenance team is responsible for, we ask them to assess across a wide range of responsibilities based on the level of service we provide to the community, ranging from 1 at the bottom to 4 at the top. We're mostly in the 1 and 2 range across categories right now. We've just reorganized teams to try to facilitate increased service, but a lot of that was changing those 1s to 2s. We're not sniffing 3 and 4 right now in terms of the quality of service we can provide with respect to parks maintenance. Okay,
and then Coffee Park opened in 2020, so we'll call it just under 6 years ago. If I recall correctly, we're having issues with grass there that it won't take, and there's not even dead spots, just dirt. Is that accurate?
There's issues with grass throughout the city, but yes.
But also with the irrigation at that park.
Okay. And then my last question is synthetic turf is in regards to drainage. Are there issues with water getting through it, killing everything underneath it, or does water flow through?
Water flows through much better than a natural grass field.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, Ms. McDonald? Oh, let's go to Madam City Manager first, and then Ms. McDonald.
Yes, I just wanted to get a clarification from staff that might help with the decision-making process this evening. So when we look at slides 26 and 27, we talk about the potential construction phasing. So in the first phase, the turf field is not included, right? And is that the part of the project that we have grant funding for or city funding for that we feel comfortable moving forward with this evening? Do we have full funding for this $6.6 million?
I believe so. I looked to Dan to answer that question, but
yes.
Oh, good. Okay. And then the second part, which involves the field, turf or non-turf, is that fully funded at this point? And is there a commitment that we've made when we put in for the grant? Does the grant exceed the first phase?
Yes, there would be partial funding for phase 2, but not sufficient funding to complete it.
How much is the delta? Could we use the remainder of the grant after phase 1 for the trail portion and not for the turf, right?
That would depend a little bit on construction phasing and may affect the overall cost estimate just because we start chopping the project up into smaller pieces. But yes, we could direct it to any portion of the overall master plan.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is if this evening, perhaps a compromise, since it sounds like we're not very comfortable with turf, I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but if we're still struggling with the turf aspect, we could move forward with the first phase of the master plan, knowing that the second phase will be a beautiful soccer field, but the materials, whether natural or turf, could be determined at a later date after we provide more information. That's an option.
I think, though, that staff would have to clarify with the grant application. That was the one thing that I heard with that.
Yeah, from my experience, usually when you apply for a grant, you're putting everything that you could possibly want. I can't fathom, but you tell us if that would be a sticking point for the grant. It might be, I'm not sure.
I can't answer that. I don't think it'd be a sticking point, but I can't answer that without asking the state.
Thank you, City Manager Farrell. Ms. McDonald?
I just have a quick question because we're talking about synthetic fields. Does anyone have any information on the professional soccer team that's coming to Santa Rosa potentially? Do they play on turf or do they play on synthetic field?
Assistant City Manager Nutt says both.
They pay on both, so that wouldn't be determined ahead of time with them as well. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I'd be curious if the grant that we're receiving, because it looks like there's been multiple ones, if we are to use the grant for the first phase, which I'm comfortable going with 2 phases, but I still think we need to listen to the community, and I think we can address the concerns for climate issues based on the new turf that's available or synthetic turfs that are available that do not impact the climate as much as the original ones did. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm just wondering on that grant, before we move forward, if we were to use some of it in the first phase, would it then affect the funding overall, and we'd end up losing it all and not have the funding even for the first phase if we don't do the synthetic turf?
I'll take a stab at answering that. When we submitted the grant application, we submitted it for the entire master plan. The grantee does not care what we spend it on as long as it is this park. So the phasing is up to us, how we split it up. They're not going to ask those questions as long as we spend it on this park.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I will now officially open the public hearing. Any members of the public who wish to weigh in on the Martin Luther King Jr. Park and Trail, please make your way to the podiums now. I have some names already listed. Let's start out with Dwayne DeWitt, Leah Moscatelli. Dwayne, I'm calling your name here, Dwayne, if you want to speak or not. Dwayne DeWitt, Leah Moscatelli, and Jennifer Mendoza.
Went over into South Park. I essentially know it like the back of my hand because I grew up with families that were black pioneers here in Santa Rosa. Mr. Gray, Mr. Williams, Mr. Bird. I think we ought to make sure that this park honors the history of the black pioneers in our community. South Park was set up by free blacks, as far as I know, back in the day. And basically, what we need to do here is perhaps look at how you spend the money with the honoring the signage and the monuments and the different things that you have there on the pavement. I'd like to see a monument that's not stepped on. I'd like to see something that honors the blacks from here in Santa Rosa that set up the first chapter of the NAACP, that had the black protests here at the bars in downtown Santa Rosa, and basically pointed out that we were a racist community and that we needed to have an NAACP here in our community. I knew these people, and I know South Park. And I believe we got to make sure that the black folks that grew up here get to have the strongest voice, not the soccer folks, all right? I like soccer. I know the United Soccer people want to come here and do all they want to do. Pay for what you got now. If you got enough money, do the first phase, get the honoring of the black community in there as best you can as soon as possible, making sure that the NAACP chapter is honored because they got it started here and they did it right back in the day. And then last but not least, what's really important, the families that were the pioneers. You know, we destroyed South Park Elementary School without even keeping that historical reference and just made it like, oh, it's gone. We need the housing. Let's honor South Park for what it was and what it will be and how it will be in the future. Thank you for the 2-minute time.
Thank you, Dwayne. Leah, Jennifer, oops, heads up, folks. If you want to applaud, just do the jazz fingers, but we're not going to do applause just to keep this moving along. It's Leah, Jennifer, and then Beth Wettergreen. Leah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to all of us tonight. I'm here with a group. I personally fell into the rhythm of spending most of my evenings with all of my kids now at Martin Luther King Jr. Park when my youngest son joined his best friends in a newly created South Park football club. He fell in love with the team, and I was very wary of the surroundings, to be honest. I ended up looking forward to seeing these kids play with their whole hearts every day, the families that were 100% dedicated to getting their kids to practice, cheering them all on, and the memories we were all making together. I've now celebrated so many birthdays, holidays, and more with this community out at Martin Luther King Jr. Park. I share this story as a snapshot with you because we're so thrilled to hear of these plans for our community and this park. To give the kids a safer, better lit, well-equipped park for sports and community gatherings would change so many lives. We hope to be informed, however, of the timelines and closures that will affect our practice schedule, while keeping in mind that a lot of these children simply walk to practice and would not have the ability to change to a farther location to do what they love. Currently, these kids and families are out practicing on unkempt basketball court with improper lighting as the sun goes down every day by 6 p.m. Toddlers are walking around in the dark while their sibling practices, and parents are trying their best to keep their eyes keen on these kids. As we look above, the lighting is weak. Multiple lights are off with no switches for us to use. Parents have taken over safety for this community out of our own pockets, putting out reflective signs, portable lights for each and every practice, and bringing them back every day. The kids cannot play on the large grass field for more than half the year due to poor irrigation and uneven ground causing injury and dangerous debris. Parents have organized kids to use the one standalone portable bathroom provided by South Park Coalition, as the restrooms are not safe and clean for the kids. So we are so grateful and thrilled with the current plan for our proper sports field. However, we do ask everyone, as Council Member Alvarez spoke about, what is the safety for now? How can we help these kids and families now? Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. It's Jennifer, Beth Wettergreen, and then Annette Arnold. Jennifer, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Jennifer Mendoza, and I work for the City of Santa Rosa Housing and Community Services Department. But today I came to speak to you as a citizen and a mother of 2 boys who love to play soccer. We are part of an amazing soccer club called South Parks Football Club, SPFC, and we practice at MLK Park multiple times per week. On Friday, January 9th, around 6:30 p.m., as I was leaving with my youngest son after his practice, I saw another player who lives in that neighborhood had not been picked up yet. That evening, the street seemed so dark that I made a split-second decision to give him a ride home. As I was leaving the park, I got a phone call from another soccer mom who's here tonight asking if I was okay because shots had just been fired as she was buckling up her kids to leave from practice. I thank God for allowing me to make the decision to drive the other player home instead of walking him towards that dark alley where the shooting was going to happen minutes later. Today I stand here asking for your support, for a group of kids in a community where this may seem normal, but for other participants, it creates a sense of fear and not participate in the sport that they love to play. I do ask for more police patrolling during our practice times, brighter lighting, and perhaps larger signage that asks cars to slow down. I would like to extend an invitation to all of you to stop by during one of our weekly practices so you can experience for yourself the dedication of the coaches and children enjoying the park. I'll end with this. We have an amazing support of coaches, parents, donors, and a neighborhood that represent our club well. And I do hope our comments here today can make an impact for our families now and for the future families to come. The master plan looks amazing, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. We'll move on to Beth, Annette, and then Gail Seymour. Beth Wettergreen.
Hello, this is Beth. I'm from the South Park Coalition. I'm here with my friends. These remarks have to do with the Newhall Bike Trail. My patio, and actually my neighbor Lynn's patio, abut the Newhall Bike Trail. It is a place where there is a lot of gang activity. Lots of, we get the graffiti painted over and then it's back up the next morning. There's a lot of illegal trash dumping, fireworks, just basically noise right behind my apartment. We live in a senior community. A couple of weeks ago, there were shots fired in the 800 block there, and we all have the police dispatch on our speed dials. It's very scary to have guns fired nearby. Now, specifically what I'm asking about is the egress from the 800 area of Aston Avenue. It's sort of a several square block. It doesn't have a specific address. It's just called the 800s off Aston. It's not really paved in there. It's a working class neighborhood. Unfortunately, there's a lot of gang activity that's coming in out of those 2 entrances in the 800 area onto the bike path. A lot of that is coming from the 800s. There are also Brand Avenue and DeTurk egress to the bike trail from those 2 streets, and that's okay, but I would like to suggest or ask that you please close those 2 egresses from the 800 block going onto the bike path. There are lots of trash going through there. like I said, my request, please close those off and light the trail. Lots of light. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Annette Arnold, Gail Seymour, and then Ana Diaz. Annette, the floor is yours.
I'm Annette Arnold. I'm with the South Park Coalition. And I'd like to say that safety in the park is the most important thing to me right now. We just had a child who was playing in the park who got shot in the trail. So my question is about lighting, and what is shown in the designs that we've seen is not clear what the lighting is and where it's at and what type of lighting. If we're only going to be doing half of the park at this time, I think we really need to consider lighting for the entire park, including the trail. That is where we're having all the criminal activity, and it's really where we need the most attention, and it's been what we've been asking for years. So if you only do half the park and only light half that park, the other park is still going to be in a really dangerous zone. So please consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annette. Gail, Ana, and Yesenia.
Opportunity to speak. I'm Gail Seymour. I'm the chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee for the Sonoma County NAACP, and there are 3 of our committee members here tonight. Since early 2024, the South Park community has enthusiastically anticipated the full renovation of the park. And unfortunately, there has since been a cut in funding and major delays. So the city intends to restore only 50% of the park in 2027. If you approve the master plan, please make it a priority to secure additional funding for the entire park renovation. The community deserves a safe and restored neighborhood park. The last time it was upgraded was 20 years ago, over 20 years ago. A neighborhood park is vital for physical and mental health. It's a refuge, especially during our time of climate change, and so it is a climate justice issue. Please don't allow the master plan to take another decade for full implementation, and please support parks equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Ana, Yesenia, and then David Harris. Hello, Ana.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name's Ana Diaz, and I am from Roseland, but today I'm here to advocate for the South Park community. The park was created in 1887 and deeded to the city in 1965. A park and trail master plan was created in 1973. That same park master plan amendment was adopted in 2024. Throughout 2021, my understanding is that the city applied but was not awarded various grants to help fund the reinvestment of MLK Junior Park. Councilmember Alvarez was elected in 2020, and South Park happens to lie in that boundary line. I state this because in all my years as a born and raised Santa Rosan, just like Moreland, just like Roseland's neighborhood, South Park was also neglected by the city of Santa Rosa. And it's sad that I can't say for years because in all honesty, it's been neglected since before 2020. Annette Vince Harper and the Rogers family, who is also here today, Christoc Camacho, who is also here today, and many others have done their efforts to help beautify the neighborhood throughout the years. There's been many changes since 2020. Alvarez, since your time, Santa Rosa was finally awarded grants to help improve the South Park neighborhood. Special shout out to Mr. Alex Padilla. Today I'm here standing aside the moms of Santa Rosa. Some were present during the shooting last month that took place. It was during the boys' soccer practice, and 2 of my nephews, Emmy and little Hector, were also present. They are 4 and 6 years old. Thank you, Councilmember Fleming, for bringing up the natural field for the sports players and children. If staff can make that slight change, it would be great. In all reality, South Park really needs to move forward. It's been long enough, so I'm really asking with that slight change, please make those improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesenia and then David Harris. Yesenia, go ahead.
Name is Yesenia. I am a member of the NAACP Environmental Justice Committee, and I want to appreciate my communication with Emily since 2024. I
have been in communication with her about the art and honoring MLK's legacy and the pioneers, as Mr. Dewitt mentioned. In 2024, in an email correspondence, Emily mentioned that the community had expressed interest in seeing public art in the form of a mural, followed by functional or interactive art, including bench, playing equipment, and then followed by a mosaic. So to see the walk and as part of the master plan is a really cool full circle moment. But I'd like to also say that I agree with Mr. Dewitt's comments that in addition to that, having some sort of standing structure, whether that be informational, podiums, a statue, which was my original ask, or just having murals throughout not just the park, but the trail would be really important. And I also sent reference pictures from when I went to MLK Park in Atlanta, Georgia, and MLK statue in Washington, D.C. So just being able to honor the legacy of the park as it's meant to be honored is really important. And in terms of the murals, there was a study done that essentially showed that murals reduce graffiti due to unspoken respect amongst artists with higher visibility and community engagement. So to the concerns that Annette mentioned with, or other community members mentioned with, having graffiti done and then having it painted over and then having it done again, I think murals along the trail would be a really, creative way to help improve public safety. And I say that also as a member of the community advisory team with the Santa Rosa Police Department, and that's something that they've also mentioned as well. So investment really does help in safety. Obviously, lighting on the trails is important as well. And I really like what the city manager mentioned of funding the first half of the program and then prioritizing the lighting and the safety of the trail as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yesenia. David Harris.
Yes, good evening, David Harris. I was first in Martin Luther King Park for a Cinco de Mayo event some years ago. But my friends who play soccer are always pointing out to me that we don't have all-weather soccer fields. And this potential of having a stadium there across the street in where now the racetrack is does really raise this question. I appreciate what Councilwoman Fleming has raised about us getting some clarity on all-weather turf. But I'm aware that there is plastic materials. When my neighbors built a permeable driveway, I did some investigation and found that there's structures that you can put down and still grow grass on it, but that are more durable. So I think we would learn something if we were to investigate now. The presentation here talked about PFAS free. Well, that's a step. There is development, and we should be able to come with up with something that will give us a better wintertime playing surfaces that we don't have to worry about environmental pollution. So I would be happy to participate in trying to find some solutions to turf material. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I see someone standing at this podium. If you are looking to speak and you're in the audience, please keep using both podiums so we can keep this moving along. Sir, go ahead.
Howdy, my name is Jed Parker, long-term soccer player, both indoors and outdoors, and also have a degree in environmental studies from Sonoma State. So, a little balance there. I'm here initially to support friends of mine on the bike overpass, but clearly with the soccer stuff, I'd really like to recommend going with the artificial field. If we were in Portland, then turf is awesome because the environment supports it. It can last just fine without additional water that none of the fields here get enough of, and is a big concern. The other issue with non-artificial fields is they take a lot of maintenance to support sports like soccer and football. They chew up the turf, and that leads to lots of injuries. Many friends of mine can't play soccer anymore because of injuring themselves on outdoor fields here that are not artificial turf. So yeah, it's nice to be concerned about the injuries that might happen on artificial turf, but my experience is a lot more injuries happen on natural turf because it's very expensive to maintain in playable condition. So that's some information and maybe another way to think about things.
Thank you, Jed, and thank you for the Sonoma State shout out. Fred, over to you.
Hi, my name is Fred Allebach. I'm a member of the NAACP Environmental Justice Committee, and I would like to back the comments of Gail and Yesenia. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Are there any other members of the public in council chamber that wish to make comment? Again, if you are, be waiting by a podium, please. Sir, go ahead.
I am the coach and owner of South Park Football Club. We've been there for around 4 or 5 years now. And it honestly, I feel some type of way, like a little bit angry about just hearing how they want to take away something from us, something from a community that we don't have anything. Like, we've literally built up this from scratch, no money, no funds from nobody. And the kids ask me every day, hey, when's the turf field going to be made? When's the turf field going to be made? And I have to just lie to them because I don't know myself. And I tell them, hey, another 6 months, another 6 months. I understand with the turf and the health, that's something that's been going on forever. I played soccer my whole life. I've been hearing this my whole life. My only thing is, these kids or whoever's going to use these turf facilities still have to go to high school, and guess what? They use turf fields still. They go play a tournament somewhere, they use turf fields. So it really doesn't make sense to me how that's one of the theories to not use it, because it's everywhere. It's everywhere. We'd have to take it away from every single high school, every single complex around the country. So it really doesn't make sense to me. And again, I'm so happy that you guys are finally turning and looking at our park and to the community, but I also feel like we could really do something to impact this next generation to do well in these next 10, 20 years. Because at the end of the day, these kids are the future. So if they're not on the field, they're on a game, you know? So having them 5, 6 more hours on the field, I think, you know, it'd be way better than having them outside in a game. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Any other member of the public wish to speak in council chamber? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, I'm going to throw it over to you for online comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 16.1, the public hearing on the adoption of the master plan amendment for Martin Luther King Jr. Park and Trail. If you would like to provide public comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. Dial *9 if you are participating via telephone. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands be raised via Zoom.
Thank you. With that, we are going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to throw it over to Councilmember Alvarez for a motion, and then we can have further discussion after the fact.
Very well, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move forward a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the master plan amendment for Martin Luther King Jr. Neighborhood Park and the multi-use trail connecting Henley Street to Pelham Hill Road, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Second.
All right, the Vice Mayor won that one. So we have a motion and a second by Vice Mayor Okrepke. We've had a good conversation, and clearly we have a couple of outstanding issues. Let's talk about those. I'll go with Ms. McDonald to start.
Thank you. I have a quick question as far as the money that's needed to do the whole park at once, because what I'm hearing is we need to prioritize this for this community, this neighborhood. And I think Anna said it best, that this is a neighborhood that's been neglected. As a child, my grandfather was a horse trainer, and they lived in the mobile home park right over there behind the fairgrounds. And so I'm very familiar with that park and going there as a small child myself. So I guess what my question is, as far as the funding goes, do we have funding in any other of our accounts that could be reappropriated for something that may have been earmarked in the out years to do the whole project at once now?
Short answer is no. A longer answer is, with some creativity and some flexibility on your behalf, come May, when we present the full CIP budget for fiscal year 26-27, the answer to that question could be yes.
Would it only come out of CIP budget, or could there be other funds appropriately used for something like this?
I'm not. I only control and help administer the CIP funds. So if you've got ideas for more money you want to bring to the table, I'm happy to hear them.
probably could figure out a few things to give you an idea, but for now, I just wanted to know, because I know a lot of times we do earmark out money for years and projects in the future, and so I'm just wondering if we can truncate some of that and appropriate the money now to move forward on the full project. And I think that's what the community is expecting. They aren't expecting that we do one phase for a few years and then come back later. And as the coach said, these are children playing on the fields now. When we have a long-term project like that, those same children are going to be in junior high or going to high school by then. So the goal is always to capture them when they're little and keep them playing sports so that they stay out of trouble. So I would like to look into potentially seeing how we can creatively do the whole project at once, because I think it's important. I understand that there's still some consideration over what kind of turf to use, not use, and so the cost differentiation would be important for us to see how we can move forward. But I do think that there's potentially some unintended consequences with not going with a synthetic turf. I'd still like to have more information on the ones that are being used now that are more appropriate for the environment and safe for us to use. And then the other thing that I thought about was we do have a public arts committee, and we talked a lot about murals and a lot about having culturally appropriate art in that specific area. And I'm just wondering if we had reached out to the arts committee to see how they can help supplement potentially some of the cost of that to offset the goal of reaching the full appropriation.
I have been in conversation with Meredith, and not yet with the full committee, and we've started talking about doing an RFQ process, what the RFQ process might look like to hire an artist or work with an artist, and using that 1%, because each CIP project has to contribute 1% to the Public Art Fund, so using that money to fund public art in the project.
Great. Thank you so much, and that's all my feedback for tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, sir. In regards to the brightness of the park, do you know what lumens the bulbs are, and is there a way to improve that number?
I'm sorry, council member, I couldn't understand the first half of your question.
Brighter bulbs. Is it possible to implement them?
Yes, we need to talk to our electrical team again. The electrical supply budget was decreased last year to account for other cost increases throughout the city. So we're, duct tape and bubble gum right now to keep things moving. But I will bring that up tomorrow and see if the existing fixtures could handle increased wattage.
I would appreciate that very much so, because I believe the concern that I'm hearing loudly is safety, and safety even before we decide whether it's going to be turf or natural. So I would definitely appreciate that conversation that happened. If we fund the northern part of the park and have the discussion about the soccer field at the second part of the conversation, will the trail be part of the northern part of the park, or would that be a third part, or included with the soccer field conversation?
All of those options are available to us. It's up to us how we divvy it up. It's easier if your adjacent pieces go together. So it would be a little bit odd to have the trail separate from the field area. And due to, just kind of spatially, there'd be some potential inefficiencies and potentially higher costs, but any of those options are possible.
Okay, and the reason that I bring that up is because from growing up experience, I know how much of the negative issues from South Park happen along the alleyway. And if we could get those resolved immediately, I know it would definitely deter and lower the amount of illicit activities in the neighborhood, lowering the fears of concerns in South Park. I believe Chief is now gone, isn't he? Is he here? Oh, he's over in the corner. Chief, after the incident that happened not too long ago, I know that you increased presence in South Park. Does that continue to be the practice, or the strategy, I should say? And I do appreciate you being so quickly and responding and really increasing the presence in South Park.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. And so South Park is something certainly that we dedicate resources. The Newhall Bike Path has been an issue over the years, as we heard from some of the community members, but really working to dedicate resources. And we had a couple, that was a very tragic night to have the youth are just playing basketball and doing nothing wrong and just targeted by gang members coming into that area with them just for simply the shirts, the color of the shirts that they were wearing. There were some highlights there that we have our our launched 2 years ago gang crimes team. They were called out that night, really put some resources. And that's another one when we talk about some of the conversation with our flock cameras. The flock cameras were instrumental that night in locating the vehicles that were seen fleeing that scene. 3 arrests were made that next day, and we're still working actively on some other with that and seeking to get those firearms off the street. So my pledge is that we'll continue to work really closely with the community in that neighborhood, making sure that we have visible patrols. Also a key partner in that is our Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership. So met with our team there, and we've had a lot of conversations about how we can bring more resources. At the end of the day, of how can we more holistically start looking about how can our youth just play there and have a fun time on that park without other rival gang members coming in there. So we'll continue to keep up that presence, and really happy to work. Annette Arnold's here tonight. We've worked closely and we're able to send our gang crime detectives to meet out there with the South Park community and be able to hear some of the concerns, and they brought those directly back to me. We'll continue to have the resources there.
I appreciate that very much so. And while I do have you on the line, and speaking about the alley, is it your opinion that the lighting on the alley might be one of those solutions that lower crime in the area? Or if I were to ask you, if the northern park, the soccer field, the alley are 3 factors that we want to build, but we can only choose 2, or at least the northern and southern part of the park, what would be your recommendation if you were sitting in this seat now?
That's a tough one. I'll work with the team. The lighting is undeniably would help with the Newhall Bike Path. I've walked it many times myself as an officer. It is very dark at night with it, and sometimes that darkness just attracts problems of people hanging out there. So the lighting would be great with it. I think continue to have like public surveillance cameras in the area so people are aware of that as well would be another thing with it. But the lighting, I think, would be a huge step in the right direction there.
I appreciate that, sir. And I don't believe I have any more questions. I do appreciate the community speaking about their preference between artificial and natural turf. And sadly enough, from being so underrepresented for so long, sometimes anything is better than nothing, but I'm hoping that we're not willing to settle for anything. So we do want the best. South Park deserves the best, and let's not settle for less. And actually, to our community members that we do have here, whether it's the Roger families, Annette, so many of the different residents of South Park, when I first started council, we had dealt with the issue of the golf course in Bennett Valley, and I noticed how well organized and how outspoken they were with issues that concerned them. And I want to definitely shout out to South Park neighborhood for becoming organized, unified in your voice, and make yourself be heard. It definitely makes a difference. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Ms. Fleming.
Yeah, I would just be curious to know if the council, if there's interest in a competing motion, or if if Councilmember Alvarez would be willing to make or amend your motion with the changes that you just suggested with regard to using natural turf.
Would that be to only use natural turf, or to research which one would be better for the use? Because my understanding is that it will be piecemealed, and the turf will come in at a later time, and we will have a future discussion about the cost and maintenance of the natural turf. Because I do not ignore the importance of natural turf. I understand the wanting of the community to move forward, but I do not discount the importance of researching and looking at what is actually best for the community and what is best for the environment itself.
So as far as I can tell, the city manager suggested or had an idea where there's 2 phases here. We could go forward 100% today with phase 1. And then I would like to say that we would support phase 2, but that we will determine the type of turf following a subsequent council action around turf in general. And one way or another, we could move forward with the full design today, and we could fund the first phase, and then in our May session, find the funding for the second phase, dependent on whatever surface we use.
And being in agreement with that, I would just have one question, and really it's already been answered. If we decide to go with as is, we still don't have the money for the field at this time.
Yeah, if I can clarify just for a moment on process, you're approving a plan tonight, which is essentially a broad agreement on the layout for what we're doing. You are going to see this 2 more times this year. In March, we're going to come back to you asking for approval to authorize a design build contract. It's our city policy that we need council's authorization. That's the delivery method we're proposing to use on this. That might be what's called a progressive design build, where the money comes in over time, and that way we can phase the project. So next month, you'll have the opportunity, we can bring back information about the grant requirements, the cost implications of the 2 alternatives. And then pending that, this summer, you would then again see an award brought forward to actually approve the design build contract. So I don't think you need to make a decision tonight. I think we have heard loud and clear that you would like some more information about the pros and cons of each. We also need to note any constraints on us regarding delivering either or both of those alternatives. So it's up to you how you want to handle the potential approval of this amendment.
I have no problem including the exploration of natural turf if it satisfies my colleague. Ultimately, I do not want this project to be dragged on or for the community to wait further for the completion of the project. My question to my colleague is, do you feel that by accepting this motion as is, are we closing off the potential to change turf to natural in the future? Because if it is, then I would definitely include that in the amendment. But I personally don't believe it is, and I don't know if you agree with that.
That I would defer to staff to ask. That seems like a technical question.
So I guess I have my question to staff is, by accepting or putting forward this amendment, are we closing off any potential conversation between artificial and natural?
No, the plan is a plan.
Because what I've heard is that we're going to go back and speak to one of Senator Padilla, if I'm not mistaken, or the state officials who provided the first initial $5 million for the project, and making sure, and actually you already answered that question, that they don't care how we use it as long as we use it for this project.
That's right.
So I guess I'll leave the motion as is, with the understanding that we can change to a natural turf, should that be the wants of council.
And just so I'm clear, maybe, and Dan, I think you already implied this, either at the March meeting or the summer meeting, whenever it's appropriate, you'll come back to say, okay, now council, we have to make a decision on synthetic versus natural. Here are the pros and cons.
Yeah, so we'll, both of those would be consent agenda items, would be planned to be. Please pull them if you would rather have us do a report, or we can include all of this information in the staff report and answer your questions ahead of time. But we've heard the questions. We will answer them in advance of the March meeting.
So it sounds like there'll be a clear checkpoint in the future to have that synthetic versus natural turf discussion whenever the item is ready to come forward. Does that satisfy the concerns here on the dais?
Not at all. I think the question that I'm getting at, the issue that I'm getting at, is that we had a process, which is that we are going to hear at the full council about synthetic turf or natural turf, using synthetic turf on city properties, and that question, to my mind, should be completely separated from an actual project, because what you end up having here is, to Councilmember Alvarez's point, folks who've never had anything think that this is good enough, and it's kind of like putting you over a barrel. We should approve the beautiful design of this project today. And we should also have a separate study session or chance to make policy around artificial turf that is not related to any one particular project. And that we should then, if we decide as a council that we're not going to use it synthetic turf, then we will know for our design build, for our costing. And if we decide that we're going to use it, then staff can go ahead and do that. But I'm unwilling to connect them, and I think that this is something that was an error in how we did our process. And so that, to me, is a line.
Let's go Ms. McDonald and then Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just a point of clarification on our rules. If the council member wanted to bring back an agenda item, wouldn't they just need to make a motion during their report to bring something back to the council? It would have to be seconded and be put on an agenda. I'm just curious how we would bring something in separate from this specific item.
I think setting aside for the moment whatever came out of the committee, we have a two-part process. So any council member can ask to essentially have a discussion at the next council meeting about whether to put it on the agenda for yet a later council meeting. So what could happen is, for example, council member Fleming could ask to have at the next council meeting that we have the item to make a decision about whether to instruct staff to bring back a study session. And there would need to be someone who seconds Councilmember Fleming this evening. If you get that second, then it will appear on the agenda as a vote to determine whether to bring it back at a future council meeting.
So the council already had a process where we determined that we were going to hear this. So I think the issue is that last year...
I'm not sure that was entirely true, but please continue.
Well, it's my understanding that it seems like the staff and the mayor didn't agree with the recommendation of the committee and decided to do it on 2x2s. And so I think that we have a real issue around how we're conducting business, and that the fair and right thing to do is to take up what the committee recommended and hear this item separately from this. We don't need to hold this item hostage. I think we can vote yes on this item here today.
Mr. Krupke.
So to be clear, I don't think there was an error in the process. I've watched that subcommittee meeting, and the direction that was given was by you to take it to the full council, and then by Councilmember Rogers to go to 2x2s because he was afraid that you two may be the only ones that were going to be in support of it. You agreed to that, therefore it went to the 2x2s. Now, if it went to 2x2s and then the city manager gave direction to proceed as we had planned, I believe that is an indication of where the council as a whole thought of the process. And so for this right now, I'm in support of the plan. I'm good with the plan. That's the item we're talking about right now. I totally agree with Councilmember Alvarez and everybody that spoke that this has gone on for far too long. We can get to the turf versus synthetic or not at another time, but I do want to point out that the process was followed. That the recommendation per that subcommittee was followed. And I don't think it's appropriate to make an accusation against the mayor and staff that they went out of line and went against the wishes of the full council, because the full council was given a chance to participate in 2x2s. So I just felt the need to speak up on that. Secondly, I also want to be in full support of this. I don't want to slow this process down. This community has waited far too long for this park. This community needs to, I don't want this groundbreaking to take one day longer than it actually needs to. So I'm good with it as is and good to go forward with it. And that's where I think we should go.
Thank you. No, thank you. All right. So who have I forgotten? Ms. Banuelos, have you? Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Well, I did actually have a question, and then I'll get to that other stuff. I was wondering about the funding again. We were talking about the funding. I was wondering about Measure M, and I did ask city manager about that just very recently, like yesterday, because just so you know, I ran into some oversight committee members. One in particular said, you know, Santa Rosa is still not spending their money, and it's not clear to me. I looked at the annual report. What we can spend it on and what we can't spend it on, or as city manager pointed out to me, we might be saving some funds for another project or something like that. So we were going to research that more, but just for maybe to enlighten us, maybe let me know if that's even a possibility in terms of funding this project.
Yes, there are Measure M funds involved in this project, or will be. The challenge is that the list of parks projects that we inherited, there were 25 MLK parks. We have overcommitted ourselves. We have overextended. We have not matched timelines to funding. In September of last year, I provided the city manager a memo with recommendations to move all kinds of funding around in order to deliver parks faster. I believe that's where we are now. There are a number of parks that were removed from the list for staff to be working on just because they hadn't started, but they had funding. All of those priorities were misaligned. I believe that memo was provided to all 7 of you as well. We are going through a similar process with respect to this budget cycle, matching funding to timing in terms of delivering as fast as possible. And that is, to some extent, the flexibility I was talking about earlier. There is a perception that we have been conservative with how we allocate parks funding. And it is true, especially with respect to Measure M. We have not spent at the rate that other communities getting that funding have. We will. All 7 projects that we are delivering this fiscal year have Measure M funds. Every Measure M dollar that we have will be spent by the end of 2026. They're all accounted for. So, at some point we're just going to have to make decisions. I know this is like the one that's here right now in front of us, and this is the priority, and there's a couple dozen people putting pressure on us. The next one's going to have the same thing. So we just need to make choices. But I believe that we have a plan to deliver this park.
Thank you. And then I just want to acknowledge the community that's here tonight and thank them. And I hear what Councilmember Alvarez is saying about safety, and you've waited a long time, and we need the safety now. And I just looked at that path just Saturday, and I was just like, oh my God. So I know if there's anything we can do, and I don't know if maybe Measure M funding can be, if there's some funding for some lighting, it needs a lot of things, but if there's anything we can do in the short term, I would really be in favor of that. And then I just have to say, with all due respect to my other, my colleagues, I just came on this council last January. I do not agree that a process was followed for the issue of AstroTurf versus none. My impression when I left that 2x2, and a 2x2 is just 2 council members sitting with some staff members and learning about an issue. That's what it is. And but my impression was it was going to come back to the council, and it never did. So to me, that is not a process. And I don't even understand how that statement can be made, because it's not accurate as far as I'm concerned. I did not vote on anything. So that's my easiest way of saying there was no process for the council to make a decision. And it's not fair to staff, actually, that they were given the impression that we did, because we didn't. Never. I have not missed one council meeting, and we have not done that. So I just need to say that, because it really bothers me when somebody says, oh, we had a process, don't you remember? Like I wasn't here. It didn't happen, and I've been to every council meeting, and I go to all my committee meetings, and I try to be a good council person, and I meet with every community group there is, and no, that issue did not come back. So I am sorry. I know, and I don't want this project to be prolonged. I know we need to move forward, and I think we can have that discussion, but I think we still need to have it. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benuelos. Other comments?
Yeah, I think that we just didn't finish up what Councilmember Alvarez and I were talking about the motion.
Sure. Let me just finish up with mine. I just wanted to make sure that everybody had been covered. For my part, I'll offer that we spent a lot of time talking about the soccer field, when in reality the big step forward here is that basketball court. Finally, that's going to be the nicest basketball court in Santa Rosa, and it's about time. So thank you for the very, very thoughtful design. Clearly, we're going to have another conversation about synthetic turf versus natural grass versus synthetic turf. I'll offer that in my 2x2 that I was a part of, it was very explicitly discussed that this may not come to council. So I feel like this process was was followed. And as Mr. Okrepke mentioned, the original environmental subcommittee was on tape, and so that people can certainly go and look at that. Having said that, this is a live topic of conversation in the city. There's no problem with having a discussion about natural turf versus synthetic turf, or natural grass versus synthetic turf. Let's have that conversation. What I don't want is for it to slow down this project. I, too, am very much in support of the project as it's written. If we have another discussion about, even for this project or for future top projects, about natural grass versus synthetic turf, let's do that with just a full understanding that, to some extent, this conversation has been had, and especially given the city's budget situation, we don't really have a way to both fund a playable fields for our kids throughout the course of the year, also at night, and also have them be natural grass. So there's just a large trade-off there, and let's make that clear for the public what that trade-off is. I have no objection, and at next council meeting, we can certainly have a motion in a second to bring that forward, or I'm happy to bring that forward myself, whatever the case may be. But I agree that we don't want to slow this project down. Let's get this moving. Final question for you, Dan. With what we've done tonight, are we creating any kind of delays into moving this forward?
No.
Okay. With that, but we have a motion and I think a second. Is that accurate?
I believe Council Member Fleming's was, if I was going to make amendment to the motion at this time, I wish to keep the motion as is, but I will support any conversation to revisit the policy in regards to the turf that's used at our public locations.
Excellent. So we have a motion, and a second. And if there's no counter motion, let's go to the vote.
Like, I'm not done yet. My question to you is this: are we going to have to go through a process, or are you going to agendize this, the question around turf in a separate conversation in February or March?
I'll have to look at the calendar. We have a busy slate of meetings coming up, but we will agendize it. I'll commit to that.
So we don't need to have a separate vote to deal with this?
No.
Okay, and the outcome, then we will follow this process. Right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, I think we can go to the vote.
We were just checking to see if we already had a study session lined up for March, or if we could have a study session in March on this. But we'd have to figure out if we could get ready in that amount of time.
The vote, sir? Okay. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right. So I see a lot of bicycle and pedestrian advocates in the audience. For that reason, let's go to the other big item for the evening. Well, I guess we have a few, actually, two big items left. Let's go to item 15.3, a report on the contract award for the Route 101 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing. Mr. Hennessy, it's a busy night for you.
Yes, I don't believe I introduced myself last time. Dan Hennessy, Transportation and Public Works Director.
Thank you for being here and for all that you do. Take us through this item.
Okay, not to bury the lead here. We are bringing forward a contract award for the long-awaited bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing over Highway 101. However, this is a report item and not a consent agenda item because the low bid that we received was $8.5 million over the engineer's estimate. And so as a result of that, there are some financial gymnastics that we need to do that both require some funds moving around right now and commit us to certain allocations for the fiscal year 26-27 budget. Just before we get too into the details, I do want to talk briefly about I think we've broadly been aligned on a shift in how we fund transportation projects and how we use our funding to think of more basic maintenance needs, more transportation safety needs, projects that are deliverable faster. At the same time, this has been promised for 20 years. There's $25 million of grant funding. Those funds are time limited, and they could and would likely be lost if the city doesn't move forward with this. So the bid result that we received doesn't change the value of those commitments. It does, though, bring into contrast the trade-offs that we're making. And so I just feel like it's part of our responsibility to be transparent about that tonight. Again, not a critique of past decisions, not a recommendation to walk away. I just want to make sure that everybody's walking into this with eyes wide open. So since we last brought an update to you, a couple of things have changed. One is that both this council and the SMART board approved an understanding to move forward with the Jennings Avenue crossing project. That comes with a cost estimate of about $4.3 million. We'll talk a little bit more about that project later. Our responsibility there is to update the design drawings. They were last comprehensively reviewed in 2017, and to deliver SMART a pile of money so that they can deliver this project for us. For this project, we opened the bid process in early November, closed it at the start of January, received 5 bids. You see the results up there. Given the range of bids and that they were all over, we don't think this was a contractor mistake, not an outlier, just the reality of complex freeway structures. Particularly in this environment, we designed a beautiful bridge made out of a lot of steel. The steel market has vacillated wildly over the last year or so. So we're going to get our beautiful bridge in a difficult spot, but it comes with a price tag. I should also note that this bid opportunity was subject to the community workforce agreement. And I do want to highlight, you'll hear more about this in the public comment. We received 5 bids. The recommendation that we're bringing forward is to award to the second lowest bid. We received a bid protest from the second lowest bidder regarding the lowest bidder's submission. That protest was found to be valid. The difference of the 2 bids is about $18,000, so immaterial to the discussion if that was even in your minds. So I can help discuss the differences with respect to the submittals. City Attorney Stricker can answer questions about the finding, but you'll hear from both contractors during public comment. To date, we have spent about $10.5 million on this project, about $7.5 million planning, design, environmental clearance and permitting, $1.5 million on right-of-way acquisition and related activities, and then we've moved a bunch of water, stormwater, electrical, gas infrastructure there already. All of that work is done. So that $10.4 million is spent and gone, but there's still almost $44 million left to deliver this project, split across those different categories you see on the screen. About 80% of the cost of the project lies in front of us still. The funding that we have, so far we have committed $44.5 million. We have about just under $10 million of city funds remaining. We have 4 different grant funding sources. I want to highlight the Caltrans Active Transportation Program grant. That is the award for which we went to the California Transportation Commission last August and got final approval on. We were given where we were at with Caltrans in terms of permitting. That approval happened on August 14th, 2025. The strings that come with it are that you have a contract award given by 6 months from that date. So that is Saturday. So today is our day. That funding, if we do not award tonight, is almost certainly gone. The other 3 measures are regional measures that we would have be able to have a discussion with SCTCA or MTC about. Uncertain, but probably still ours. I mentioned that the $9.7 million that we still need, we don't need it all right now. In the coming days, to encumber the contracts that are on the agenda tonight, we would need to move about $6.3 million into this account to fully encumber the construction contract and the construction management and inspection contract. There's about $3.5 million that would be needed as part of next fiscal year's budget. The way that we've MacGyvered this to work is that we are awarding this construction contract with no contingency. That is dangerous, but we're not expecting them to start work in any earnest way until April or May. We should be able to make it to the end of June without a major issue that creates the need for contingency. Similarly, we've asked the construction management and inspection firm to split up their proposals so that they would only receive about 3/4 of their funding right now, and we would complete their contract. So just note that this process, we would be bringing 2 additional amendments to you the first meeting in July to complete the funding for those contracts. This would also pay for city staff time, as the capital projects team is not supported directly by the general fund. For the Jennings Crossing, these are related projects, so I would just want to make sure that we have a full picture about what we're committing to. The total need's about $4.3 million. Those italicized rows on the bottom are what we need right now. We are working with SMART on timing for that. They anticipate delivering or putting out an RFQ for delivering this sometime this month. If that were to happen, we would be reviewing proposals in March. An RFP to this prioritized firms would be put out in April or early May, and then we could have an award as early as late May or June. Given that time frame, we're pretty confident that we could deliver the funds to them come July 1 if they were appropriated by this council. But just a heads up that that's the approach that we're going with. And so we're speaking for about $7 million of next year's capital improvement budget by approving this tonight. The impacts that those have on next year's budget, we talked a lot about programs to dedicate more funding to pavement maintenance and transportation safety. And we collaboratively came up with that program to make a more programmatic approach to that spending. Throughout the year, I keep a running tally of what I expect our budget to look like next year, much to our staff's chagrin and annoyance. And we've started having those detailed meetings now, and even now the numbers look a little bit different from what I submitted a few weeks ago when this was put together. What you see on this, the orange rows at the top are not flexible. Those have to happen. The yellow, I would feel very uncertain about not moving forward. The green reflects our commitment to pavement maintenance that we've made, that we were going to dedicate more funding to this more regularly, and we're not changing those commitments right now. What will change is that we had planned on bringing forward a safety project and pavement maintenance project along Stony Point Road near the Highway 12 interchange. We will not have funding for that. We also planned on creating buckets of money for small-scale intersection corridor bicycle pedestrian improvements. That money is also gone. We're going to have a minor amount of money to keep the traffic engineering team available to answer concerns for things that go wrong immediately. But we, the only place to absorb these cost overruns is in these small, but I feel essential programs. And just, this might be my own bias speaking, but this is coming out of a choice forced by these commitments, not by staff preference necessarily. So where does the money come from? Based on these, we need more than we have. Luckily, we do have some places that we can pull from. The Hearn Avenue Interchange project, the bids for that were under the estimate. The agreement that we have with Caltrans and the Transportation Authority is that all grant and regional funds would be used first. City funds would be used last. We expect to have about $5.5 million coming back to us. Some of that money is available now and would go to fill the gap that we need to fill later this week if this contract gets approved. We have funds unencumbered in the Fulton Road project that is in litigation right now. My strong preference is to not touch those funds, and the plan that I have before you doesn't, but those funds are available if in a pinch we needed something. We have funds that are dedicated annually to ADA improvements. That fund reserve has built up to over $3.5 million. We could use a portion of that that is not spoken for regarding any other improvements to help fund this. And then lastly, since we submitted this, we had the Hopper Avenue reconstruction project closed And those, the low bid for that came in almost $1 million under the construction estimate. So we would propose reallocating a portion of those funds. We've been conservative of what that project would need with respect to contingencies and staff time, and feel comfortable being able to make that shift. So without these overruns related to BPOC and the costs, the unanticipated costs of being able to move forward with Jennings, we would have had all of those buckets I shared before, the Stony Point project, plus an almost additional $4.7 million to spend on pavement maintenance and other small scale projects. Again, that number is zero now. So the main takeaway is some combination of $12 million went to basic maintenance, small scale improvements to these much larger projects. Just to put a pin in this conversation, this is a summary of the last two, and the one that will be coming to you later this year for our capital improvement program, where we've allocated money. The green cells are new projects. The grayed out ones are existing ones that existed before at least fiscal year 23, 24 or before. We have mostly been finishing past city commitments. And that has increasingly been the role of this department, and frankly, my role in communicating this is get these commitments done out the door, finish them, and move on. We're going to be in a position, if we move forward with this, to have to say no a lot for the next 16, 17 months. We have threaded a needle here. We have been very creative. To all the supporters who are here tonight, the staff is owed a debt of gratitude for the creativity to figure this out. But the flexibility is gone. This is all premised on everything else that we have planned moving forward. So Calistoga Road reconstruction, Hopper Avenue, Bicentennial and Fountain Grove repaving, Pearson Street, both of those pavement maintenance projects. We've got money if cost estimates come in. They have been coming in on estimate or under, except for the biggest, hardest project that we've got to do, and that's why we're in the situation that we're in. So any overages or unexpected delays will have cascading impacts that we'll discuss, but we're going to keep moving projects forward and figure out what those issues are as we have them. So just in summary, we have a series of funds available now that we will be moving. I have a memo drafted to the chief financial officer and the city manager, essentially spelling all of this out so that we all have a written record of previous allocations that need to be changed to move this project forward, the implications of those, project schedules, commitments. It's probably too much detail, but it's all written down so that we can refer to it when there are questions. Again, we're not changing any project outcomes at this point, but that's all subject to the bid environment over the next few months. So again, just not relitigating the past, but just trying to make clear that the balance between these legacy commitments and these major projects with, I think, the direction that we were all hoping to head, and the necessity to delay that, I think, positive direction in order to get these things done. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, as always, Dan, for being blunt and transparent. It's much appreciated. Bringing it back to council for questions. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you for the presentation. And I know in the past, Dan, you've told us that part of the problem is we keep doing these giant projects that take a huge amount of our CIP budget. And so I appreciate your straightforwardness on how we're allocating money and what we see that is getting deferred in the city as far as our roads and repairs that are needed. And so I appreciate that you're still continuing to work on the preventative maintenance, because we know if we keep kicking the can down the street, which I've said it before, it's now just a dirt road with lots of potholes in it. So I appreciate you moving some of these project forwards. Just so I'm clear, what you're asking us is on slide 7. The red projects would be where we would be reallocating or allocating money that we need to do the bridge and to do the Jennings overcross. So it would be going to zero for the budget year 26-27. So those would be projects that we would then put off to another fiscal year so we can finish these two.
Yes, and I do want to clarify one thing. On the Stony Point Corridor project, we had applied for a number of grants to move that forward. As a result, that project was initiated as a result of some fatal crashes that happened between 6 and 8 years ago. In the interim, we're very lucky to not have had any more. But the risk conditions out there have not changed. We have an agreed upon corridor plan that Caltrans has reviewed. They are, again, bluntly, not being great partners right now in terms of advancing that project. We do have an opportunity through the County Transportation Authority to find some funding. I trust that they will help us in that effort. We have made it clear to them that this is a priority for us to fund, and they have funding mechanisms to help us advance that. But yes, the last three are out the door.
Okay, so I'm still hearing that our budget, you would reallocate the 4.5 million, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to receive grant money or other monies to help improve that safety area.
Yes, if County Transportation Authority staff is listening to this, they're finding out right now that that's our hope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Alvarez? All right, seeing no other questions, let's open this up for public comment. Any members of the public? Well, actually, we have a list here. Let's start out with Hal Stober, Alexa Forrester, and then Eris Weaver. Hal, Alexa, and Eris, we can use both podiums. Hal, you have the floor.
Allowing me to speak. My name is Hal Stober. I'm the president of Gordon Ball. I've been a resident of Sonoma County for 40 years. My message tonight can be summed up in 12 words. Contractor must complete and require each proposed subcontractor to complete. If you kept track of that, that was 10 words. The other 2 words are low bid. The first 10 words were from this EEO certificate, which is the subject of what we're all talking about here. The last 2 words were a fact, were the low bid. I've heard discussion here about budgets. And now there's a discussion at the same time about awarding to somebody who's not the low bidder for no reason. There's no reason to award it to the second bidder. There's no reason to add cost to this project to the second bidder. The second bidder, Gelati, has flawed documents. Their documents were not prepared as supposed to be. They're supposed to be require each proposed subcontractor to complete. As I've shown to you people, as the department has, the subcontractors for Gelati did not fill out the documents, did not. There is a lack of consistency in waiving the problems with Gelati's bid and certificates while refusing to waive the minor irregularities with our bid. Gelati has never submitted certifications from their subcontractors. They have never submitted certificates that their subcontractors filled out and gave to them. You have the proof of that. We are the best value, and we do not have misleading documents in our bid. That is not something that the second bidder can say. Look, we're all here in a public forum here. We're in a court of public interest. The best value for the public's money.
Thank you, Hal. We'll move on to Alexa, Eris, and then David.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, and council members. My name is Alexa Forrester. I'm here tonight as one of the co-leads of Bikeable Santa Rosa. For those who don't know, we are an all-volunteer campaign of citizens who advocate for safe, comfortable bike routes that connect all neighborhoods in the city. I just want to thank Director Hennessy. His presentations, I think, always do a really great job of helping us all understand better what the stakes are here. There's a famous proverb you may have heard that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. It turns out that the same is true of building bridges. I do wish that we had built this bridge 20 years ago when it would have cost a fraction to build. But I am happy to see that after decades of hurdles, the city is closer than ever before to signing a contract and breaking ground on the Bike Ped 101 overcrossing. Bikeable is here tonight to express strong support for the resolution before you. This one-time big-ticket item is really an essential piece of connection that will help overcome the damage that was done dividing our city in half with the freeway and reuniting parts of the city that should have long ago been reunited. So the time to move on this is now. We understand the biking community understands the trade-offs. The Safe Streets community understands the trade-offs with some delays to other projects, but this needs to get built so that we can all go together into our multimodal future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexa. Harris, and then David Harris.
Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. First, I just want to thank Mr. Hennessy and his team for all the creativity and dedication and work that you've put into making Santa Rosa a better place for cyclists. When you were mentioning the string of deaths that we had on Stony Point Road a few years ago, I remember coming before this body with a group of people all wearing funereal black, calling on you to do something about Stony Point because of all of those deaths. So that's been some years we've been waiting, but we've been waiting even longer for this 101 overpass. The Bicycle Coalition has been pushing for this almost the entire 25 years of our existence, even to the point of filing some lawsuits back in 2005 before my time. The time has come. I know prices have gone up, but as Ms. Forrester said, the time is now. We're going to lose money if we don't keep moving forward, and we understand the other things won't get done whenever one thing gets done, but I think the time is clear to move forward and get these impediments finished. It's been a long night. Finish these projects that remove the impediment that Highway 101 has created for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Harris. David.
Get her 23 seconds as well as my 2 minutes. Okay, there we go. David Harris, and I've got in my hand here the map that I drew in 2004 proposing this overcrossing. I mean, I have been on this for now well more than 20 years, and unfortunately, you know, it's become way too expensive. If we lose 1.3 million, the charrette that was done in 2009 proposed a truss bridge that would be millions of dollars less than this cable stayed. You know, basically, we've gotten into a scenario where we have a proposal for a mini Sundial Bridge or a east section of the Bay Bridge, and I like to see projects that accomplish, can communicate more than one thing. And I would like to see a bridge here that reminded all those people dealing with traffic on 101 that there is a train, the SMART train. The majority of people driving on 101 are unaware that they have an alternative. And we need to, in face of this climate crisis, to be as complete in our communication with people that they have alternatives. And so I would urge you, because I'm afraid where we're headed here is to not being able to move forward because there's going to be a lawsuit over the award of not awarding to the lowest bidder. And, you know, you're going to be in more closed sessions dealing with lawsuits, and that is not the way to make this happen faster. I would suggest that this should be put on hold, go back to Public Works to get a new planned and out there for new bids. You will avoid having this controversy of the bid being taken to court. And that is a very significant delay that is going to screw this whole thing up. Take the time to understand really what the alternatives are here. And that is, there's more alternatives.
Thank you, David. Are there other people present who wish to make public comment? Dwayne, or do you want to talk, Dwayne? All right, the floor is yours. Let's keep it moving.
From Roseland. I've been following this the entire life of the project also. I'm a bicycle rider. Slide 7.
Oakmont and Bennett Valley, $11.2 million to help them with their pavement. The red stuff, Stony Point Road corridor, where people have been killed on Stony Point Road, pedestrians and traffic fatalities, very unsafe over there. Tonight, I hear that there's a man that says maybe there could be a lawsuit. I also hear other people talking about a different style of a bridge. You need to save some money. Basically, you don't have enough money. The city's going to be broke for the next 3 to 4 years. You're not going to get federal money. Maybe it is time to look at a different bridge design, get it in quicker. Prefabricated modular truss bridges can go up quicker with cranes. They can be put in quick. I use the overpass from Earl Street to come over here into Santa Rosa quite frequently. All my life we've been using that. We had another one like that. Why do we have to have such a grandiose structure? Just give us something us bicyclists and walkers can get up on it and get across the freeway easy. This is really important because you're essentially saying, okay, the east side's going to get some good stuff down the road. The west side's going to suffer. Stony Point Road, we get another person killed. What are you going to do? Just look the other way and say, oh, well, we thought we'd get to that. This is really important stuff that you folks can make the decision tonight and say, hey, we understand someone's going to sue us. The threat's out there. You understand that you can save money? Tell Oakmont and Bennett Valley, hey, you guys, you got to wait like West Side Santa Rosa has waited for 20 freaking years. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thanks, Dwayne. Are there any other people present who wish to make comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to check with Madam City Clerk. Anybody online?
We do have a few members of the public participating via Zoom, so now is the time for public comment on items 15.3. If you are participating via Zoom and wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. If you're participating via telephone, please dial *9 now. Mayor, there are no hands being raised.
Thank you. All right, we'll close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to Ms. Fleming for a motion, and then we can have any further discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Hennessy, thank you for you and your team's work on making this work for our budget going forward. And also thank you to the public who has been so patient with us. This is something I've been working on for almost 8 years, and I know that I'm probably not the person who's been working on it the longest. So with that, it is, you know, I understand all the issues at play, but it's about time. And so with that, I'm going to move items 15.3, 15.4, and 15.5 and ask for a second.
Second.
And just to confirm, can we move all those items simultaneously, Madam City Attorney?
I don't believe we've taken public comment on all of the items, so if you want to do that, I don't know if there's anything more staff needs to present. They are related items. The subsequent items, as I understand it, become moot if you don't approve the construction contract, but if you do, then those items need to also be considered.
And just to be transparent for the public, those two items relate to the construction management and inspection contract and a amendment to the design contract for BKF engineers to support us during the construction process. But there's no presentation related to those.
So with that, are we good with a joint motion, or do we need to separate them?
If you want to do a joint motion, that's fine, but you will need to reopen public comment to make sure there aren't comments on those two items, because we didn't take public comment on the latter two items.
Thank you for that. All right, so let's do that right now. Let's reopen public comment. These are the two supporting items, 15.4 and 15.5, that dealt with essentially the construction bids. Dan, can you repeat the details?
Yes, 15.4 is to approve construction management and inspection firm support for the construction of the BPOC. And that is the one where we're only funding about 3/4 of their total amount. We'll be bringing back the remaining funding in early July. And then the 15.5 is approving a contract amendment for design firms to support construction activities.
Understood. Thank you. Any public comment within chamber pertaining to those two items? Yes, David?
Yes, I mean, this is talking about spending more money on the overcrossing, and I think you need to really think about its cost. There are some very strange differences in the bids, that the engineering estimate for traffic control was under $300,000, and Gelati's bid is $1.8 million. And I don't understand why they need that level, more than 6 times the engineer's estimate is going to be overseen by this professional services agreement, construction management of traffic control, $1.8 million in traffic control. That I don't know why anyone would need 6 times more the engineer's professional estimate on the need for traffic control. And these professional service oversight on construction management are just going to say, well, yeah, you're paying them $1.8 million for traffic control on this overcrossing construction that the estimate didn't think was necessary. I mean, $1.8 million versus less than $300. That's $1.5 million that I don't understand why we're accepting that in this bid process. So, oversight of bids that don't really make sense. I think there needs to be more looking at this expenditure if you're trying to make the money go farther. We're not getting a clear understanding of why there are these kind of phantom expenses inside this contract.
Thank you, David. Dwayne.
Hello again. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. First, I want to thank Mr. Hennessy for his astute outlook on all of this and his oversight looking into how to handle this. I want to thank all of you for your efforts as you try to deal with a real conundrum here. Essentially, you have something that is costing more than it needs to. You don't have enough money to pay for it. You're going to be putting yourself into financial troubled waters into the future. And you've been told tonight by somebody here that you may be sued. I am not a person who has a single penny involved in any of this. I walk and ride bicycles. I know I can get across a simpler design. So it's just been pointed out to you by another member of the public that there's $1.5 million discrepancy in something here. This is the type of thing that needs to be looked into, and make sure that you verify why that extra cost is there. Don't just look at it like, well, we'll rubber stamp something and we'll go forward on something. Look at it like, okay, we need to save money. This is a spot where you can save some money right now. You folks are the ones who take care of the public purse. The taxpayers put the money in the purse, and they expect you to politely work it out so you don't ever get sued on how you disperse the fundings. This is something that's difficult, I understand. And all of you are looking at it like, hey, let's got to get this issue done. It's really almost more important to say, could we get it done quicker by doing a different design with the true lowest bidder working on it instead of having to go through what has been threatened? These are the kind of things that you folks get to perhaps lose sleep over.
Thank you, Dwayne. I see someone standing at this podium. Please go ahead.
My name is Abigail Zoger. I am a resident here of Santa Rosa. I'm also an instructor at Santa Rosa Junior College, and I've been there since 1998, and I believe shortly after I arrived, this bridge began to be discussed. And I'd just like to say that I do not feel qualified to judge the contractors, the bids, the design, or any of those issues. But what I have heard very clearly is that if we do not decide tonight, by we I mean you, do not decide tonight, then that $12 million from the state is going away, and essentially so is this bridge. And so that's okay if all of you and Mr. Hennessy think that's the right decision. I'm going to trust your expertise on that. But we have to be very honest that if you decide not to go forward tonight, then a huge chunk of money is going away, and I don't think this bridge will really ever get built. And whether it should be built or not be built, I don't feel like I'm in a position to judge. And whether it should be done by one contractor or another contractor, I'm not in a position to judge. I just want us to be very clear and very honest about what we're doing if we say no tonight. And then if that's the case, then we really have to say, what are our other alternatives? What are we going to do instead? So I think there is in some level a binary choice. And I don't want to be crude, but my mother would have told me that I need to do it or get off. So thank you.
We got the point. Thank you very much. Any other folks in council wish to speak?
I would like to ask
David, you've had your time. Nope. Sorry, David, you had your time. Are there any other members of council who'd like to speak? Seeing none in chamber, Madam City Clerk, would you please check online?
Thank you, Mayor. If you would like to speak on items 15.4 and 15.5 as listed on the agenda, now's the time to do so via Zoom. If you are participating via Zoom, raise your hand, or via phone, dial *9 now to raise your hand. I'm seeing no hands, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. We definitely have some final comment. Let's go Mr. Alvarez first, and then Vice Mayor Krepke.
One of our speakers asked a question and made the comment that I was going to ask. So the question for me is very straightforward. If we do not approve this today, what do we lose and when do we lose it?
We certainly lose time. We lose $12 million on Saturday morning. As soon as we got the bid, we started looking at how to make this bridge cheaper. But in full transparency, we're nickel and diming it at the expense of its quality. Making it cheaper in a meaningful way means redesigning it, means grant extensions, means doing the entire Caltrans permitting process over. Like, just a scale of uncertainty that is hard to describe in terms of the frustration it would bring to staff if we still wanted to pursue the bridge. I heard the comments about the different bid items. I would love to pick and choose the bid items from different contractors. It would save us a ton of money. That's not legal. And it would make all contractors not want to work with us. This is the proposal that you have before you. If we don't move forward with it, it'll be years before you see it again, and it'll be different staff that brings it forward.
And what was the difference between bids on the two participating parties?
About $18,000.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hennessy, how common is it to, we'll call it, throw out the lowest bid on a project this size?
I don't know that size has anything to do with it, other than it brings attention to it. We had a bid protest on grounds that we found to be valid. The paperwork that was submitted was not compliant.
I'm not questioning that. What I'm just saying is this happen every week, or is it once a year? Is it?
It has not. I mean, it has not happened in my tenure.
Okay.
If that's
so it's rare, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So because it's so rare, can you and maybe the city attorney with an assist help kind of keep it high enough level that we don't get too bogged down in details, but why that was done?
I'm going to defer to City Attorney Stricker just so that I don't say something.
So the bid was determined not to be responsive. Responsiveness is really a question of looking at the face of the bid. Did they meet all of the criteria and do so on time? And this bidder did not submit some of the required forms. Those forms are required to meet the requirements of the bid. They're also required to meet the grant funding requirements associated with this. As a result of that, the bid was determined to be non-responsive. When that happens, state law requires we then go to the second lowest bidder. The second lowest bidder was responsive, and so that is what staff is recommending.
I appreciate that, and I just wanted to be clear. And I just wanted to be clear with the community, be transparent as possible about why this is being, instead of just saying it was non-responsive and so we didn't take it. I was hoping to get some more detail, and I appreciate that. So,
I can tell you this is not an uncommon thing to happen. I appreciate that it hasn't happened during Director Hennessy's tenure here in the past, help me, year and a half? year and a half, 2 years, sorry. But it does happen, and it's not uncommon.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Banuelos and then Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quickly, I just wanted to thank Director Hennessy and staff for all the work that you've done and for getting us to this point. I remember when we first started talking about the bridge way back I think in the early 2000s or mid 2000s, and it just seemed like, a pipe dream, even though we wanted it. And I know that the community has wanted it continually. And so I feel like, I know this is going to put some constraints on us, and we are going to, and we already are making sure, checking our budgets and making sure that we are as responsible as possible in terms of funding and our budget. So I think, I know it's going to put a strain on you and your staff, and I'm feeling very heavy about that and very badly about that. So I just want to thank you for taking all that on. I wish that you didn't have to, and because I heard you mention the word pressure, and I hope that you don't feel pressure. But I think we're very grateful for you, and I think the community is too, of all that you have accomplished for our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you to Dan as well. I know it's hard to look at your priority list and see which ones you're going to delay because of the importance of all of them. And so that takes a great amount of time from staff and commitment to go through to see which ones are going to be actually pushed down a little bit further. So I appreciate the work on that. As far as public works jobs and, owning a commercial construction company in the past or HVAC company, my understanding is in the RFP, it's very clear about what has to be submitted on all public works or government jobs. It's very clear in the proposals what they have to have and all of the documentation, and it's significant for every company. And a lot of times companies, just being as a school board trustee, knew that a lot of them would submit and miss one little piece of paper, and that bid would have to be thrown out, and then we'd go to the next one. So I just, for clarification, I think Councilmember Okrepke really said, does this happen very often? In my long time being in different government entities, it does actually happen often because it's just one piece slipped at one time. So I appreciate the city attorney's office looking through the paperwork to make sure that we were doing the right thing and following our process, what's required of us as council members. So I'm in support of all three of these resolutions. It's exciting for the community. Somebody who grew up on the west side of town, who now lives on the east side of town, connectivity helps with equity, and I'm really happy to see this move forward.
Ms. Fleming.
Just one last thing, because when I made my comments, we got derailed into the process. I just wanted to take one moment to add that this is going to be a great piece of infrastructure for both sides of our beautiful community. It's going to link the east and the west side, and it's going to also get pretty close to the Jennings overcross that's going to be coming up eventually. And I understand that this will delay some other things, but this is an essential piece of infrastructure for our community. It'd be like when you move into a house, if you can only afford one thing, you're going to get a bed and then a couch. And I feel like this is for the future of Santa Rosa that is multimodal and bikeable and walkable. This is an essential piece of furniture for our community, and we will continue to add funds as we can in the future to other things, and thank staff for your creativity and flexibility.
I'll just second those remarks and mention again, thank you, Dan, for being as blunt as you have been about the trade-offs. It's good to highlight those and make us and the community aware of what's not going to get done as a result of this project. In defense of this project, and you are correct to categorize it as more expensive than it needs to be, perhaps over-designed in some respects. But it is, first of all, it's helping to repair the damage done by building a freeway through our city, and that was never going to be cheap. Secondly, it is reconnecting a couple of neighborhoods that need to be reconnected, and that was never going to happen cheaply either. And thirdly, it's going to be a beautiful bridge. And one of the things that Santa Rosa needs right now is we need more architectural landmarks. Too many people drive through our city, and they're not even aware that they're driving through our city. And we need to start correcting that. And this bridge is going to get noticed, and it's going to get remembered, and it's hard to put a price on that. And so in the long run, even though this is very expensive and we could have done something not as attractive for cheaper, I wonder if it's going to, in the end, be a good investment for the city, because it's going to change our skyline for the better. So thank you, and thanks staff for all your work on this, and I'm certainly supportive. And with that, if there are no further comments, we have a motion, we have a second. Madam City Clerk, I think we can call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Oh, but we're not done. For those of you whom 8 hours and 15 minutes has not been enough, stick around. We've got one more good item. And it is item 15. We're gonna end where we began. We are gonna talk immigration enforcement. This is item 15.1, a report on a resolution urging the United States Congress to adopt legislation to protect public safety by requiring appropriate training, conduct, oversight, and accountability standards for federal immigration enforcement agents. Many of you are here, or, well, there aren't many of you left. But those of you who are left, remember the conversation at the beginning. Now we're coming back to it. So, Chief Cregan, Assistant City Manager Nutt, welcome again.
Mayor, thank you very much. I guess the good news about having these two items on the same night is a lot of what you're going to see in these slides is fairly repetitive. I promise not to take any additional time given the late hour and the fact you've had to make some other very big decisions today. So we'll go ahead and work our way through this. Chief Cregan and I are going to tag team this one. If you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them. So we are here to present you with a resolution that ultimately urges Congress to make some adjustments or changes to how the immigration enforcement teams at the federal level are doing their work and how to improve the community service that they are supposed to be providing in the communities that they're in. So first and foremost, we talked a little bit about this earlier today. We've done a lot of work trying to create this public safety environment here in Santa Rosa. It really is a commitment by our staff internally to try to ensure that we've got a great, wonderful place to live and that community members are not uncomfortable coming and talking to not just the city staff, but also our police department. And there's a number of things that we've put in place in an effort to try to make that as compatible as possible.
And I'll pick up from here, just going over, we talked about some of this earlier, our basic police academy. We have a 21-week basic police academy that's 855 hours spread out over those 21 weeks. We actually worked closely with the Santa Rosa Junior College team and added a week. It was 20 week just this last year, it added a week. And those were some important things. They added active shooter in there. They actually added 16 hours on the cultural diversity and implicit bias with it. That was already in addition to training that was part of the thing because that's such a core element that our young officers need to understand before hitting the streets of Santa Rosa. De-escalation, sensitivity, talking about accommodations with it too. So many core elements were added in there. Another thing that's just really important that not only do we have throughout the state of California, but right here at the Santa Rosa Police Department, very clear use of force standards that are part of our training about when we're going to use this force, what are the consequences of using force that doesn't meet our expectations. Every single one of our police officers here is required to wear a body-worn camera. It is important to acknowledge there's actually not a state law in California, so that's up to city councils and cities. So California has no law requiring body-worn camera or fleet cameras. It's done at the discretion of the chiefs and councils with it. The vast majority of agencies do have body-worn cameras with it, but not universally throughout the state of California with it. Independent investigation of officer-involved shootings. That's another one that for the most part is not a state law, but we do here at the Sonoma County Chiefs Association that we have a county-wide protocol of an outside agency investigating all shootings, and we've done that for decades here in Sonoma County. One thing that we do have is Assembly Bill 1506, and that's the one we discussed earlier, where that if a police officer has a shooting with an unarmed community member, whether it doesn't have anything that's considered a deadly weapon, then there's an independent investigation led by the Department of Justice here for the state of California that comes in and oversees that. We're blessed here for the city of Santa Rosa to not only with Transparency Academy through our independent police auditor, but we also have the host of laws that we talked earlier, Senate Bill 1421, AB 748, Senate Bill 16, Senate Bill 2. Every single one of those was a different layer of transparency. So within 45 days of an incident, our body-worn camera footage is public if it results in a death or serious bodily injury to any community member. Next slide, please. Going over, we talked about earlier about the Operation Metro Surge, as is being called across the United States by our federal immigration resources. You've seen that throughout different cities. The one that's been more followed more closely just recently is in Minneapolis. We saw that in Los Angeles, Chicago, and other cities across our nation. There was a lot of questions about, are we getting the same level of training from our federal agents with it too? We discussed they have a basic 13-week academy that they go to for all federal agents, and then each agency specific, so Homeland Security, FBI, DEA, ATF, whatever the federal agency may be, has their own training after that. With it, we've had, for years, we've had frustration with Homeland Security by local chiefs, and certainly here in Sonoma County, about having police identifying on the back of their jackets or any of their identification. Really having a local inference that you're a local police officer with it too. Very broadly, they're law enforcement officers, but have never been considered like police officers. They're federal special agents with it too. So that's a clear distinction with it. The lack of having that federal oversight system is certainly not an independent police auditor. The use of face coverings with it too, that's new within the last couple of years. We've just seen that coming up with federal agents reporting being doxxed and harassed. With it, California has the AB 627 law. There's right now, though, an injunction prohibiting enforcement of that for the mass with it too, because there was a change in the law where it allowed our state officials it did not apply to, and so a federal judge put an injunction saying you can't not require the state officers to do it, but require federal officers to do it. So we'll see how that goes through the court process. No standard use of body-worn cameras across the federal system. You are seeing already some movement across that just after the 2 shootings in Minneapolis with it, and no national policies associated with independent investigations. So here we have in Sonoma County, if we have a Santa Rosa police officer is involved in any type of officer-involved shooting or in custody death, an independent agency will come in and conduct that investigation with it before it goes to the district attorney's office. If it was with an unarmed civilian, then also a secondary investigation will be done by the Department of Justice. That doesn't exist at the national standards. With it, it is fair to be transparent that our local Homeland Security from the Bay Area has a working agreement with the FBI that the FBI would conduct another investigation with it, but that's not a national standard. That's one that exists here, right here in the Bay Area. Next slide.
And so the question is then, recognizing these particular items and how enforcement teams are working and the things we're seeing across the country, how can we begin to make an adjustment in those practices? And I think the mayor said it earlier today, one of the tasks that we need to take on is going to our federal legislators and have them start to work on our behalf to make their teams at the federal level begin to make work. And so feedback that you've provided us previously during previous discussions, as well as the conversation that we had earlier today, identified 8 points that would go into a resolution that would be sent to our federal delegation and requesting them to move forward with additional actions from their level. The first is to establish clear and accurate identification. To the chief's point, when they put police on their uniform or on other assets that they're working with, it's confusing and it creates distrust within our community because the community has a difficult time viewing who is local and who is federal. We also are looking at independent investigations. While we do it locally, what we're seeing is there's no clear and definitive mechanism for that to occur at the federal level. And so the request is specifically to have our congressional leadership look at authorizing local or state authorities to investigate where there's an in-custody death or a shooting incident that occurs within a local jurisdiction. It just makes sense sense, since we do it interoperably within each of the county organizations, that it would be appropriate for us to be involved with federal enforcement teams that are here. And then, as the chief mentioned, the prohibition of face coverings and looking for consistency with SB 627, body-worn cameras. This is it's seems appropriate that federal agents, when they are doing street-level investigations or street-level actions, that they would be required to wear body-worn cameras, similar to local jurisdictions' requirements associated with body-worn camera use. Minimum training standards, the chief kind of went through the differences between what we see from a city perspective as well as statewide type of training activities. And really, it's asking our federal government to have a minimum standard that actually makes sense, one that incorporates a lot of those activities that the chief mentioned, whether it's de-escalation, whether it's use of force, whether it's implicit bias training, things that will help them be more appropriate in their interactions with members of the public during some of these more difficult times. Civil rights accountability. Right now, federal government isn't held to the same standard as local agencies, where an individual can actually file suit against that local agency. And so we're asking if it's a federal law on our behalf, that they should apply it to themselves as well. And it should be an instance where if an individual is wrongly or impacted during an interaction with a federal officer, that they can in turn sue the federal government and the officer associated with that interaction. Local notification of ICE enforcement actions. We heard a lot of different communication about that earlier today. What the intent is here is really to say, if you're intending to do a large enforcement action within our jurisdiction, give us a heads up. Not, and in this particular case, it has a lot of different potential connotations based on what we heard. The intent here was not necessarily to create a notification network, but it was so that we can make sure that we understand what a bad actor looks like. We get lots of reports of people showing up in unmarked vans behind a store with masks on, and not necessarily immigration enforcement, but it's some other illicit activity. Or we're hearing reports of people coming in reporting to be an immigration enforcement officer. They are not, but they're attempting to do some of the same types of illegal activities that we're seeing in other communities. So this gives us the opportunity to start to identify and separate the real activities from the bad actors. And then the last one we had listed here was the lawful warrant-based enforcement. Really, we want, if they're going to come in and be present and provide activities, it needs to be under a federal warrant. That has to be the mechanism with which they're actually doing work, and it's not about sweeps, it's not about just random snatch and grabs or other activities that we started to see in other jurisdictions. If they're really based on criminal activity, then let's have it be focused on criminal activity. And so those were the 8 points that we had identified, and it's aligned very clearly, not only with the conversations that the mayor and chief had with Congressman Thompson, but also conversations that you heard from the public and community today. So with that, the interim city manager, city attorney, and chief of police recommend that the council adopt a resolution urging the United States Congress to adopt legislation to protect public safety by requiring appropriate law enforcement training, conduct, oversight, and accountability standards requirements for federal immigration enforcement agents. And myself, the chief, city attorney, and interim city manager are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you both, and to our city attorney and city manager for putting this together. It was a short time frame, and you managed to collate a lot of information into a nice resolution. Bringing it back to council for questions. Let's start with questions. Anything down here? This is sort of indicative of how you hit the obvious points that thankfully are already under active discussion in DC. When we, as I mentioned earlier, when Chief Cregan and the city manager and I were with the other 8 cities and the city managers and police chiefs, everyone was nodding their heads around the table in complete agreement. And it sounds like there's some bipartisan support, as Mike Thompson indicated. Okay, if there's no questions, let's go to public comment. I have Dwayne DeWitt and Elena Stevens listed on screen, but I'm not seeing them here. So I'm going to say that we don't have any public comment in chambers. Oh, Madam City Manager?
I just wanted to give a shout out to Lindsay Doherty of our staff who poured her heart out in this resolution, and she was the main author of it. And so I just wanted to make sure that she received credit for her great work.
Thank you for mentioning that, and great work indeed. Please pass along council's thanks and appreciation. Madam City Clerk, anybody online for public comment?
No, sir.
All right, so we'll close public comment. Let's bring it back to who's our motion here? It is Ms. Banuelos, actually, as the instigator for this resolution originally.
Thank you, Mayor, I think. Yes, I move to adopt a resolution as presented by staff and waive reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Thank you for hanging in there, given how you're feeling. Any final, Assistant City Manager.
So, Mayor, I would like to make a recommendation, and I didn't include it as part of the presentation because I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity. Councilmember Alvarez brought up a point during this initial study session relating to vehicles and the labeling of vehicles as police. And so the city attorney and I during the break had a conversation, and we'd like to recommend that under the whereas that relates to the definition of police, that we include uniforms or vehicles in that. And if you'd be open to incorporating that into the resolution.
Ms. Banuelos, I'm assuming the answer is yes?
Absolutely.
My second still stands.
All right, so thank you for noting that change. Thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Alvarez. Okay, so with that change, any final comments? Vice Mayor Krepke?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Councilmember Banuelos for having the fortitude to bring this up during our legislative study session, or our legislative report, and kicking this off. And then I had a long planned vacation when this really came to a head, so I wanted to thank my colleagues for basically covering for me and doing good work and bringing this forward and shepherding it forward. I agree with everything that you all are doing here, and so I just want to say thank you all for doing this. Because I wasn't able to be a part of it, but I'm very happy to be able to vote on it, even though you're the ones who really did the hard work on it. And staff, of course, all of you did a great job. So I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? The time that we've been meeting today is showing. I see fatigue. All right, so we have a motion and a second. No final comments other than thanks. And I'll add one final comment. Both Congressman Thompson and Congressman Huffman were glad to see this come forward. They don't know the specifics, but they knew the gist of it, and they said, this is, good for you. This is exactly the kind of support they want for their DC efforts. So we have support from our federal partners. With that, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Krepke?
Yes.
Mayor Stepp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you all. All right, which brings us to our final public comment with the non-agenda matters. I see no one in chambers. Madam City Clerk, anybody online?
No.
All right, 8.5 hours later, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Ugh.